Looking at the criminal history of the world, victims of murders and serial murders have shown some highly concentrated identity characteristics. For example, historically the most frequently persecuted groups, sex workers and the homeless. Their low social visibility and weak ability to protect themselves mean that their disappearances will not attract much attention. In other words, killing them poses almost no risk. Next in line are young girls who have little social experience and are easily lured by strangers. Even when girls go missing, it rarely draws attention. For the police, the girls might be runaways or eloped with someone. Hikers are also one of the targets of serial killers and violent criminals. They often venture into remote forests and mountainous areas where even if they encounter danger, it will not be noticed by others. By the time their families realize something is wrong, what the search dogs bring back are often lifeless remains. David Joseph Carpenter, one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. In just 3 short years, he killed at least 7 young women who were hiking. But the crimes committed by this monster throughout his long life were not limited to these. In his youth, he committed multiple cases of rape and assault. And in order to attract attention, while Joseph was in prison, he even claimed to be the Zodiac Killer. On May 6, 1930, with a cry from the delivery room of a hospital in San Francisco, Joseph came into this world. Unfortunately, his father, Elwood, was a hot-tempered man with a fondness for alcohol, while his mother, Frances, had a strong personality and tended to be rather domineering. Clearly, growing up in such a family, Joseph's childhood was filled with nothing but pain and no happiness. Why life had become so bad? At first, neither Elwood nor Frances had a clear answer. They could only complain about the unfairness of life and society. However, with Joseph's arrival, the otherwise ordinary couple realized that they could so completely dominate another life. At the age of 3, Joseph wet the bed, which was his first bedwetting incident. However, Frances dragged him to the backyard, forcibly placed the bedsheet over his head, and poured the remaining soapy water onto his head. From the age of 4, Joseph was forbidden to speak with children his own age. On one occasion, after Joseph was caught playing outside with a neighbor's child, he was locked in a pitch-black room by his parents. There, no windows, only darkness. The boy had a stutter due to fear and panic. In order to draw everyone's attention, Frances also forced Joseph to learn the violin and ballet. She would take up a stick and abuse Joseph whenever he made a mistake. As time went on, Joseph attended Glen Park Elementary School, where his classmates mimicked his stutter. Hearing this, young Joseph would furiously lunge at them, only to be pushed down into the trash can by several of them together. Because of this incident, teachers invited Frances to the school and explained the situation to her. They suggested that Frances enroll Joseph in speech therapy to treat his stutter. However, as a mother, Frances flatly refused the teacher's suggestion. At the age of 10, Joseph was accused of biting a playmate. When he returned home, the hot-tempered Elwood took a belt and began to beat Joseph. A few days later, when Joseph returned to school, his arms and ankles, which were not covered by clothing, were covered in severe bruises. Having endured countless abuses, Joseph's character became reclusive and violent. He began to abuse animals, venting his anger on the defenseless little creatures. Later, Joseph, then 15 years old and attending Balboa High School, stood in the hallway and dragged a female classmate down the stairs by her ankles. In light of this assault, school administrators expelled Joseph on grounds of violent tendencies. But the moment he heard the girl scream, Joseph experienced a peculiar psychological shift. A psychologist later wrote that sexual rage fused with the trauma of early abuse and humiliation, successfully molding Joseph into a dangerous man. After being expelled from school, Joseph turned his attention to more vulnerable children. He committed sexual assault, a crime involving the use of sexual innuendo or physical violation to arouse or satisfy sexual desire, with his 2 cousins among the victims. At the age of 17, Joseph was arrested by the police for the first time. He was suspected of sexually assaulting a 3-year-old girl. Initially, he was detained in the holding room of the California Youth Authority. However, due to mental health issues, he was transferred to Napa State Hospital. In a yellowed probation report, when questioned by the probation officer, Frances impatiently said, "As soon as he was able to walk, he was getting into trouble. In 1950, Joseph, 20-year-old, was accused of raping a 17-year-old girl. In court, the girl cried hoarsely when she testified. However, Joseph was not guilty. In the mid-1950s, Joseph became a fisherman on a storage ship. Around the same time, he married Ellen, a girl who likes to chat on the balcony, married a stuttering husband. In the next 5 years, they raised 3 children. During this time, Joseph resigned from his job as a fisherman and found employment at a post office in San Francisco. And it was there that he met Lois, a 32-year-old woman, the future mother of television personality Lisa. On July 11th, 1960, Joseph, dressed in his postal uniform, had no letters in his canvas bag, only a knife and a hammer. At that time, he lured Lois to a grove of trees. There, Joseph first stabbed Lois' hand with the knife. As Lois fell to the ground in a panic, Joseph swung the hammer and smashed it into her. Fortunately, an officer was nearby and witnessed Joseph's assault. To prevent Joseph from further harming Lois, he fired and wounded Joseph. Later, Lois survived and, in great confusion, told the prosecutor that Joseph, who usually stuttered, did not stutter at all when he attacked her. Additionally, Lisa was born 3 years after the assault. Meanwhile, Joseph was taken to the interrogation room. When asked why he had attacked Lois, he said that he had seen a movie, Psycho, and then he dreamed of his mother standing at the bathroom door with a hammer in her hand. So, he wanted to try that feeling. In the end, Joseph was convicted of assault with a deadly weapon. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 14 years in prison. In his first year in prison, Joseph divorced Ellen. During his imprisonment, the man behaved well and even obtained a high school diploma. Because of this good behavior, Joseph was released from prison in 1969. Additionally, he married his second wife, a woman named Helen, who was also a poor woman. This is because, after marrying her, Joseph began his crazy sexual assaults. In 1970, Joseph went on a crime spree in the San Francisco Bay Area. The first incident occurred when Joseph deliberately rear-ended a young girl's car. After the violent collision, the girl got out of her car to check the damage and talk to Joseph. However, Joseph pushed her to the ground and sexually assaulted her. And then, Joseph took a shovel from the trunk of his car, stabbed the girl, and quickly drove away from the scene. Days later, a 19-year-old girl was hiking in Boulder Creek when Joseph attacked and sexually assaulted her with a hunting knife. On February 3rd, Joseph forcibly entered the home of 45-year-old Lucille. There, he tied her wrists, demanded her car keys, and sexually assaulted her. With her car keys in hand, Joseph drove to Angel's Camp. Along the way, he flagged down another vehicle carrying a 21-year-old young mother and her son. He first sexually assaulted her and then forced her to drive him to Oakdale. Upon arrival, Joseph ordered the mother and child out of the car and drove away alone. In the early hours of February 4th, an investigator named James arrested Joseph. With Helen's permission, James searched their car and found the hunting knife used in the second assault. Meanwhile, the real Zodiac Killer was sending ciphered letters from San Francisco, and the media was frantically searching for information about this serial killer. However, in order to draw everyone's attention, Joseph, while in prison, claimed to the inmates that he was the Zodiac Killer. Initially, the police mistakenly believed that Joseph was the Zodiac Killer, but as the investigation progressed, they discovered that when the Zodiac Killer had committed 3 murders previously, Joseph had still been in prison. Thus, Joseph's suspicion was ruled out, and the media also abandoned their focus on him. However, losing people's attention was also one of the reasons why Joseph became a serial killer. In the late night of April 26th, Joseph, together with 5 other inmates, pried open the iron window of their cell and escaped from the Calaveras County Jail. 2 weeks later, Joseph was captured. At the sentencing hearing, due to a plea bargain, he was only convicted of theft and kidnapping. In addition, the psychiatrist concluded that the prisoner suffered from antisocial personality disorder, was good at manipulation and lying, and lacked remorse. At the same time, he also warned that since the age of 8, whenever Joseph was under significant stress, he would commit sexual offenses. The only way he could think clearly was by sexually assaulting women. On August 20th, 1979, Etta, aged 44, was found dead on a hiking trail in Mount Tamalpais. Etta was a bank clerk in Mill Valley and an experienced hiker. The day before her body was discovered, her husband had seen her alive. At the crime scene, Etta was found naked with a gunshot wound to the head. Coincidentally, a few days before the crime, a special pistol had been reported missing, and the owner was an acquaintance of Joseph. The gun was never recovered, and this clue made Joseph the prime suspect in Etta's murder case. However, there was no evidence to prove that Joseph was the killer. 2 months later, Joseph killed 23-year-old Mary in Montana. On October 21st, Mary was jogging on a path when Joseph dragged her into the bushes in an attempt to assault her. During the struggle, Mary fought back fiercely and twisted Joseph's thumb. In a fit of rage, Joseph stabbed her more than 20 times in the back, throat, chest, and abdomen, with the neck wound being so deep that it almost decapitated her. Nearby residents heard Mary's long and piercing screams, but they assumed that a patrol car would handle it, and no one attempted to save Mary or call the police. Soon after, Joseph went to the emergency room, lying that his thumb had been bitten by a dog. At 4:30 in the afternoon, several hitchhikers followed the bloodstains on the path, found Mary's body. On March 8, 1980, 23-year-old Barbara was stabbed to death on a secluded trail in Mount Tamalpais. A few days later, her body was found in the bush, curled up like a fetus. After the crime, the sheriff of Marin County publicly urged women never to hike alone. The officers also found a pair of glasses nearby, similar in style to those worn by Joseph, but the police failed to connect this clue to Joseph. In the fall of the same year, Joseph falsely claimed that he wanted to join the mafia and asked his former prison book club friend Molly to buy him a revolver priced at $230 in San Leandro. At first, Molly was extremely hesitant, but Joseph promised that if anything happened and the police found her, she could just tell them that the gun had been stolen. So, Molly bought the revolver and handed it over to Joseph on October 2nd. 9 days later, a new murder occurred. On October 11th, 19-year-old Richard from Sonoma County and his 18-year-old fiancée Cynthia were strolling along the Skyline Trail at Point Reyes National Seashore's Sky Camp. Joseph used the revolver bought by Molly to force the couple to kneel and then shot each of them execution-style before leaving the scene. With no news for several days, Cynthia's parents and the Coast Guard, where Richard was serving, filed missing person reports. However, someone claimed to have seen Cynthia 3 days after she went missing, leading the police to mistakenly believe that Richard and Cynthia had eloped. It wasn't until Richard and Cynthia's 1974 Toyota Corolla was found by the police in the parking lot at the start of the Reyes Trail that the rumor of their elopement was debunked. 3 days later, on the afternoon of October 14th, Joseph wandered into Mount Tamalpais State Park. At that time, 26-year-old Annie was cycling alone. She had just returned to the San Francisco Bay Area a few months ago. There, Joseph dragged her into the woods, raped, and shot her. The next day, Annie's father, a respected doctor in San Rafael, reported her missing. Later, the search team found her body about a quarter of a mile east of the amphitheater. A month and a half later, on November 28th, 22-year-old Diane, a graduate of Cornell University, disappeared while hiking at Point Reyes National Seashore. The next day, she was found naked, dead from a gunshot wound. In the same area, the police also found 23-year-old Shauna, a native of Pullman, Washington. She had also been shot dead on the same day as Diane. A few days later, the remains of Richard and Cynthia were discovered as well. A week after Diane's murder, the police identified a local fugitive, Mark, as a suspect. He was a former rock singer who was wanted for shooting his mother and brother and had fled from his home in the Tamalpais Valley. The sheriff publicly named him as a suspect in Diane's and several other murders. However, Mark, while on the run, wrote a letter arguing that while he had indeed killed his mother and brother, he was not involved in the other murders. Later, Mark was soon apprehended, but the killings in Marin County did not cease, leading to his exclusion as a suspect. The following year, Mark admitted to the murders of his mother and brother and was sentenced to life imprisonment. In early December, the 6 hiking-related murders were linked together by the police, and the FBI developed a criminal profile, describing the killer as someone who derived pleasure from sadism and psychological torture, harbored a deep-seated hatred for women, and used killing as a means to alleviate his ever-accumulating urges, yet he could never be truly satisfied. On December 4th, a man claiming to be the killer made 3 phone calls to the Marin County Sheriff's Office. He mocked the FBI's criminal profile that depicted him as a broken child. Over the next 2 days, he made 14 more calls, repeatedly stating his intention to surrender. However, on December 6th, he fell completely silent. Despite receiving over 750 tips from across the nation, as far as South Carolina, the police did not have a single credible suspect. On March 29, 1981, Joseph traveled south for over 90 miles, shifting his hunting grounds to Henry Cowell Redwood State Park in Santa Cruz County. At that time, Joseph was on the lookout for targets from an observation deck when he spotted 20-year-old University of California Davis student Hanson and her same-age Stephen walking along a secluded trail overlooking Monterey Bay. Joseph took out his gun, stopped Hanson and Stephen, and bluntly told Hanson, "I'm going to rape you." Naturally, upon hearing such a demand, Hanson flatly refused him. Immediately afterward, Joseph took the couple to a place far from the road. He first fired several shots into Hanson's head, causing her to die on the spot. He then shot Stephen in the neck. Fortunately, the shot did not kill Stephen, but merely rendered him unconscious. After Joseph left, Stephen regained consciousness and struggled to find nearby hikers for help. In the end, although Stephen's vocal cords and optic nerves were severely damaged, his injuries fully recovered over time. On May 2nd of the same year, Joseph committed his final murder. The victim was 20-year-old Heather from San Jose, who worked as a printing assistant at the same trade school as Joseph. That day, Joseph invited Heather to meet in Santa Cruz under the pretext of selling her a used car at a low price. Before setting off, Heather informed her mother and her boyfriend Pinger of the meeting plan. Upon hearing the news, considering the multiple murders that had occurred locally, Pinger advised Heather not to go. However, Heather believed that even if she encountered the killer, she would be able to handle it. What she didn't know was that Joseph was indeed the serial killer who had harmed many people. After meeting, Joseph first drove Heather along the highway to Big Basin State Park. There, Joseph, armed with a gun, forced Heather to undress, raped her, and then shot her dead, leaving her body where it was. On May 24th, several hikers discovered a decomposing body. 2 days later, the victim's identity was confirmed as the long-missing Heather through dental records. In reality, in March, just a few hours after Hanson's body was discovered, based on the pattern of the crime, the Santa Cruz County Police linked the killer to the serial killer in Marin County. The same close-range shooting, the same method of disposing of the body, and the same random selection of victims. Moreover, subsequent forensic records proved that the bullet that killed Hanson and the casings from 3 murders in Marin County all came from the same pistol. Therefore, Stephen, the only survivor of the multiple murders, became the key to capturing the killer. At that time, Stephen was lying in the hospital. Due to his neck injury, his vocal cords and eyes were in an extremely painful recovery period. Despite this, he insisted that the officers bring him paper and a pen. He wrote while describing in a hoarse voice that the killer was around 50 years old, very thin, bald, and about 5 feet 10 inches to 6 feet tall. On the day of the crime, he was wearing a baseball cap, a trench coat, and a pair of horn-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. A local resident, Fritz, also came forward to confirm the accuracy of Stephen's description. He stated that he had indeed seen this man in the park that day, and after the murder, the man had left in a red car. Hearing this, the police were completely taken aback, because their previous description of the killer was entirely that of a young man in his 20s or 30s, which was completely different from the description given by Stephen. But all in all, having an accurate description was a good thing. Thus, 2 composite sketches based on verbal descriptions immediately replaced the previous sketch of a man in his 20s with brown, medium-length hair, which had originally come from the vague recollection of a hiker in Marin County. Immediately thereafter, the police launched an 18-hour-day tip hotline and nailed warning signs at the entrances of all parks in Northern California. Hike with a partner, and exercise caution when entering hiking trails alone. On April 4th, 1981, 69-year-old resident Roberta walked into the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, holding a newspaper with the composite sketch. She told the deputy on duty that the bald man in the drawing looked very much like Joseph, whom she had known for many years. Roberta's memory went back to 1955. At that time, Joseph was a fisherman aboard a storage ship. He would often visit her home and showed an unpleasant familiarity towards her 14-year-old daughter. In 1960 and 1970, The local newspaper twice reported Joseph's arrest for sexual assault. Hearing this, Roberta said, "I'm not surprised at all." And then, the officers connected Roberta's identification with the descriptions given by Stephen and Fritz. In his early 50s, thin, bald, horn-rimmed glasses, and a red car. All these details pointed to the same person, Joseph. Moreover, records showed that Joseph was the last person Heather had contact with before she disappeared. On the morning of April 5th, 7 investigators split into 2 groups and quietly set up telescopes on a low hill next to Glen Park to conduct a 24-hour surveillance on Joseph's red car. For an entire week, they documented his routine of leaving home at 5 in the morning and returning at 6 in the evening. Occasionally at night, he would take an unusual route to the Big Basin Highway. Meanwhile, the laboratory compared Joseph's tire tracks with those left in the soil at the Hansen crime scene, and the results were a match. On the morning of May 14th, Joseph was arrested outside his residence in Glen Park, San Francisco, by the FBI agents. He was immediately handcuffed and taken to Santa Cruz. The officers, armed with a search warrant, entered his apartment and found a Sierra Club published California hiking map book on the living room bookshelf. Several pages were conspicuously marked with paper clips. Each page corresponded to the locations of the crime scenes for Hansen, Heather, and several other murders in Marin County. However, despite the strong circumstantial evidence provided by the map book, the prosecution was still worried because the murder weapon used by Joseph had not yet been found. On May 15th, the jury formally indicted Joseph on 1 count of murder for Hansen. At that time, Heather's body had not yet been found, so no additional charges were added. On May 24th, Heather's body was discovered by several hikers, and 2 days later, her identity was confirmed. On the same day, the prosecution added a charge of murder for Heather. However, Joseph loudly pleaded not guilty to both charges. The breakthrough in the cases did not occur until July. In early July, a criminal named Williams, who had been arrested for a robbery in Los Angeles, revealed to the police that he had hidden a gun for Joseph in exchange for a reduced sentence. He and Joseph had become friends in prison in 1978. After their release, he sought out Joseph, hoping to continue his life of robbery. Joseph then lent Williams the revolver used to kill Hansen, Heather, and others, which is why the police did not find the murder weapon in Joseph's house. Acting on this crucial lead, the officers followed Williams's directions and found a revolver in the mountains of Santa Cruz. After ballistic and rifling comparisons, the gun was confirmed as the murder weapon, and its serial number was traced back to Molly. Initially, the police had approached Molly, but she lied to them, claiming the gun had been stolen. When the police threatened Molly with a charge of conspiracy to commit murder, Molly immediately changed her story, admitting that she had fulfilled Joseph's request to buy the gun and had handed it over to him personally. On July 31st, the Marin County jury, based on ballistic evidence, added 5 more murder charges against Joseph. Up to this point, Joseph faced a total of 7 murder charges, 2 rape charges, and 1 attempted rape charge. And the Santa Cruz district attorney promptly requested that the Hansen and Heather cases be consolidated for trial, citing the same killer, the same pattern, and the same weapon. In 1982, to avoid media coverage influencing the jury, Joseph was transferred to Los Angeles County for trial. Ultimately, after several delays, on May 24, 1984, the trial for the murders of Hansen and Heather, as well as the attempted murder of Stephen, officially commenced in a Los Angeles courtroom. In his opening statement, the district attorney, Arthur, informed the jury that they would hear firsthand how Stephen witnessed the bullets spinning in the chamber and saw his companion being killed right before his eyes. Arthur then cited a phone call Heather had made to her boyfriend before her death, indicating that the last person she saw was Joseph. The public defender for Santa Cruz County, Wright, cautioned the jury that the prosecution's arguments were based on speculation, hunches, and doubts, and that all testimonies would be scrutinized during cross-examination. After several days of deliberation, the defense admitted that Joseph had killed Hansen and Heather, but urged the jury to focus on the issue of capacity and to consider a lesser sentence. They highlighted Joseph's traumatic childhood, where he was beaten by his mother and forbidden from playing outside, instead being forced to endlessly practice the violin and ballet. Child abuse experts testified that it was the long-term abuse by his parents that led Joseph to become violent. The prosecution countered by stating that while a tragic childhood can indeed shape one's character, it does not affect an individual's ability to make choices. On July 5th, after 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Joseph guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count of rape, and 1 count of attempted rape. They also determined that special circumstances existed, making him eligible for the death penalty. On October 5th, despite repeated appeals from the defense and the public regarding mental and psychological impairments, the jury rendered a formal verdict. The judge even publicly stated in the courtroom that if there was a case deserving of the death penalty, this was it. On November 26th, Joseph was transferred to San Quentin State Prison and locked into a gray single-story cell in the death row unit. 3 weeks after sentencing, Joseph was transferred to Marin County to face charges for the 5 hiking murders. Fast forward to May 10, 1988. After years of waiting and deliberation, the jury found him guilty on 5 counts of first-degree murder, with 2 counts of rape and 1 count of attempted rape. The local judge similarly stated that the heinousness of the case warranted only the ultimate punishment. Ultimately, Joseph was once again taken back to San Quentin's death row to await what was called the gas chamber trial. It is well known that the death penalty in California is almost a joke. After years of waiting, the victims' families never saw Joseph's execution. Instead, in 2019, the governor of California announced that the death penalty was suspended. In 2023, the state government decided to transform San Quentin State Prison into a center for rehabilitation and reflection, effectively eliminating the traditional death row. Although Joseph's death sentence remains valid, it will no longer be carried out. In 2024, Joseph contracted COVID-19. A year later, due to his inability to walk and take care of himself independently, Joseph was transferred to the California Medical Facility in Stockton, where he continues to serve his death sentence between a wheelchair and a hospital bed. Whether in the 20th or the 21st century, it is terrifying that murder cases have never been far from us. In Charlotte, North Carolina, a homeless black man, for no apparent reason, killed a Ukrainian refugee. The girl had come to the United States to escape the war. She actively integrated into her new life, working 3 jobs during the daytime and attending community college at night to study English. She believed in the rules of society and looked forward to a better future. However, while waiting to get off the bus, an 8-centimeter folding knife was plunged into her body. The girl did not turn around, nor did she have time to cry out. She simply sat there quietly, waiting for her life to end. Examining the history of crime globally, serial killers are arguably the most feared type of criminals. Although they may look ordinary in daily life, they will show a cruel nature and violent behavior. One of the most chilling of them is the medical serial killer. They don't need knives, guns, or ropes to kill their victims. They don't need to hide from the police, because the hospital itself is where the legal deaths place. A death, whether from a deteriorating condition or multiple organ failure, will not automatically alert the police. With no traces, no autopsies, and no archival records, even the news ignores the deaths in the hospitals. The medical serial killer commits the quietest slaughter from the safest place imaginable. Charles Cullen, one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. He murdered at least 40 patients during his 16-year-long nursing life. Rumors even claim the true number of people killed could be as high as 400 people. On February 22, 1960, an unusually cold night, Charles was born in the West Orange, New Jersey. His 7th month in the world, his father, Edmund, the bus driver, never woke up in the early morning of September 17th. In his infancy, the boy did not know what death was, but he felt the pain in his mother's crying. The childhood house was old. As Charles learned to walk, he also learned to avoid the fists of his peers, the sneers of his sister's boyfriend. When he was 9 years old, Charles tiptoed into the garage to reach for a bottle of chemical solution on a shelf. The bottle felt cold, but without the slightest hesitation, he drank it. This was Charles' first attempt to commit suicide, but it failed. No one cared whether he had ingested the chemical by accident or intentionally, but from that day on, Charles lived like a ghost. Charles's mother was born in the south of England, in a town where the sea breeze blew all year round, and after the World War II, she followed her husband to America. On December 6, 1971, as the evening rain fell on the streets, Charles's mother and his sister were driving home. However, late at night, the hospital called and informed 18-year-old Charles of his mother's death, which Charles later recalled as devastating. When the accident occurred, the hospital did not tell him in time, and, in particular, it cremated the body straight away without even allowing him to go and see his mother for the last time. In the spring of 1978, Charles shoved his books in the trash. He chose to drop out of school and entered the recruiting office. He longed for a place free of ridicule, but what he didn't know was that what awaited him was a place of extreme horror. Charles became a submariner, and while he was on board, he passed confinement tests that would scare even a psychiatrist. It is well known that submariners are the most painstaking among all military personnel. Awaiting them is a narrow space without sunlight or fresh air, filled with a mixture of noise, oil fumes, and body odors. For dozens of days or even months on end, they cannot speak loudly, cannot move around freely, and cannot express their emotions openly. Here is the dictation of a submariner. From the 30th day, the sound of my mother calling me began to ring in my ears. It was not an auditory hallucination, but a very clear one, as if she were standing right behind me, calling my name. Yet, whenever I turned around, there was nothing but pipes and lamps. So I started talking to her every day, murmuring softly to the wall, "Mom, I didn't take a shower today." I know it's wrong, but I can't control that. On the 45th day, I cried in front of the pressure gauge for 20 minutes in the cabin. No one noticed. It's not because I'm tired, but because I suddenly can't remember what my girlfriend looks like. I had a photo of her, but I was too afraid to look at it. Seeing it would only make it harder to remember. One day, I was on the night shift. The temperature in the cabin was 109 degrees Fahrenheit. I was wearing a vest and sweating all over. I suddenly realized that I was dead. I became a ghost. I began to count my heartbeat, 120 times per minute. I counted for 3 hours without moving. I'm afraid that if I move, I will really die. Soon, Charles was promoted to Petty Officer Second Class. Late at night, a year later, the chief sergeant pushed open the door of the missile control room. He saw Charles sitting alone in front of the control table, wearing surgical masks, latex gloves, disposable aprons, and covering his uniform tightly. The next day, Charles was transferred out of combat duty and thrown into low-stress work on a supply ship. Thereafter, he began attempting suicide in the remotest corners of the warship. However, each time he was caught in time. In 1984, he was granted a medical discharge, leaving only one line in his file, medical reason, unspecified. In order to continue to smell the disinfectant water, Charles enrolled in a nursing school at Mountainside Hospital in Montclair. There, he became the monitor of the nursing class, graduated in 1987, and began to work in the burn ward of St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey. Meanwhile, Charles met his wife, and their first daughter was also born in the late autumn of the same year. In the delivery room, Charles was holding his daughter, and his wife was lying in bed. Looking at Charles, she felt that life would get better and better. However, Charles began to behave abnormally. First, there was a strange smell in the kitchen, and then their pet dog was also abused by Charles for no reason. On the night of June 11th, 1988, in the cardiac monitoring ward of St. Barnabas Medical Center, Charles inserted a syringe into a patient's foreline. Inside was no life-saving antibiotic, but an intravenous drug overdose sufficient to stop the heart instantly. The 72-year-old senior judge was declared dead from a drug allergy in the early hours. This was the first murder Charles openly admitted to. Over the following 4 years, he sent at least 11 more patients to the morgue. Like a ghost, Charles wandered the wards, disguising each murder as the patient's natural complication. In early 1992, the pharmacy finally discovered several contaminated 4 bags, prompting management to launch an internal investigation. However, Charles had already submitted his resignation letter. It was only after his murderous actions were later uncovered that the investigation concluded that deaths were highly likely caused by Charles, the former nurse, and the exact number of patient fatalities could not be fully determined. After just 1 month of rest, Charles put on his ID badge again and returned to work at Warren Hospital in Phillipsburg. His new stage was a geriatric ward, and his chosen weapon of murder remained digoxin. With 3 excessive doses, 3 elderly women had their hearts stopped in their sleep. Before her death, the last victim opened her eyes and vaguely said to her daughter, "A sneaky male nurse gave me a shot." The victim's family relayed this to the doctors, but it was dismissed as a baseless fabrication. In 1993, Charles' wife obtained a restraining order against him out of fear that he might pose a danger to her and their 2 children. She claimed that Charles had added lighter fluid to people's drinks, burned his daughter's books, and left their daughter with a babysitter for an entire week. Although Charles denied these allegations, insisted that his wife was exaggerating, she remained convinced that he was suffering from psychosis. After their divorce, Charles moved into a damp basement apartment. He considered resigning from his job, but the court ordered him to pay child support, forcing him to remain in the nursing profession. In the late night of March 1993, Charles pried open the door of a female colleague's home and entered the bedroom through the staircase. The woman and her son were sound asleep, but Charles merely stood by their bedside for a moment before leaving the house. No one knew why he did it. Later, he began stalking the same colleague, ultimately leading her to file charges against him. Charles was sentenced to 1 year of probation for unlawful entry. In the early hours of the day after the sentencing, he attempted suicide once again. Following this incident, Charles took 2 months off and received treatment for depression at 2 psychiatric hospitals. Surrounded by white walls, soft toothbrushes, and plastic cups for scheduled medication, he outwardly complied with taking his pills, yet still made 2 more suicide attempts during this period. In late September of that year, in the dead of night, a 91-year-old woman in the cancer ward reported that a tall, thin man, not her assigned nurse, had pushed open her door and injected her with an unknown substance. The following day, she passed away seemingly of natural causes. Her son wept over her body, crying and saying, "Yesterday, my mother said she wanted to eat pudding tomorrow." Due to mounting public pressure, hospital administrators arranged for a polygraph test. But Charles passed the test, and as a result, he continued to work at the hospital. In 1994, Charles changed the job, began working in the intensive care unit of Hunterdon Medical Center, signing a 3-year contract. For the first 2 years, Charles claimed he had not harmed anyone. However, when the police came to retrieve the records in 2003, the medical files from those 2 years had long been completely destroyed by a shredder. Charles only admitted that between January and September of 1996, he had used digoxin to kill 5 patients. Later, Morristown Memorial Hospital took Charles in, but dismissed him within less than 6 months due to his failure to meet performance standards. After half a year unemployed and with child support arrears prompting a court warning, the immense pressure led Charles to seek treatment for his depression at the emergency room of Warren Hospital. Shortly afterward, he was once again briefly admitted to a psychiatric institution. In February, the Liberty Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in Allentown, Pennsylvania, was severely short-staffed and immediately assigned Charles to the ventilator unit. In the early hours of one morning, a colleague saw through a door crack that Charles was holding a syringe in one hand and pressing down on a patient's wrist with the other. The next day, that patient was found with a fractured arm, and shortly afterward, Charles caused another patient's death. In the end, the hospital administration fired Charles on grounds of improper medication administration procedures, but attributed the death to another nurse's documentation error. After being dismissed, Charles promptly joined Easton Hospital. On December 30th, 1998, following the death of an elderly patient with heart failure, his blood test revealed extremely high levels of digoxin. However, the hospital's internal investigation still yielded no results. In those days, there was a nationwide shortage of nurses in the United States. Even with Charles' history of mental illness and the numerous patients he had killed, all he needed to do was switch hospitals to resume working and resume murdering patients. There was no blacklist, no mental health reporting system, and no hospital was willing to take action against Charles for fear of facing lawsuits from patients' families. So, in this bizarre way, a serial killer was effectively safeguarded by the system. In March 1999, the burn unit of Allentown's Lehigh Valley Hospital was short on night shift nurses, and Charles was successfully hired. There, he murdered one patient and attempted to kill another, Before hospital administrators could fully investigate, Charles resigned for personal reasons and immediately secured a job in the cardiac care unit at St. Luke's Hospital. Over 3 years, Charles killed at least 5 patients and attempted to kill 2 others. In the early hours of January 11, 2000, Charles attempted to kill himself. He moved a small charcoal grill into his bathtub, drew the plastic curtain, and hoped to die from carbon monoxide poisoning. However, neighbors detected the smell of smoke and notified the fire department and police, who intervened and saved Charles. The real breakthrough in the case came in April 2002, when a night shift nurse discovered several medication vials while taking out the trash. Pharmacy records showed these medications had never been logged. Hospital administrators quietly launched an internal audit and found that the person who had taken the drugs was Charles. They gave him 2 options: resign voluntarily with a letter of recommendation to work at another hospital, or be fired with a permanent stain on his record. In June, Charles chose to resign. Shortly after, several colleagues jointly petitioned the Lehigh County District Attorney, suspecting that Charles had used those medications to murder patients. However, the case was dismissed due to lack of direct evidence. After a 3-month break, Charles began working in the critical care unit of the Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. By then, Charles's mental illness had worsened significantly. On June 10, 2003, he injected a bolus of insulin into the foreline of Philip, a 60-year-old retired teacher. Although Philip was resuscitated, he died 6 months later from genuine heart failure. As a result, the hospital only recorded the hypoglycemic incident as an accidental event. In July, hospital administrators discovered that Charles had repeatedly violated protocols. Around the same time, the executive director of the New Jersey Poison Information and Education System warned them that at least 4 suspicious drug overdoses indicated an employee was secretly killing patients. However, it was not until October that the police were notified, after another patient had died unexpectedly. Following the incident, the state's health department urgently retrieved medical records and discovered that similar cases had occurred as early as August but had not been reported. Further investigation traced a pattern spanning many years, with similar deaths occurring at multiple hospitals where Charles had worked. To avoid legal liability, Somerset Medical Center immediately fired Charles, claiming he had lied on his job application and that his actions were unrelated to the hospital itself. On December 12, 2003, Charles was arrested by police at an unassuming restaurant in New Jersey. He was charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. 2 days later, during an interrogation, Charles confessed to the officers the names of 2 victims, stating, "I did it all." He then added, "Over 16 years, about 40 victims, I never kept an exact count." In April 2004, Charles signed 13 guilty pleas for murder and 2 for attempted murder before a judge. As part of the plea agreement, he promised to cooperate with the police in exchange for not being sentenced to death. A month later, feeling that his cooperation had not been thorough enough, he confessed to murdering 3 additional victims. In November, Charles admitted in an Allentown courtroom to killing 6 patients and 3 attempted murders. He also taunted the judge by saying, "Your Honor, you need to step down." On March 2, 2006, Charles was sentenced to 18 consecutive life sentences in New Jersey, meaning he would not be eligible for parole until 2403. 8 days later, he was brought to Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, where a judge sentenced him to 6 additional life sentences. Today, Charles is still incarcerated at New Jersey State Prison in Trenton. As part of his plea agreement, investigators occasionally visit him to confirm details about additional victims. In the interrogation room, Charles described his motive for murder with a twisted logic that almost sounded compassionate. "I simply couldn't bear to witness or hear attempts to save the victims' lives. I administered overdoses to end their suffering, to prevent hospital staff from tormenting them. But most of his victims were actually in recovery and would soon have been discharged." He then added, "I can't remember clearly. Those years are like a fog." His memory had grown hazy. He could not recall how many he had killed or why he had chosen them. Sometimes, Charles firmly denied committing murders at specific hospitals, but when police presented medical records, he would relent. "It looks like it was me. I'll admit it then." Like a drop of mercury, Charles slid from one hospital to another. Over 16 years, he caused many deaths. In those days, New Jersey and Pennsylvania only required hospitals to report extremely egregious cases of death. But what constituted extremely egregious? It had to be the arrest of the murderer on the spot in the ward, a guilty plea, and a blood test used as evidence. Suspicion, anomalies, and irregularities did not count. In reality, many hospitals vaguely understood what Charles did, but none were willing to risk being sued by the patient's family and report Charles. In the wake of this case, New Jersey passed the Patient Safety Act of 2004, which for the first time mandated the reporting of serious preventable adverse events. In 2005, additional loopholes were closed. Hospitals were now required to retain records of employee complaints, medication errors, and disciplinary actions for 7 years, and synchronize them with a state database. Other states followed suit and established background investigation systems for healthcare practitioners. But the cost of these systematic improvements was paid with the lives of dozens or hundreds of people who can never be brought back. Parents are always role models for their children, especially those in the toddler and preschool years, who are like a blank slate, not yet shaped by the outside world. At this age, children usually learn to communicate with others, manage their emotions, and solve problems by observing and imitating their parents' behavior. For example, if parents are consistently gentle and patient with others in everyday life, the children will mirror that behavior in their own interactions. On the other hand, if parents are frequently irritable or impatient, the children may be more prone to emotional outbursts when dealing with problems. While it's true that a great number of serial killers suffered through abusive, torturous, and neglected childhoods, the majority of abused children do not become offenders. So what has pushed a person into a criminal life? What shapes the criminal mind? On December 8, 1991, 31-year-old Debbie told her roommate that she was going to get a little change. And then, she mysteriously disappeared into the Woodward corridor. 6 days later, a homeless man trying to take shelter from the cold inside an abandoned house pushed open the broken door and saw Debbie lying half naked on the floor, with the strangulation marks on her neck extremely obvious. But the Detroit police didn't think much of it because, in those days, prostitutes and drug addicts, even in death, would not attract anyone's attention. However, just half a month later, the scene of 26-year-old Mason's death was also discovered. On December 11th, Mason went out of the door wrapped in a thin jacket, saying that she had to go to the grocery store to buy a few things, and as a result, she never returned to the apartment. On the third day of the new year, on January 3rd, 1992, a demolition crew wielded hammers and smashed down the wall of an abandoned house. Then the half-naked body of 36-year-old Patricia, who had been on the police wanted list for drugs since December, lay there quietly. At the time, no one expected that Patricia's death was not due to drugs, but to a targeted serial murder of drug addicts and prostitutes. On January 25th, 39-year-old Vicky was found dead, and like the previous victims, she had been sexually assaulted and strangled by her killer. Meanwhile, a black man was arrested by the police in an abandoned house. Benjamin Atkins, 24 years old, without a permanent residence, as well as a regular job, with a history of drug abuse and carrying fresh scratches on his body. The interrogation lasted more than 10 hours, and in the end, due to the lack of evidence, Atkins was released. When he left the police station with a big stride, he left behind the words, "You're going to regret this." On February 17th, a foul odor led police to the Monterey Hotel, located opposite Highland Park. Upon arrival, they discovered the remains of 3 women in 3 rooms within a 10-meter radius. The victims were identified as 34-year-old Valerie and 23-year-old Juanita, and a young woman with no identifying markers. All 3 women were prostitutes and drug addicts and were sexually assaulted and strangled. Despite a breakthrough in 2024, when the 3rd victim was finally identified through genetic genealogy, her name remains a secret. At her family's request, it was permanently withheld from the public. And the woman is forever memorialized in the case files only as Jane Doe. On April 5th, 38-year-old Brenda was led out the door by her children, saying they wanted to go to get bread from the grocery store. However, 4 days later, her 2 children stood in the shelter asking where their mother had gone. Brenda was lying in an abandoned house almost naked, with only a scarf still wrapped tightly around her neck. At first, the forensic doctor thought it was just a sad drug overdose, until the strangulation marks on her neck proved it all. Just 6 short days later, 43-year-old Brown's body was found. On March 25th, she had told her colleagues that she was going to see an old friend. When her body was found, it was so rotten that it was almost unrecognizable. On June 15th, the last known and linked victim was called Joanne. Like the previous victims, Joanne was similarly sexually assaulted as well as strangled. On the morning of August 21, 1992, Detroit was under a light rain. Atkins, who still reeked of alcohol, was escorted to an interrogation room. He had been arrested after one of his rape victims, a 34-year-old woman named Darlene, spotted him on the street and called the police. In October last year, it was Atkins who dragged her into an abandoned house. He strangled her neck with shoelaces and sexually assaulted her. Fortunately, Darlene was saved with the help of passers-by. Faced with the rape accusation, Atkins said, "I'm gay, and I have no interest in women." The police officers did not refute this statement. They just handed Atkins some information about the previous serial murders, including the location of the victims and the psychological profile of the murderer. Then, a police officer said, "We will give you 12 hours, and then the prosecutor will prosecute you." Later, Atkins admitted the crime, saying that he was the Woodward corridor killer. He said that, in reality, the first victim to die was Patricia, not Debbie. Back in the autumn of 1991, Patricia hid in an abandoned house after being seized by the police in the drug den, and then Atkins knocked on the door of her house with a bag of cheap beer and drugs. Half an hour later, Atkins took out his shoelaces and strangled Patricia's neck, like tying an old coat, tightening them tighter and tighter, and then everything became quiet. Later, Atkins added, "I hate prostitutes because they make me think of my mother." The next victims were Debbie, Mason, and Vicky. Atkins remembered the color of everyone's coat, the length of their hair, and the last plea before their death. He said that only 2 things were needed to trick those prostitutes into the house: drugs and promises. Later, the police officers interrupted Atkins' speech. They said that the remains of Osanina and Smith had not been found yet. Hearing these words, Atkins smiled. On the same day, the police found the remains of Osanina and Smith based on Atkins' identification. In the end, Atkins said, "I hated them and myself. Every time I strangled a victim, I told myself that there was one less person like my mother in the world. And then, due to the lack of evidence, the prosecution could only prosecute Atkins with the testimony of Darlene and Atkins himself." In January 1994, the trial began. More than 150 witnesses stood together to watch Atkins' trial, including the victims' mothers, children, brothers, and sisters. At the hearing, Atkins admitted to the murder but claimed to be insane. His attorney also tried to exonerate him of his crimes, saying Atkins was not a monster but a child raised by monsters. The crimes were caused by Atkins' childhood abuse, trauma, and drug addiction, which led him to start murdering other people. Detroit, located on the banks of the Detroit River in Michigan and across the river from Windsor, Canada, was once known as the automobile capital of the world, and also one of the major birthplaces of American music. However, a large-scale race riot led to the city's gradual decline. In the early morning hours of July 23, 1967, the Detroit police made a surprise raid on an unlicensed bar at 12th Street and Claremont Street, violently arresting dozens of black patrons. However, this action triggered strong resentment in the black community, turning a police raid into a large-scale racial conflict between the two races. And the entire Detroit area was plunged into chaos over a period of 5 days, resulting in at least 43 deaths and more than 2,000 injuries. In the aftermath, white residents living in Detroit moved to nearby suburbs for fear of racial retaliation by blacks. In the end, order collapsed and Detroit's economy declined. A year later, on August 26, 1968, Atkins came into the world. As the youngest child in his family, he had the most difficult fate. His parents were both drug addicts and alcoholics. Before Atkins could learn to walk, his father abandoned the family, leaving his wife and children. Sometime in 1970, his mother chose to leave as well. She took Atkins' older brother with her and left only Atkins on the doorstep of the orphanage like a bag of old clothes. Atkins was orphaned that year, when he was only 2 years old and could not yet speak in complete sentences. In those days, the orphanage was not a sanctuary but a purgatory. Its walls turned into borders that confined Atkins, where his world had no fairy tales, only harsh realities. Throughout his childhood, other children would abuse and beat Atkins simply because he was the weakest. At the age of 10, an employee who was supposed to be a child protector left Atkins with unhealing trauma. He dragged Atkins in the basement and sexually assaulted him. After that day, Atkins finally understood that living could be an extremely long, lingering death. For the next 5 years, the sexual assaults were like a nightmare, repeatedly hurting him, until he mustered up the courage to escape from that pain-filled orphanage. After escaping, Atkins, covered in bruises and exhaustion, returned to his mother's side. During that time, Atkins lived with his brother and his mother. However, Atkins soon found out that his mother had become a prostitute to make a living. This brutal truth shattered Atkins' fantasies about his mother like a sharp blade. More than once, he witnessed his mother having sex with strange men in the house, watched as his mother lay underneath the strange men, and listened to her moans coming from next door. Realizing that the home was almost indistinguishable from an orphanage, Atkins' heart felt an extreme disgust for his mother's behavior. In the late 1980s, Atkins left home not to run away this time, but to break free. He lived on the streets, slept on park benches, and, having inherited the drug addiction gene from his parents, eventually became addicted to drugs as well. But misery never spares the poor. Because of the lack of formal education, Atkins could only take those dirty jobs at a very bad price. Due to the inability to make ends meet and pay the rent of his apartment, every night Atkins could only go to the homeless shelter to spend the night. People who knew him always said that Atkins was actually a gentle person. When he was sober, his humor would make everyone like him, but when Atkins drank or took drugs, he would show antisocial personality behavior. His eyes would become vacant. He would say vicious things, curse women, his mother, and himself, saying, "Women are liars and bitches." Born into this kind of family and living in this kind of environment, Atkins has no future and will not have a future. Gradually, he became a serial killer, like the Green River Killer, killing the women they thought were harmful to society. The 4-month trial was like a long autopsy. One day, the jury finally ruled that Atkins was guilty and sentenced him to multiple life imprisonments. Later, after his conviction, Atkins was first transported to the Charles Egler Reception and Orientation Center in Jackson. However, a medical examination revealed that Atkins was suffering from a serious medical condition. In early 1995, Atkins was transferred to Duane Waters Hospital, where he died 2 years later, on September 17, 1997, of an AIDS-related illness. For California, the execution of the death penalty seems to be caught in a paradox. It is the state with the highest number of death row inmates in the United States. Since the reinstatement of the death penalty in 1978, over 900 people have been sentenced to death, but only 13 death row inmates have actually been executed. Of the 13 death row inmates who were executed, only one person voluntarily waived his appeals and was executed. He was David Mason, a serial killer. In reality, if David had followed his lawyer's advice and chosen to appeal, he would almost certainly not have been executed. So, what made him willing to give up his own life and sincerely repent for his crimes? On December 2nd, 1956, David was born in Statesboro, Georgia. He was the 4th child of Harris and Marie. However, the arrival of this new life was not what Harris and Marie wanted. Years later, Harris recalled David's birth, saying that David was caused by his and his wife's accidental pregnancy. Marie also had tried various methods, such as lifting heavy furniture and horseback riding, in an attempt to induce a miscarriage through vigorous physical activity. But despite their efforts, David still came into this world. David's childhood was a period shrouded in darkness. Shortly after his birth, Harris moved the entire family to Oakland, California. The couple were devout fundamentalist Pentecostals, firmly believing that any lukewarm attitude towards religious activities was a desecration of God. As a result, their discipline of the children was almost brutal. The children were required to be fervent in their religious devotion, and any deviation was seen as an unforgivable sin. In this extremely oppressive environment, David and his siblings suffered physical, psychological, and verbal abuse. Most of the time, they were confined to the house and the church, forced to participate in endless religious activities. At the age of 5, David, unable to endure his parents' abuse, tried to swallow dozens of pills to end his life. He thought that such an action would make his parents stop abusing him, but he was wrong. Murray and Harris did not show any mercy because of his action. On the contrary, their abuse of David continued. Trivial matters would serve as excuses for them to beat him. The belt and the pancake turner, these everyday items became David's worst nightmares. Whenever Marie picked up a belt or a pancake turner, David would instinctively hide in the corner, trembling with fear. In the mid-1960s, David began to exhibit some disturbing behaviors and signs of mental illness. Around the age of 8, David stood beside his younger brother's crib with a knife in his hand. Due to the long-term abuse he had suffered, David's mental state had already become abnormal at this time. No one could know what he was thinking. Perhaps it was out of fear that his younger brother would also suffer abuse from their parents, so he wanted to prevent it by killing him. Later, Harris discovered David's behavior. He tied David to a workbench, gagged him, and beat him until he was unconscious. As time went on, Marie and Harris confined David to a room, which they called the dungeon. To ensure that David could not escape, they installed steel-barred grills on the windows, completely restricting his life within the dungeon. From that point on, whether it was using the restroom, eating, or sleeping, David had to ask his parents for permission first. Without their approval, he was absolutely not allowed to action on his own. For instance, when David was 11 years old, Marie discovered that he had used the restroom in his room without permission. She furiously opened the door and forced David to wear his soiled underwear on his head. Realizing that his parents regarded him as a beast, David fell into despair. In the following years, he embarked on an extreme and desperate path. He tried suicide multiple times, trying to escape this suffocating family environment by setting himself on fire, hanging himself, cutting his veins, and jumping down the stairs, but all ended in failure. Later, David not only lost hope in his own life, but also became filled with hostility and malice towards the world around him. He began to inflict violence on others, and even attempted to burn down nearby houses, schools, and churches as a way to vent the deep-seated anger and pain within him. In 1970, David was arrested by the police for several minor offenses. During the interrogation, David voluntarily admitted his guilt and reported the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his parents. However, no one wanted to understand the pain this boy had endured. No one cared about his experiences. After his arrest, David underwent a psychiatric evaluation. The results indicated that his IQ was determined to be 110 with good learning ability, but he exhibited clear signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. Obviously, if this boy had been born into a normal family, his future would have been unpredictable. Realizing that they could no longer control David's behavior, Harris and Marie forcibly sent him to a boarding school. There, David suffered even more severe abuse. He was sexually assaulted by the staff and other children. David attempted to escape several times, but each time he returned home, Harris and Marie would call the staff and forcibly send him back to the boarding school to continue the suffocating education. In 1973, David was arrested and convicted again for arson. He was sentenced to several months of imprisonment and sent to a juvenile detention center. After serving his sentence, David returned to that painful home. The following year, David chose to drop out of school and join the Marine Corps, hoping to find a new direction in life. However, soon, David made many mistakes and was disciplined multiple times. 4 months later, David was discharged from the Marine Corps and returned to his parents' home once again. After returning to Oakland, David's life fell into deeper trouble. He barely made a living by doing odd jobs and engaging in prostitution, constantly thinking about how to survive. On July 8, 1977, David officially began his criminal career. He robbed a store in San Leandro with an ice pick and stabbed a clerk named Jensen in the back. He stole her petty cash and $270 from the cash register, then threatened Jensen not to call the police or he would kill her. Before fleeing the scene, he even carefully wiped fingerprints off various objects. After the case, Jensen was taken to the hospital due to her injuries. Fortunately, she survived. When the officers showed her David's photo for identification, Jensen unhesitatingly recognized him. Later, the police issued a warrant for his arrest. Faced with the police manhunt, perhaps realizing that escape would not solve the problem, David chose to turn himself in. During the trial, he admitted his guilt and was ultimately sentenced to 36 months of imprisonment. On July 13, 1979, he was paroled. Joan, at the age of 73, had collected many rare antique coins. To her, these coins were witnesses of time and sources of joy in life. However, they became the catalyst for her murder. David, who had once done cleaning and gardening work for Joan, knew everything about her after 8 years of interaction, also aware of how to deactivate her alarm system. On March 6, 1980, David was in desperate need of money, and greed completely blinded him. David went to Joan's house, threatened her with a weapon, and demanded that she hand over all her valuables. Even though Joan was extremely panicked, she still tried to resist. She tried to activate the alarm, but failed. Later, David's violent actions began. He brutally strangled Joan into unconsciousness and then started to plunder for money. However, Joan soon regained consciousness. She tried to escape from this demon, but David chased after her. He beat Joan severely, tied her up with an electrical cord, and strangled her to death. Eventually, he fled the scene with the stolen coins, selling them for $85. Joan was afraid of burglars and thieves. She trusted David's character and explained the workings of the alarm system to him, but she never imagined that David would become a burglar. Arthur, an 83-year-old man, was notorious for paying teenagers and young males for sexual favors, which made him a despised figure in the eyes of those around him. David, who had a complicated past with Arthur, also had an unspeakable connection with him. According to David's later claims, he had engaged in those shameful sexual relationships with Arthur multiple times since his school days, sometimes in Arthur's car and sometimes at his home. On August 18, 1980, David once again arrived at Arthur's house. After a struggle, the controversial and detested old man was strangled to death by David. After killing Arthur, David rummaged through his belongings and found $16 and a ring. This ring, which Arthur had received during his military service in World War I, carried with it a special experience and memory. But in David's eyes, these were unimportant. He just hastily left the scene with the money and the ring. On November 16, 1980, 75-year-old Brown lived alone in a high-rise apartment. That afternoon, David, like a lurking beast, silently slipped into Brown's apartment. He viciously swung his fists at Brown, mercilessly beating her. Brown's cries for help echoed in the room, but no one could hear them. Eventually, David strangled Brown to death with a knot made of underwear and other clothing. After committing this crime, David did not stop there. He searched Brown's apartment for valuables, stealing her cherished rings, taking her money, and leaving her body almost completely naked. White, a warm-hearted neighbor, had just returned from outside around 4 in the afternoon. She was about to go upstairs when a man emerged from the elevator in the lobby. She instinctively took a few extra glances at him. The man looked flustered and kept his eyes averted. After the murder was discovered, White provided a detailed description of the suspicious man to the officers, who then created a facial composite based on her account. On December 6, 1980, David, armed with a wrench, broke into the second-floor apartment of 72-year-old Dorothy. During the assault, Dorothy tried to resist and attempted to drive the stranger out of her home. However, driven by rage and greed, David lost his sanity. He wielded the wrench and struck Dorothy's head and chest with great force, first breaking several of her ribs. When Dorothy collapsed to the floor, David strangled her with his bare hands. After the murder, David began to search the apartment, taking some valuables for himself. Later, he removed Dorothy's clothing, leaving her with only a sweater and a bra, which he haphazardly piled on her neck, as if to desecrate the innocent life one last time. 4 weeks later, David was driving a Dodge Charger on the highway in Alameda County. His speed was extremely high, but his heartbeat was even faster because a patrol car was closely following him. In an attempt to evade capture, David exited the highway and entered a residential area. After driving down several streets, he found himself in a dead end. With no other choice, David managed to escape on foot. Soon, the officers arrived at the scene and thoroughly searched David's car. Inside, they discovered some crucial clues: David's identification and a receipt from an auto repair shop, which prominently displayed the address of David's parents' residence. On January 22nd, an officer went to David's parents' home. He knocked on the door, and David's mother and brother Mark appeared at the entrance. The officer politely stated his purpose, hoping to gather more information about David from them. Mark was silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke, saying that David had left home a few days earlier and had left behind a tape marked David Mason Epitaph. With everyone's consent, the officer played the cassette. Inside, David's voice was clear and calm. He meticulously confessed to a long list of violent crimes, including the murder of Dorothy. It was as if he were recounting someone else's story, yet every detail was chilling. He described aspects of the murders known only to the police, discussed his motives, and revealed parts of his own biography and living conditions. Finally, he calmly stated his belief that he would die in a shootout with the police. Based on these confessions, the police quickly issued a warrant for David's arrest. On February 4th, 1981, David was arrested in a room at a Holiday Inn. The entire arrest process was extremely calm, with no unexpected incidents. David was taken back to the police station, and in the interrogation room, he reiterated what he had said on the tape. He also admitted to murdering a man named Robert. 55-year-old Robert was his lover, living in a trailer in Butte County and running a dog business. David recounted that, after one of their dates, Robert told him that he had deliberately infected him with herpes. Then, anger and a sense of betrayal burned in David's heart, and eventually, he chose to retaliate with violence. On a late autumn night in 1980, David went to Robert's trailer. He waited quietly until Robert fell asleep. Then, without hesitation, he shot him, ending his life. And then, he robbed the trailer and left the scene with his loot. Later, David was taken to the Alameda County Jail to await trial. On May 8, 1982, the jail welcomed a new inmate, 24-year-old Johnson, who had been arrested and transported there by the police for raping and murdering Patricia in Redding. After his incarceration, Johnson exhibited extreme caution and defensiveness. He strongly requested solitary confinement from the prison authorities, asking to be isolated from other inmates and refusing to communicate with anyone, especially about the reasons for his arrest. However, during his casual conversations with other inmates, David accidentally learned that Johnson was not an ordinary prisoner. In reality, he was an informant. In the past, Johnson had frequently testified as a prosecution witness, accusing other criminals and providing key evidence for the police, which led to many people being convicted and imprisoned. This made the fire of anger in David's heart burn even hotter. He indignantly declared that Johnson would not live long and that Johnson would not be sentenced to a short term of imprisonment. That same evening, David approached his cellmates Yancey, Shorter, and Grant with a dangerous plan to kill Johnson. David believed that as an informant, Johnson had betrayed the prisoners, subjecting them to unjust treatment, and that he must pay for his actions. Yancey and Grant firmly rejected the proposal upon hearing it, but Shorter, swayed by David's instigation and harboring his own resentment towards Johnson, eventually succumbed to David's persuasion and agreed to join him in killing Johnson. So, in the early morning, David and Shorter broke into Johnson's cell. Still half asleep, Johnson was jolted awake by the sudden assault. Instinctively, he began to fight back fiercely, trying to break free from David and Shorter's grip. But the two were resolute. They overpowered Johnson and subjected him to a brutal beating. Ultimately, under David and Shorter's cruel actions, Johnson was strangled to death with a towel. In an attempt to cover up their crime, David and Shorter dragged Johnson's body to the shower room. They painstakingly hung the corpse from the pipes, trying to create the illusion that Johnson had committed suicide. They wanted people to believe that Johnson had ended his own life. Later, Johnson's body was quickly discovered by the prison staff, and a tense investigation immediately commenced. All the inmates were questioned one by one regarding the cause of Johnson's death, with everyone speculating and concealing information. However, under immense pressure, Shorter broke down. He admitted to killing Johnson along with David. Yancey and Grant also corroborated Shorter's confession. The staff then searched David's cell and personal belongings. They found David's towel and shoes splattered with blood, and David himself had multiple abrasions and bruises, clear indications that he had recently been involved in a fierce struggle. Under the fingernails of the murdered Johnson, the staff extracted blood and skin tissue. Upon testing, these samples quickly matched David's blood type, firmly linking him to the murder. In 1983, the trial began. David was charged with multiple counts of murder. However, during the trial, he withdrew his initial testimony and pleaded not guilty to all charges. David claimed that he had an alibi for the day Arthur was murdered. He told the judge and jury that he had been working at a thrift store in Thrift Town, presenting a time card as evidence. It clearly recorded his arrival at 12:31 p.m. and departure at 9 p.m. However, this seemingly strong evidence was rejected by the court. It turned out that David's brother and close friend also worked at the thrift store, and they could easily have forged such a time card for him. Therefore, this evidence could not prove his innocence. David also firmly denied any involvement in the murder of Brown. He recalled that on November 16th he was in Robert's trailer, 145 miles away from the crime scene. Robert's neighbor, after hearing his account, also came forward to confirm that he had indeed seen David helping to install a new water heater that night. But the matter did not end there. The neighbor's wife later raised objections, claiming that her husband had the date wrong. The water heater installation actually took place on November 23rd, a week after the murder. She also provided evidence that the couple had been staying with relatives in Yuba City until November 23rd, which made David's alibi for the Brown murder case untenable. Furthermore, David argued that on the day Dorothy was murdered, he had been staying at a friend's house in Barkley. His friend also testified on his behalf, confirming that David had been at her house from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and had not left. Despite all this, these defenses ultimately failed to change the outcome of the trial. After a series of investigations and hearings, on January 27, 1984, David was found guilty of 5 counts of murder and was sentenced to death. Although he was not charged with the murder of Robert, he remained the prime suspect in that case. On August 24, 1993, at San Quentin State Prison in California, this day marked the end of David's life and the final step of his path to atonement. In the death row cell at San Quentin State Prison, David spent the last 9 years of his life. During this time, he married a woman named Charlene. Perhaps it was fate that granted him companionship in these final years. David began to reflect on his crimes, fully admitting everything he had done and expressing deep remorse for his actions. In the early 1990s, his attorney had drafted an appeal for him, attempting to reduce his sentence to life imprisonment based on his abused childhood and mental issues. A new trial might have offered him a glimmer of hope, but David voluntarily withdrew the appeal, setting the execution date for August 24th. He claimed that his decision stemmed from deep remorse and a desire to serve as a lesson to other criminals, urging them not to follow in his footsteps. That July, a journalist visited David in the death row cell. During the 90-minute interview, David calmly recounted the last 9 years of his life. In his words, he mentioned that he had embraced humanism, began to understand the pain he had caused the victims' families, and was willing to take responsibility for his actions. Although receiving over 200 letters imploring him to appeal again and 2 lawsuits from anti-death penalty activists, David never wavered in his decision. However, in August 1993, David's attorney, Marson, claimed that David was mentally incompetent and could not make such a significant decision on his own. Marson appealed to the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, requesting a new mental evaluation for David, but a 3-judge panel ruled that David had the right to determine his own fate, and then David fired Marson and was assigned a new attorney. On his final day, David chose to spend time with his family. He declined the last meal and instead requested to eat the same food provided to the other inmates with his family. Rather than confessing to a chaplain, he asked the prison authorities to allow him unrestricted use of the telephone in his last few hours. And his only special request was a glass of ice water. California officials stated that David could stop the execution at any time, even after being strapped to the chair in the gas chamber, by simply declaring his wish to appeal, which had already been drafted by his attorney. The prison had installed a telephone in the gas chamber. If David wanted, he could contact his new attorney Mike, who would then reach out to the Ninth Circuit Court. The court would then order a stay of execution, prolonging David's life. However, David never did this. He simply asked that none of his family members be witnesses to his death, hoping they would remember him as he was the last time they saw him. August 24th, 12:16 p.m., David entered the gas chamber. Later, the warden said David declined to make a final statement, only uttering a few simple words, "No, warden, I want to go ahead. Thank you, warden." 7 minutes later, David's life came to an end. After World War II, the crime rate in the United States soared rapidly, reaching its peak in the 1970s and the 1990s. Meanwhile, this period was also a time when serial killers were extremely rampant, with various notorious serial killers constantly appearing in people's eyes. For example, Ted Bundy, who committed murders and rapes across multiple states. Green River Killer, who indiscriminately murdered women and claimed to be cleaning up society's trash. Richard Chase, who liked to eat the victim's internal organs and blood. In reality, in those days, there was also a highly skilled and extremely brutal serial killer lurking. In the early stages of his criminal career, he was not particularly noticeable, primarily gaining experience in breaking into people's homes through theft. As time went on, he became dissatisfied with mere theft and gradually shifted his targets to single women, broke into their residences to commit sexual assaults. Later, his behavior became even more brutal, and his targets expanded beyond single women to include couples and married couples. He would carry a handgun, break into the victims' homes, force the women to tie up their partners, and then sexually assault the women. In the end, his criminal activities reached a climax because he began to kill the victims. It is worth noting that at first, the police were misled by his different targets and scattered crime locations, believing that these cases were committed by 3 different criminals. They separated these cases and named them the Visalia Ransacker, the East Area Rapist, and the original Night Stalker, respectively. In the early 1970s, Visalia, California was a quiet town. Agriculture dominated the area, with farms and ranches dotting the surrounding countryside. But this small town harbored a peculiar and puzzling phenomenon. Nearly all the houses had no windows. This situation arose from the unique economic conditions of the time. In those days, glass was prohibitively expensive due to high tariffs. Furthermore, the price of hiring local carpenters was high, and they were very arrogant and rude. Without windows, the interior of the houses would be extremely dim, so the Visalia residents never locked their doors. While this lifestyle reflected the town's tranquility and safety, this lack of vigilance also made it the perfect place for thieves to gain experience in burglary. From 1974 to 1975, a series of unusual thefts occurred in here. In some homes, piggy banks and coin jars were ransacked. Strangely, valuable items were left untouched. What's more, it seemed that the intruder was not satisfied with mere theft. He would meticulously arrange or display items in the victim homes, even move window screens to beds or bedrooms, leaving obvious traces. Clearly, these actions bear little resemblance to the typical methods of a thief. They do not resemble the impulsive, opportunistic actions of a random burglar, but rather the calculated, premeditated actions of a predator. So, the intruder was given a nickname, the Visalia Ransacker. The first recorded burglary committed by the Visalia Ransacker took place on March 19, 1974, when a resident's piggy bank containing $50 in coins was stolen. Later, similar home burglaries began to occur frequently, especially on November 30, 1974, when 12 burglaries took place within a single day. Snelling, a 45-year-old and highly respected journalism professor, was awakened around 2 o'clock in the morning on September 11, 1975, by a strange noise. He got out of his bedroom and saw the back door wide open. Following the source of the sound, Snelling ran to the carport and found an attacker wearing a ski mask attempting to kidnap his daughter. The attacker, holding a gun, threatened to kill the girl if she didn't shut up. Seeing his daughter about to be harmed, Snelling didn't hesitate to rush forward and try to protect her. However, 2 bullets struck Snelling's body, instantly draining him of his strength. Staggering back to the bedroom, he told his wife to call the police. In the end, Snelling died, and the attacker beat Snelling's daughter and then fled the scene. Around 8:30 p.m. on December 12, 1975, an intruder broke into the backyard of a house in Visalia, near where the Visalia ransacker was known to frequent. William, an experienced police officer, was in the garage on surveillance when he spotted the intruder. Immediately, William drew his pistol, attempting to apprehend him. Just as William was about to seize the intruder, the man stopped, raised his hands above his head, and feigned surrender. However, just as William let his guard down, the intruder pulled out a revolver and fired at William, shattering his flashlight. Although the arrival of nearby police officers to help William, the intruder managed to escape. In the end, the police only found fragments of the flashlight at the scene, tracks of tennis shoes, and the intruder's dropped loot, some blue chip stamps, and a sock filled with coins. On June 18, 1976, around 5 in the morning, Phyllis, age 23, trembled as she called the Sacramento County Police Department's emergency line. She claimed that she had been attacked and sexually assaulted in her home. The details of this case were repeatedly mentioned by the police in the days that followed. The attacker wore a ski mask and gloves throughout the crime, threatening the victim with a weapon. He applied baby oil in advance as a lubricant, tied up the victim, and then raped her. The attacker's penis was very small, and he would steal inside the house, but he would not take valuable items, only take personal items that were meaningful. Moreover, Phyllis stated that the attacker had already stripped his body before entering her room. For experienced police officers, the implications behind this behavior were self-evident. They concluded that this was a juvenile sex pervert who could not control his sexual impulses, and it was only a matter of time before he was arrested. A criminal profiler once said that most people can easily associate high-intelligence criminals with sophisticated and complex robberies. However, when it comes to rape and torture, people often regard it as a degenerate act and rarely associate it with high intelligence. Therefore, people are reluctant to believe that such criminals possess intelligence, and neither do the police. However, the Sacramento County Police never imagined that they were dealing with anything other than an ordinary rapist. Just 3 months later, on October 5, 1976, the fifth sexual assault took place, with Jane as the victim. Around 6:30 in the morning, Jane's husband had just left for work, and she was still in bed with her 3-year-old son when she suddenly heard the light in the room flickering on and off. Soon after, a man wearing a green mask appeared before her. Later, Jane's son was placed in another room, while she was blindfolded and taken to the living room. During the sexual assault, the man asked Jane, "How does this compare to the captain's?" At the time, Jane's husband held the rank of captain in the Air Force, and the man also kept slapping Jane, saying, "Put some feeling into it, or I'll use a knife." When Jane's 3-year-old son woke up, all he saw was his mother bound with a bath towel, gagged with a cloth, and with marks on her wrists. As time went on, more and more evidence came to light, pointing to an unsettling fact. The attacker's crimes were not random but meticulously planned. For instance, several weeks before Phyllis was assaulted, she received a few mysterious phone calls and seemed to be followed while walking outside. And looking at Jane's case, her husband had just left the house when the attacker entered through the window of the spare bedroom. He was like a cunning nocturnal creature lurking in the shadows, screening victims, studying the structure of houses, familiarizing himself with the daily routines of people in the area, carefully planning the timing of his crimes, and being cautious, patient, and meticulous. Since the attacker always wore a mask and gloves, deliberately lowered his voice when speaking, chose times and rooms with poor lighting for his crimes, and considering that the victim's memories were not entirely reliable, the only features the police knew were that he was about 5 feet 8 inches tall, relatively young, well-built, with well-developed calf muscles, and had a small penis. In order to apprehend this rapist, the police embarked on a difficult manhunt. They began by conducting a thorough search of suspects with similar criminal records, inquiring with neighbors in the area, and visiting suspicious individuals such as couriers, milkmen, and cleaners. Police also attempted to reenact the crime scenes, blindfolding Jane and having her listen to recordings of 2 suspects to identify the rapist. Additionally, they carefully searched pawn shops in an effort to locate the stolen items. They even visited an adult store to inquire about customers who showed interest in bondage-related materials. Ultimately, they found that a man had inquired about women's registration information at the Department of Motor Vehicles. However, when the officers interviewed this man at his doorstep, he appeared agitated, stood in a gutter, completely oblivious to the water dirtying his clean leather shoes. This small detail made the police realize that they had the wrong person, and thus, the man's suspicion was dismissed. That October, 500 Sacramento County residents attended an emergency meeting about the serial rapist. They anxiously voiced their fears to police officers, hoping law enforcement would swiftly bring this monster to justice. The next day, a newspaper report struck like a sledgehammer, sending fear soaring once more. The East Area Rapist had committed his 8th consecutive assault. In those days, given the attacker's operational territory, he was dubbed the East Area Rapist. The East Area Rapist's targets were relatively focused, mainly on women who were home alone, including a minor girl 15-year-old named Crease. Before Crease was assaulted multiple times, the man left a chilling threat. He said, "Do what I say or I'll kill you and be gone in the dark." At the time of the crime, the girl was playing the piano. Later, she never touched the piano again. Crease said that although it was only a few hours, it changed everything. On March 18, 1977, the Sacramento County Police received a call from a man who claimed to be the East Area Rapist. He taunted the police, saying, "My next victim is already being tracked. You will never catch me." On the same day, the 15th sexual assault took place. Later on, hurt single women and causing them pain no longer satisfied the East Area Rapist. As a result, couples and married couples became his primary targets. On April 2, 1977, he assaulted a couple for the first time. In this attack, he employed a modus operandi that he had never used before, and it turned out that this pattern would reappear in the cases he committed later on. He first made the female victim tie up her male partner in the bedroom. This was not a simple action of binding, but a form of psychological torture. Then, he would stack a pile of plates on the man's back and say, "If I hear any of the plates fall, I'll kill her." After that, he would take the female victim to the next room to commit the sexual assault. During the time, the male partner could only stay in the bedroom, listening to the sounds coming from the next room, feeling his helplessness and despair. According to statistics, the East Area Rapist committed approximately 50 home sexual assaults and 1 murder over a span of 3 years. On February 2, 1978, a couple walking their dog in Cordova Ranch were shot to death. British criminal psychologist David once wrote that a criminal's history is more vulnerable than his future. He believes that the key to solving a series of crimes does not lie in merely the location of the most recent crime, but in delving deeply into what happened before the first crime was committed. David emphasizes that before a criminal actually commits a crime, he may not even know that he will do so. Therefore, his behavior before the crime may not be as cautious as it is afterward. On October 1, 1979, a couple in Santa Barbara County experienced a terrifying night. At the time, an attacker wielding a flashlight woke them up with its beam. The woman was ordered by the attacker to tie up her partner. Then, she was also bound. Later, the attacker began to ransack the room, incessantly opening and closing drawers while demanding cash. However, curiously, he did not seem singularly focused on stealing money. Next, he led the woman to the living room, made her lie face down on the floor, and covered her head with a pair of tennis shorts. The woman could only hear his footsteps pacing around the room. Then, she heard him enter the kitchen, muttering the chilling words, saying, "I will kill them." Hearing these words, a powerful will to survive surged within the woman. She broke free from her bonds, ran out onto the street, and began to scream loudly. Her partner also took the opportunity to escape to the backyard of the house. Perhaps the attacker's reconnaissance work was not successful. The couple's next-door neighbor happened to be an FBI agent. Awakened by the woman's screams, the agent immediately went outside to check the situation and happened to see a man riding a stolen silver bicycle crossing the street. The man was wearing a Pendleton brand shirt and jeans, had a knife strapped to his waist, was wearing tennis shoes, and had brownish hair. After a chase through several streets, his headlights shone on the attacker. However, the attacker was extremely cunning. He decisively abandoned the bicycle, jumped over a fence between 2 houses, and vanished into the night. After the incident, the attacker was given the nickname Night Stalker. It turned out that the couple was fortunate, because nearly 3 months later, another couple was found murdered in their home by the Night Stalker. The victims were a 44-year-old plastic surgeon named Robert and a 35-year-old clinical psychologist named Deborah. In 1980, the Night Stalker moved southward in California. He first killed Charlene and Lyman in Ventura, and then made his way to Dana Point, where Keith and Patrice, a newlywed couple of just 3 months, were murdered by the Night Stalker. At that time, the couple lived in a house owned by Keith's father, Roger. August 19th, Roger, as usual, came to visit his children but heard no sound. When he entered the bedroom, the scene seemed quite ordinary. The bed was neatly made, with the quilt covering all the way to the edge of the dark headboard. Roger thought the children had just gone out. However, as he was about to close the door, a bulge under the quilt caught his attention. He walked over and gently pressed it, feeling something hard. When he lifted the quilt, he saw Keith and Patrice lying there quietly, their arms bent at a strange angle, palms facing up. In this case, the police found signs of death by blunt force trauma. The couple had multiple wounds from being struck with a heavy object on their heads. Apparently, the murderer had used some kind of weight during the crime. On February 6, 1981, 28-year-old Manuela was raped and murdered in her home in Irvine. In fact, this murder completely disrupted the life of her husband David. At the time of the attack, David was hospitalized due to illness and was not with Manuela. However, later on, the police and neighbors always suspected that David was the murderer. But for David, the real murderer, the Night Stalker, had been constantly bothering him, such as following him and frequently calling him. On July 26, 1981, Debbie had a fierce argument with her mother, Sherry. Then, Debbie stormed out of the house in anger. In her last phone call to her mother, she shouted, "Why can't you just get out of my life?" But she didn't know that this would be the last conversation between mother and daughter, because the very next day, her mother was brutally murdered, and along with her, Sherry's ex-boyfriend Gregory also died. The Night Stalker's final crime took place in Irvine, where the victim was Lisa, an 18-year-old whose life had been as tragic as her fate. In reality, Lisa's life was filled with suffering. She had had several stepfathers, each of whom had subjected her to varying degrees of abuse. And her mother's pursuit of pleasure and drugs far outweighed her sense of responsibility towards her family. Because the house was for sale and potential buyers would be coming to view the house, on May 3, 1986, Lisa's parents went on vacation to Mexico, leaving Lisa alone at home to deal with clients interested in purchasing the house. On the morning of May 5th, Linda, the real estate agent, arrived at the house as usual to check on things. Upon entering, she noticed that the dining room light was on and the newspaper's job section was spread out on the table. Linda walked down the hallway to the bedroom at the end, where she found a girl lying motionless on the bed, seemingly covered with a blanket. Later, the police quickly arrived at the scene. They carefully lifted the blanket, which was almost stuck to the girl's body, only to discover that she was completely naked, with an unknown liquid on her legs, later confirmed to be semen. She had a wound on her forehead, a bruise on her nose, and 3 teeth were knocked out, 2 of which were cruelly hidden in her hair. It was confirmed that the victim was Lisa. Initially, the attacker was given the notorious nickname, the Night Stalker, by police. However, as another serial killer named Richard, who also operated at night, became active in the Los Angeles and San Francisco areas, the police and media changed the attacker's nickname to the original Night Stalker to avoid confusion, based on the chronological order of their crimes. Since 1986, following Lisa's murder, neither the East Area Rapist nor the original Night Stalker has committed another crime. Nevertheless, the lives of the victims have not returned to normal. They remain shrouded in fear and unease. On January 2, 1978, Phyllis, the first known victim of the East Area Rapist, received a phone call in which the caller said, "I'm going to kill you, bitch. Goddamn whore." In 2001, the Sacramento Police Department launched an investigation. They compared the DNA evidence left by the East Area Rapist with that left by the original Night Stalker. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker were the same person. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Although decades have passed, the police and the public who followed these cases never gave up. Among them, a full-time mother named Michelle documented a vast amount of case details. She studied the composite sketches of the suspect, searched online daily for clues about this serial killer, and occasionally visited the victims' families to listen to their stories. And it was she who named this mysterious serial killer the Golden State Killer. Michelle was not the only one paying attention to the Golden State Killer. An investigator named Paul had been tracking the Golden State Killer for over 20 years. Despite uncovering a large number of indirect clues, such as the perpetrator's fingerprints, semen samples, and eyewitness testimonies, they were unable to narrow down the investigation due to technological limitations. In his quest to find the killer, Paul even tracked thousands of criminals, all to no avail. However, even Paul could not have imagined that these decades-long cold cases would see a crucial breakthrough thanks to a free website. In 2017, after many recommendations, Paul learned about a website focused on genetic genealogy research. It is well known today's society is in a rapidly changing and fragmented era where people are extremely eager to understand their racial origins and family history. Since there was no threshold fee for this website, a large number of people voluntarily uploaded their DNA data to there. Given the website's vast genetic database, Paul had a bold idea. He wanted to upload the Golden State Killer's DNA sample to the site and conduct a data comparison. Later, he shared this idea with his colleagues. Initially, his colleagues who were well-versed in law opposed it, as it might involve personal privacy and illegal law enforcement issues. However, lawyers gave Paul strong support, pointing out that the website's data had immense value for cracking the case, and that the approach was legal. So, Paul quickly took action. He obtained a well-preserved semen sample from the Ventura County coroner. In December 2017, he created an account, uploaded the Golden State Killer's DNA to the website. After a period of waiting, they found a person whose DNA partially matched the Golden State Killer's. Clearly, this person had some blood relationship with the Golden State Killer, or he was the killer's relative. Paul had been fighting for 24 years to capture this serial killer. Once, the number of people he tracked and suspected was countless, and with the help of modern shared analysis technology, his list of suspects gradually narrowed down from millions of people to a single family. Later, by comparing appearance, age, work experience, modus operandi, and psychological profiles, the scope was further narrowed. Finally, they zeroed in on a 72-year-old man, Joseph James D'Angelo. In mid-April 2018, the officers obtained an item discarded by Joseph. After DNA comparison, the old man was confirmed to be the killer. Michelle once wrote a letter to the Golden State Killer. In the end part of the letter, there were a few sentences. I imagine you alone in a small and dark room. You hear a car pull up to the curb and the engine shut off. You know those footsteps are coming for you. The doorbell rings. You can no longer climb the fence to escape. Take a deep breath, a big gulp of air, and clench your teeth. You can only timidly move step by step toward the ringing doorbell. You once threatened the victim, saying you would be forever silent and disappear into the darkness. Open the door and let's see your face. And this is your end. Fortunately, people have waited for this ending. Sadly, Michelle passed away 2 years before the Golden State Killer was arrested. She did not live to see this ending. The development of all things is often propelled and brought about by their essential causes. The extremely ugly and dark side that Joseph concealed can also be traced back to its origins. For most people, playing with siblings during childhood is a happy and blissful memory. But for Joseph, this period became a painful experience that tormented him for the rest of his life. During one playtime, Joseph found that his 7-year-old sister Connie had disappeared. After searching for a long time, Joseph approached an abandoned warehouse where he witnessed a shocking scene. 2 pilots were sexually assaulting a little girl. And the girl who was crying out for help with all her might was his sister Connie, whom he had been looking for. For a child around 10 years old, witnessing such a terrifying scene is undoubtedly a catastrophic psychological shock. And this painful childhood memory took deep root in Joseph's heart. Over time, it gradually transformed into despair and resentment towards real life. Joseph's personality also began to twist and become unpredictable. He started committing minor offenses, such as stealing neighbors' property, pilfering other people's mail, and torturing and killing animals. If the pain of his childhood made Joseph put on a devilish mask of hatred towards society, then His later romantic experiences were the trigger for his revenge against society. After completing his military service, Joseph met a girl named Bonnie, and soon the two fell deeply in love. This relationship gave Joseph a renewed sense of hope and beauty in life. He even announced their engagement in the local newspaper. However, 2 years later, Bonnie got married, and the groom was not Joseph, but a wealthy forensic accountant. In reality, the truth was more complicated than it appeared on the surface. It was not Bonnie who cheated on Joseph. Instead, Joseph had been the villain in this relationship. He abused Bonnie, threatened her with a gun, and even forced her to marry him. Despite all this, the relationship left a deep wound in Joseph's heart. His hatred and jealousy towards Bonnie consumed all his emotions. In many of the homosexual assaults, Joseph would stop during the crime, sobbing and shouting, "I hate you. I hate you, Bonnie." After his arrest, since the statute of limitations for the serial rape cases had expired, Joseph was only charged with 13 counts of murder and 13 counts of kidnapping. On June 29, 2020, as part of a plea deal to avoid the death penalty, he admitted to these crimes. Additionally, Joseph confessed to the burglary and murder he committed in Visalia. Thus, the crimes of the Visalia ransacker, the East Area rapist, and the original Night Stalker were all connected to one person. These heinous acts, which had once kept countless people awake at night, finally had a definitive attribution. On August 21, 2020, Joseph was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole multiple times in a row. During the trial, after listening to the victim impact statements, Joseph offered a brief apology in the face of the victims and their families' anger and sorrow. He said, "I listened to all of your statements, every single one. I truly am sorry for everyone I hurt." However, is this apology really worth accepting? This is a thought-provoking question. In fact, whether it was the multiple burglaries in Visalia or the serial rapes and murders, when Joseph committed these crimes, he was a police officer, someone who was supposed to protect the public and arrest criminals. For example, when Joseph committed the multiple burglaries in Visalia, he was working as a burglary department police officer in Exeter, just 11 miles away. Later, Joseph's daughter submitted a letter to the court, which, once made public, sparked public discussion and reflection. In part of the letter, she wrote affectionately, "I am Joseph's eldest daughter. The father I know and still know to this day. I could never tell you everything he has done for me because he always put me and my daughter first. And it has always been like this throughout our lives, so there is just so much." This letter is indeed touching, but when we stand in the shoes of the victims, imagine those who were raped and murdered. Their lives might have been better or worse than what Joseph's daughter described. No one knows. But because of Joseph, their lives were taken, their futures were stolen, and their life trajectories were completely altered, never to return to what they once were. Without Joseph, those murdered victims would definitely still be alive. In the history of human society, although the continuous progress of police criminal investigation technology and the gradual enhancement of people's vigilance, criminal behavior has always lurked in the dark side of society. From cunning thieves to brutal murderers and even the most terrifying serial killers, they all, without exception, bring immense panic and harm to the world. In 1968, it was a year full of controversy and tragedy, because within just 2 months, 2 children were brutally murdered in the Scotswood area of the UK. Victims were 4-year-old Brown and 3-year-old Brian. However, the murderer was not a pedophile, nor an adult. On the contrary, it was the 10-year-old Mary Flora Bell, a girl with a bob haircut and blue eyes, who was the true murderer. On May 25, 1968, Mary lured Brown into the bedroom of an abandoned house and killed him. On July 31st, Mary killed and dismembered Brian. She even carved the initial of her name into his stomach. What's most chilling is that after each murder, she would reveal some information to the victims' families, guiding them to the crime scene to find the body. On ordinary days, she would also tell her classmates that she had killed the person. Mary also wrote about her feelings about murder in a diary. Imagine killing a little boy and then bragging about it everywhere. Isn't that a very fun thing to do? Later, Mary was arrested by the police and diagnosed by psychiatrists as an intelligent, dangerous kid who was skilled at manipulating others, and she was sentenced to life imprisonment. 12 years later, 23-year-old Mary completed her sentence. British laws gave Mary a chance to start over, allowing her to live under a different name. Later, she got married, gave birth to a girl, and became a mother. Due to legal protections, no one knew about her past. Originally, Mary's life would have continued peacefully. The name Mary Bell would have gradually been forgotten. But in 1998, Mary voluntarily revealed her identity. She published a memoir detailing her unhappy childhood. Mary was born on May 26, 1957. Her mother, Betty, was a 17-year-old sex worker with extremely unstable mental health. "Take that thing away from me." It was the first thing Betty said when she saw Mary. Since Betty was a sex worker with many clients, so the true identity of Mary's father remained a subject of controversy. But Mary believed that her father was a man named William, a violent criminal who loved to drink and had been arrested for crimes such as armed robbery. Although Mary regarded William as her father, he never provided any positive support for Mary's growth. As an infant, toddler, and young child, Mary was extremely vulnerable to injury and accidents when she was alone with Betty. For example, Mary accidentally fell out of a first-floor window and accidentally took an overdose of sleeping pills. Obviously, Betty deliberately ignored Mary, causing her to have some accidents, or she was the culprit, wanted to hurt or kill Mary. On one occasion, Betty even sold Mary to a mentally unstable woman through a foster care agency. Later, Betty's sister, Catherine, found out what Betty had done. She angrily accused Betty and immediately rushed to Newcastle, took Mary back from the woman. Seeing Mary's plight, Catherine and her family sought to obtain custody of Mary and free her from Betty's control. However, Betty, the mother whom Mary called a sadist, refused to give up custody of Mary. For Mary, living with her mother was no different from living in hell, because Betty constantly abused her both mentally and physically. Due to work reasons, sometimes Betty would leave home to visit clients in Glasgow. This was the only time Mary can rest. Sometimes Betty would bring clients home and she would tacitly approve and encourage them to harass and sexually harass Mary. On several times, Betty even blindfolded Mary with stockings, tied her hands behind her back, and forced her to provide sexual services to clients. So, imagine this: a young girl whose father is a criminal who doesn't care whether she lives or dies, whose mother abuses her constantly, and whose mother blocks anyone who tries to help her. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if the girl's inner self and personality changed. Later, both at home and at school, Mary exhibited many unpredictable behaviors, including sudden mood swings and signs of violence. For example, Mary often beats up other people and has repeatedly tried to strangle her classmates and friends. Once, Mary stuffed sand into a girl's mouth, attempting to block her airway and suffocate her to death. These actions eventually turned Mary into a monster in the eyes of her classmates. Her friends all left her, but a girl named Norma was still by her side. She was Mary's neighbor, and she was also a key witness for the police to accuse Mary. On May 11th, 1968, 2 weeks before Brown was killed, a 3-year-old boy stumbled along the street, blood streaming from his head. Fortunately, a passerby found the boy and took him to the hospital. When questioned by the police about what had happened, the little boy, whose head was severely lacerated, slurred that Mary and Norma had taken him to the second floor of an abandoned air raid shelter to play, and one of them pushed him off the second floor. The next day, the parents of 3 more little girls contacted the police, complaining that their children had nearly been strangled to death by Mary while playing in the sandbox. Later, police officers located Mary and Norma. Despite the boys' parents' belief that it was an accident, they seriously inquired about the circumstances surrounding both incidents. The 2 girls denied the abandoned air raid shelter incident, claimed that they had only accidentally discovered the boy lying on the ground with a head injury. When asked about the case in which 3 girls were nearly strangled to death, Mary denied any involvement. But Norma said, at that time, Mary had approached one of the girls, asked, "What would happen if you strangled someone? Would they die?" And then Mary grabbed the girl by the throat. The other 2 girls were so scared that they couldn't move, just helplessly watching as the girl's face turned purple. And Mary also did the same thing to them. After clarifying the facts of the case, The police officers reported Mary's violent behavior to headquarters, but due to their age, Mary and Norma received only a warning. No charges were filed. In those days, the crime rate in the Scotswood was extremely high. Many children have been involved in theft and robbery. Mary was only 8 or 9 years old, and she was a girl. So, compared with what other children have done, her behavior has not attracted everyone's attention. The mother's torment, the school's neglect, and the lack of social supervision, if any of these had provided Mary with adequate support and intervention, perhaps the 2 murder cases could have been averted. In those days, with nowhere else to play, children in the area often played near abandoned houses. Most of the time, they stayed on a wasteland with many abandoned houses, and the street near that place was called St. Margaret's Road. On May 25th, 3 boys discovered Brown's body in an abandoned house on this street. He was leaning against the window, with blood and saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the floor. The police arrived at the scene quickly after receiving the alarm. To the officers' confusion, apart from some blood and saliva on Brown's face, there were no obvious signs of violence. Brown did not die from stabbing or violent beating, but they found an empty bottle of painkillers. With no further clues, the police eventually ruled that Brown's death was caused by accidental overdose of painkillers. Meanwhile, Mary and Norma found Brown's aunt. They told her that one of her sister's sons had just been in an accident. We think it was Brown, but we couldn't tell for sure because he was covered in blood. And the day after the case, Mary and Norma broke into a nursery and vandalized it. They tore up books, overturned tables, and splashed ink on the walls. On May 27th, staff discovered that the nursery had been vandalized and immediately notified the police. When the police officers arrived at the scene, they found 4 scattered pieces of paper with the following written on them: "We did indeed murder Brown, you bastard. Let's go kill someone." Clearly, the officers considered these words to be a sick prank, while for the nursery, it was just the latest and most disturbing in a series of burglaries. No one took this matter seriously. A few days later, Mary and Norma showed up at the Brown family's doorstep. They told Brown's mother that they wanted to see Brown. Just as she gently said that they couldn't see her son because Brown was dead, Mary replied, "Oh, I know he's dead. I just want to see him in his coffin." Hearing these words from a 10-year-old girl, Brown's mother said nothing. She simply turned around and closed the door. Mary also shouted loudly at school, "I am the killer." Some people saw Mary and Norma playing at the place where Brown was killed, and then Mary would point to that spot and say, "I am the killer. That is where I killed him." In addition, Brown's murder cast a shadow over the Scotswood neighborhood, with people believing that abandoned buildings had taken the child's life. So, the community organized a march to condemn the government for not addressing these dangerous buildings sooner, and one of the children holding a march banner was Mary. On July 31st, Mary stopped a frantic girl and asked her, "Are you looking for your brother, Brian?" Brian was a 3-year-old boy who usually only played near his home. Strangely, that day, his sister couldn't find him anywhere. Mary and Norma offered to help the girl look for Brian. Then they took her to an abandoned building and Mary pointed inside, saying, "Maybe your brother is playing inside." But the girl didn't think Brian would stay there. As his older sister, she knew Brian was very timid and would never go to such a place, so she went to other places to continue looking for Brian. However, at 11 p.m., the police found Brian's body at that location, covered with weeds and gray clothing fibers, with a broken pair of scissors nearby. Following the forensic examination, a shocking piece of news was made public. First, Brian died at around 3 p.m. The cause of death was suffocation, as Brian's throat had several bruises and scratch marks from fingernails, and his lips showed obvious signs of cyanosis. In addition, the boy's legs were stabbed multiple times with scissors by the killer, and a letter was carved into his abdomen. However, the most unsettling aspect was that numerous clues indicated the killer who murdered Brian was a child. Later, a large number of police officers were deployed to Scotswood, including more than 100 investigators. By August 2nd, over 1,200 children aged between 3 and 15 in the area had been interviewed by the police. Mary and Norma were interviewed on August 1st. To the police, the 2 girls were highly suspicious. They had received information that someone had seen them playing with Brian on the afternoon of the crime. During the interview, Mary behaved very strangely. she was very quiet, while Norma was very excited, as if she had finally gotten people's attention. Under further questioning, Mary said that on the day of the case, she saw an 8-year-old boy playing with Brian, and the two seemed to have fought over a pair of broken scissors. Mary also accurately described the appearance of the scissors. However, the police never revealed what they found at the crime scene, but Mary knew that there was a pair of scissors at the scene. So why would Mary know there was a pair of scissors there? There are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that she witnessed Brian's murder. The second possibility is that she was the killer. Furthermore, the boy Mary identified was confirmed by the police to have been taken to Newcastle International Airport by his parents on the afternoon of the day of the case. Clearly, he did not have time to commit the crime. On August 4th, Norma's parents contacted the police, claiming that Norma wanted to reveal the facts she had been hiding. During the interview, Norma stated that before Brian was found, Mary had taken her to the crime scene, where she witnessed Brian's gruesome condition. Mary also demonstrated to her how Brian had been strangled, how scissors had been used to injure him, and how razor blades had been used to carve letters into his abdomen. In order to prove to the police that she was not lying, Norma took the officers to the crime scene and found the razor blade that Mary had hidden. In the early hours of August 5th, police found Mary. At first, Mary still tried to lie, but police officers immediately exposed her lies. After that, Mary became silent and said, "You are trying to brainwash me into taking the blame for the crime. I will find lawyers to help me out of this." Meanwhile, Norma made a full statement, admitting that she had seen Mary strangle Brian with her own eyes, and after Brian collapsed on the ground, Norma fled the scene out of fear. On August 7th, the day of Brian's funeral, police officers arrived at the funeral site. One of them paid particular attention to Mary's behavior. Just as Brian's coffin was being carried out, the little girl's actions shocked him because Mary stood beside the coffin, unable to hide her smile, and was so excited that she couldn't stop rubbing her hands together. Seeing this, the police officer was extremely uneasy. He swore to himself, "My God, I've got to bring her in. She will do another one." At 8 o'clock that evening, Mary and Norma were formally charged with the murder of Brian. In response to the charge, Mary said, "That's all right by me." Norma, in tears, said, I will pay you back for this." Later, Mary prepared a written statement in which she admitted that she was at the scene when Brian was killed, but the murder was Norma's doing. Both girls also underwent psychological evaluations. The assessment results showed that Norma was mentally slow and had a submissive character not good at hiding her emotions, while Mary was a clever, cunning person prone to emotional swings. Several psychiatrists concluded that Mary did not suffer from a mental disorder, but rather from a psychopathic personality disorder, also known as antisocial personality disorder. Additionally, after investigating, the police were able to reconstruct the events of the day of the case, which largely matched Norma's testimony. On the day of the case, Mary and Norma lured Brian to a secluded, abandoned building, and later, Mary pinned Brian to the ground and tightly gripped his neck with her hands. Brian tried to resist, but he was too weak to escape. Then, Mary wanted Norma to strangle Brian, but Norma was so frightened that she just cried and did nothing. Eventually, Brian gradually lost signs of life, and Norma took the opportunity to flee the scene. After that, Mary took out the scissors she had with her and stabbed Brian's legs several times, also used a razor to carve marks on Brian's stomach. On December 5, 1968, during the trial, the prosecutor told the court that Mary committed the murder solely for the pleasure and excitement of killing, and the British media also referred to Mary as innately evil. In the end, given Mary's age, she was sentenced to life imprisonment, but it was not for murder, but for manslaughter. Because the psychiatrist convinced the jury that Mary exhibited typical symptoms of mental illness and could not be held fully responsible for her actions. And Norma, considered an unwilling accomplice, was acquitted. The whole story, Betty, will inevitably become a topic of conversation, because she gave Mary a large dose of sleeping pills, so Mary gave Brown a large dose of painkillers, killing him. Because she tacitly allowed her clients to sexually harass Mary, so Mary stabbed Brian's legs multiple times with scissors and dismembered part of his genitals. Furthermore, during Mary's detention at the institution, Betty did not comfort Mary or say a single kind word to her. On the contrary, she complained that she had become the mother of a child murderer and was treated coldly by many people. The shameless Betty even collaborated with some newspapers to expose Mary's personal privacy to everyone. Later, Mary wrote a letter to Betty saying, "Please, Mom, put my tiny mind at ease. Tell judge and jury on your knees they will listen to your cry of please. The guilty one is you, not me. I am sorry it has to be this way. We'll both cry and you will go away. Tell them you are guilty, please. So then, Mom, I'll be free." In 1980, Mary was paroled from prison. The law in the United Kingdom provided her with an opportunity to start a new life, shielding her from public abuse and attention. In 1998, Mary's book caused an uproar in the UK. Many people believed that Mary was exploiting her crimes for profit. The British Prime Minister at the time also publicly condemned her. Later, Mary and her daughter applied to the court for lifelong anonymity. She moved with her family to a new place, and now almost no one knows her true identity. Sadly, such protection has not been extended to the families of victims. Even today, decades later, reporters will often disturb the lives of the victims' families. Let them recall the moments of losing their loved ones. The story of the Axeman of New Orleans is undoubtedly a chilling tale. He is one of the most notorious serial killers in the history of crime in the United States and even the world, and ranking just behind the infamous Jack the Ripper. His cruel, reckless, and unrestrained behavior is enough to shock anyone who talks about him. From May 23, 1918 to October 27, 1919, it seems like a short period of just over a year, but for the people of New Orleans, it was a long and agonizing 523 days. During that time, they eagerly waited for the police press conference to announce that the mysterious attacker had been arrested. However, as time passed, this city, which brings together different cultures and languages, remained shrouded in a suffocating fear, until the Axeman of New Orleans, like Billy the Axeman, mysteriously disappeared without a trace. On May 23, 1918, on a hot and humid night, Joseph and Catherine, an Italian couple, ended their busy day, closed the doors of their grocery store, and returned to their apartment. As midnight approached, the melodious sounds of jazz music filled the streets, and the couple drifted off to sleep peacefully. New Orleans, it is a multicultural city that blends elements from French, Spanish, African, and other cultures. Through the collision of African musical traditions and European musical styles, the jazz music was officially born on this land. In those days, the streets of New Orleans would always be filled with the sounds of jazz at midnight. After a chisel pierced the panel at the bottom of a wooden door, a mysterious attacker slowly crept into Joseph and Catherine's apartment. He listened quietly to the faint jazz music coming from outside the window, and watching Joseph and Catherine as they slept soundly. In his left hand, he held an axe and a razor in his right hand, that also known as a cutthroat razor. Just as the jazz music abruptly stopped, he raised the razor and stabbed the sleeping couple. After committing the crime, the attacker did not seem concerned about being arrested by the police. He did not rush to flee the scene of the crime, but stood in front of Joseph, slowly took off his blood-stained clothes, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then disappeared silently into the street. Hours later, Andrew, who lived in the apartment next to Joseph's, opened the door hurriedly. He was Joseph's brother and the owner of a barbershop. When he reached the apartment hallway, Andrew discovered that Joseph's door had been chiseled open, and the air was filled with a smell similar to rotten eggs. Therefore, Andrew called another brother, Jack, and they went into Joseph's room together to see if something had happened to the couple. After pushing open the bedroom wooden door, the scene inside completely shocked Andrew and Jack, as the bedside, walls, and floor were covered in bloodstains. Catherine was dead, and although Joseph was still breathing with great effort, blood was continuously spurting from his throat. A few minutes later, before the police arrived at the scene, Joseph died from his injuries. Soon after, the police finally arrived at the scene. They first conducted a brief examination of Catherine and Joseph's injuries, confirming that Joseph's throat had been slit by a sharp object. Catherine's head had been nearly severed from her shoulders, and both had sustained various other injuries. After investigation, the police found a set of blood-stained clothes and a razor with bloodstains near the crime scene. In addition, they also found a message written in chalk on the sidewalk near the apartment, which they suspected was left by the attacker. It wrote, "Mrs. Maggio will sit up tonight just like Mrs. Tony." Maggio was Joseph's surname, while Mrs. Tony was attacked by a gunman at her home 6 years ago. At that time, her husband died from the gunshot wound, and although she initially survived, she later died from her injuries. Since money and valuables were still there, it was clear that robbery was not the motive for the attack. In those days, police forensic techniques were relatively primitive. Just as the murder case was about to be shelved due to lack of evidence, Andrew's employee provided an important clue. He claimed that his boss Andrew was a prime suspect, as the blood-stained razor belonged to Andrew. And just 2 days before the incident, he had taken the razor under the pretext of wanting to remove an engraving. The appearance of the suspect caught the attention of the police, who immediately found Andrew and began an interrogation. Andrew was extremely calm. He said that when the murder took place, he did hear faint moans coming from next door, but because he had drunk a lot of alcohol, he thought the sounds were imaginary. Andrew also claimed that he saw an unidentified man loitering near the apartment. Since the police could not confirm the truth of what Andrew said, they had no choice but to release him. In the early hours of June 27th, John, a bread delivery driver, began his usual rounds of delivering goods to grocery stores. He was extremely busy, driving his car through different streets to deliver fresh bread to grocery stores in various areas for sale. When John drove up to the door of a store called Bezumer's Grocery, Louis, the owner, did not open the door. In John's mind, Louis was usually very punctual, so John walked to the shop door and knocked. However, instead of Louis shouting, "Wait a minute," he heard 2 people faintly calling for help. John didn't hesitate. He immediately sought help from the police. Not long after, several police officers and medical personnel arrived at the scene. They forced open the grocery store's door and found Louis and his mistress Harriet, who had been attacked. Louis suffered a fractured skull, while Harriet sustained injuries to the left side of her face and left ear. Both of their injuries were extremely severe. The weapon used by the attacker was Louis' axe, which was covered in blood and left behind in the bathroom. After investigating, the police concluded that robbery was the only plausible motive for the attack. Therefore, an African-American man named Louis as a prime suspect, because he had been an employee at the grocery store, and he chose to resign just 1 week before the attack occurred. Although there was no evidence sufficient to prove Louis's guilt, the police still arrested the man, claimed that Louis had no alibi and had provided contradictory accounts of his whereabouts, which was the reason for his arrest. Later, Louis was released because no money or valuables were missing from the crime scene, and the police were unable to gather sufficient evidence to prove Louis's guilt. After the attack, Harriet's left side of her face was completely paralyzed. As a woman who relied on her beauty for a living, her emotions became extremely chaotic. She first suspected Louis of engaging in espionage, which led to Louis being detained for 2 days. After the botched plastic surgery, she was on the verge of death and accused Louis as being the attacker who had harmed her, leading to Louis being convicted of murder. Although Louis was eventually acquitted by the court, he was wrongfully imprisoned for over a year. As the clock struck midnight on August 5th, 28-year-old Anna suddenly woke up. Actually, this wasn't the first time Anna had experienced this. As a woman 8 months pregnant, Anna often woke up in the middle of the night due to physical and psychological stress. But this time, something seemed off, because she saw a dark figure standing by her bedside. She then tried to shout loudly for her husband Ed to come and help her. However, the attacker seemed to know that Anna was alone in the house, so he did not run away. Instead, he repeatedly beat Anna's face and cut her scalp with a table lamp. Soon after, Ed returned home. In order to earn money to support his family, Ed chose to work overtime tonight, but when he returned home, he only saw his wife covered in blood. Fortunately, the woman's life was not in danger, and 2 days after the attack, she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. But for the police, this attack seemed familiar. Nothing was stolen from Anna's house, and the weapon used to harm Anna was a table lamp from her home. Like the previous 2 cases, the attacker had sneaked into the victim's home in the midnight, and no valuables or money were lost. The weapons were all items from the victims' homes. This was the first time the police had linked the 3 cases together. A few days later, another attack occurred in New Orleans. In the early hours of August 10th, while Pauline and Mary were sleeping, they heard some noisy commotion coming from the adjacent room. But the room next door was occupied only by their elderly uncle, Romano. Clearly, an elderly man would not invite people into his room and cause a disturbance without notifying his family. So, Pauline and Mary immediately ran out of the room. Then, they saw a dark-skinned, heavy-set man who wore a dark suit and slouched hat toward the door. The two girls did not attempt to stop the burly stranger. After he left, they entered Romano's room and were shocked by his injuries. He had 2 obvious cuts on his head, which were bleeding profusely. Later, when the ambulance arrived, Romano, who was seriously injured, was still able to walk to the vehicle on his own, but 2 days later, he died from severe head trauma. After the police investigation, Romano's room was found to be in disarray, but nothing was missing. The murder weapon was found in the backyard of the house. It was a bloody axe. With the occurrence of 4 attacks, the public was completely enveloped in fear. They referred to the mysterious attacker as the Axeman of New Orleans. At midnight, a large number of male residents, especially Italian immigrants, gave up sleeping, picked up weapons, and tried to protect their families. The police also received numerous reports claiming that they had seen the attackers lurking in the community, with some people even saying that they had found bloody axes in their backyards. Faced with the situation, the police also hoped to arrest the so-called Axeman of New Orleans. But there were many puzzling circumstances, such as why the attacker used the victims' belongings to harm them, why almost all of his victims were Italian and grocery store owners, and whether the 2 cases from 8 years ago were also related to him. On the evening of August 13, 1910, an Italian grocer named August and his wife were attacked in their home. The attacker used August's meat cleaver as a weapon. On September 20, 1910, another Italian grocer named Rosetto and his wife were brutally attacked in their home. Too many questions plagued the police, but perhaps in order to reduce public and police vigilance, the Axeman of New Orleans stopped his attacks, allowing people to enjoy 7 months of relative peace, until March 10, 1919, when a new attack occurred. Italian immigrant Charles and his wife Rosie, along with their infant daughter Mary, lived in the town of Gretna, across the Mississippi River from New Orleans. At midnight, the attacker used a chisel to break through the wooden panels of Charles's back door. The weapon used was still an axe. During the attack, Charles and Rosie suffered skull fractures. Their daughter, Mary, tragically died after sustaining a severe blow to the back of her neck from the axe. Upon hearing screams coming from Charles' house, a grocer named Giordano rushed to the scene and attempted to help the couple. However, after the incident, Rosie claimed that the attacker were Giordano and his 18-year-old son, Frank. But in reality, the elderly Giordano was already 69 years old and did not have the ability to attack anyone. Although his son, Frank, who was over 6 feet tall and strong, had the capability to carry out the attack, he weighed over 200 pounds, could not fit through the hole chiseled in the back door to enter Charles's house. Although Charles strongly denied his wife's claims and attempted to explain on behalf of the Giordano father and son, the police still arrested them. Ultimately, Frank was sentenced to death by hanging, and Giordano was sentenced to life imprisonment. Later, Charles chose to divorce Rosie because he could not bear the psychological pressure of framing others. A year after the incident, Rosie admitted that her jealousy of Giordano having a healthy son while her own daughter had died, as well as her resentment towards Giordano for not arriving in time to save her daughter, were the reasons why she chose to frame the father and son. 2 days after the Charles family attack, something happened that shocked the police, the media, and the public. Because the New Orleans newspaper received a strange letter which wrote, "They have never caught me and they never will. They have never seen me, for I am invisible, even as the ether that surrounds your earth. I am not a human being, but a spirit and a demon from the hottest hell. I am what you Orleanians and your foolish police call the Axeman." In the follow-up part of the letter, the Axeman said that at midnight next Tuesday, if someone did not play jazz at home, he would raise the axe to kill those people. Although the authenticity of this letter cannot be confirmed, on March 13, 1919, the people living in this city, especially the residents of the Italian immigrant community, did the right thing. They would rather believe that this letter was written by the Axeman of New Orleans than risk their lives to prove that it was fake. At midnight that day, the sound of jazz appeared in families and bars in the city and its suburbs. Although jazz today represents emotion and romance, improvisation and freedom, on that day, New Orleanians played jazz simply out of fear for their lives. Several months later, on August 10th, a grocery store owner named Steve was attacked while sleeping in his bedroom. During the attack, Steve suddenly woke up due to severe pain in his head. Upon waking, he saw a man standing next to him holding an axe. Due to the release of a large amount of adrenaline, Steve immediately began chasing the attacker. However, as he ran out of the house, the wound on his head reopened due to the intense movement, causing blood to flow freely. Fearing he was about to die, Steve ran to his neighbor's door and knocked, pleading for help. Then he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in the hospital. On the evening of September 3rd, Sarah, who lived alone, was attacked in her apartment. Because Sarah's neighbor heard some strange noises, she called on nearby residents to come and check on the young woman who lived alone. They first knocked on the door, but Sarah did not respond because at that moment she had already fallen into a coma. Her head had suffered severe injuries and several of her teeth had been knocked out. When the neighbors didn't get a response, they broke into Sarah's apartment. Luckily, she survived thanks to the quick rescue. After investigation, it was determined that the attacker entered Sarah's apartment through an unlocked window and used an axe as a weapon. On the evening of October 27th, Esther was awakened by a cacophony of noise. She then cautiously walked into the living room, only to find a man wielding an axe emerging from her husband's bedroom. Fearful, she did not make a sound. After the man left the house, Esther immediately found her husband Mike, an Italian grocer. At the time, the entire bedroom was splattered with blood, including a painting of the Virgin Mary, and Mike was lying in a pool of blood. Due to the severity of his head injuries, Mike died at the scene. This case was the last one committed by the Axeman of New Orleans. The story of the New Orleans Axeman was extremely terrifying, but there were several points of doubt. For example, the letter allegedly written by the Axeman of New Orleans. That letter permanently linked the Axeman to jazz, and 2 days after it was published, a composer named Joseph sold a jazz piece called The Mysterious Axeman's Jazz, Don't Scare Me Papa, to frighten people, claiming that the existence of the Axeman of New Orleans had inspired him to write it. But it was highly likely that Joseph wrote the letter, as he was the person who benefited the most from this incident. He wrote the letter, sent it to the newspapers, spreading panic, and finally sold his work to the anxious people. Anyways, like Billy the Axeman, no one can confirm the true identity of the Axeman of New Orleans, and the possibility of copycat crimes cannot be ruled out, as the police have not arrested the actual perpetrator. Who was the Axeman of New Orleans? Was he a single individual or a group of people? These questions may remain forever unanswered, but history always has its own peculiarities. Perhaps one day, just like the case of Jack the Ripper, with the rapid development of modern technology, people may uncover the true identity of this attacker. As the heat of the day gradually gave way to the coolness of the night, people stopped working, and the creaky wooden house finally began to settle down along with the people's inactivity. At midnight, the mother's arms encircled her 2-year-old son, while her 7-year-old daughter curled up behind her. The three of them drifted into sleep. However, no one heard the soft sound of the back door opening. An uninvited guest entered the quiet wooden house with an axe in his hand. By the faint moonlight, he found the oil lamp placed on the cabinet. He carefully removed the glass cover of the oil lamp, bent the wick downward, and lit it. Then he slowly walked toward the stairs. The stairs of the wooden house were very narrow. The scent of aged pine resin could be detected on each step. Not far away, the windows of another house had also been pried open. The whole night there were no screams, only the dull thuds of a blunt instrument striking the skull over and over again. When the sun rose again, the windows of both houses were blocked with clothes, and the 6 people living inside never woke up again. The uninvited guest had long fled, taking nothing with him, leaving only his actions in the annals of unresolved criminal history. From September 1911 to June 1912, a mysterious serial killer traversed the American Midwest, leaving a trail of family murders in his wake. The Axemen and Midwest Axemen were already chilling enough. However, those newspapers, in their quest for public attention, dubbed the mysterious attacker Billy the Axeman. In those days, it was common to encounter several workers, cowboys, or vagrants named Billy on almost every street. The most ordinary name was tied to the most extreme violence, like wrapping a rusty axe blade in an old newspaper. The terrifying story of Billy the Axeman began in the Springs. This town is located in Colorado, nestled at the eastern edge of the Rocky Mountains, at the foot of Pikes Peak, and only 60 miles from the famous city of Denver. Initially, the town was known as a sanctuary for tuberculosis patients undergoing respiratory therapy. Later, the Cripple Creek Gold Rush brought gold and railways into the area, transforming it into a railway hub and a supply base. September 20th, 1911, was an uneasy Wednesday for Springs. In the morning, two women knocked on the door of a wooden house near the railroad tracks in Springs. They were employees of a sanatorium. Arthur, a patient at the sanatorium, was worried that something had happened to his family. His wife, Alice, and their two daughters hadn't visited him for 2 or 3 days, so he asked two employees who were on vacation to go to his house and see what had happened. After using the key given to them by Arthur to open the door, the sight before them sent a chill down their spines. All the windows and mirrors inside the house were tightly covered with clothes, which looked particularly eerie. There was a thin layer of dust on the floor and furniture, indicating that the house hadn't been cleaned for several days. With uneasy hearts, they went upstairs, where they found the remains of Alice and her two daughters. When the police arrived at the scene, a crowd of neighbors had already gathered around the wooden house. Before the police could enter Arthur's house, several neighbors reported an unsettling situation. There was a house nearby that looked very similar to Arthur's house, with the windows also covered tightly with clothes. The owner of the house, 24-year-old Wayne, his wife, and their 18-month-old daughter had not been seen for several days. The police immediately went to Wayne's house to investigate, where they confirmed that Wayne's family had also been killed. The two cases were so clean that they seemed almost sinister, with the doors and windows intact and the money and valuables untouched. The 6 victims had no enemies, and they had only moved to this town less than a month ago. The attacker's sole motive for the crime appears to have been murder, and the methods used were extremely brutal, with the skulls of all 6 victims being crushed. And the murder weapon was identified as a wooden axe, which had been stored in the backyard of a neighbor's house. Initially, the police cast suspicion on Arthur, as he usually returned home on weekends, and the deaths of the 6 victims also roughly coincided with weekends, making him the sole suspect for a time. However, the sanatorium staff pointed out that Arthur suffered from severe tuberculosis, a disease that left him lacking the physical strength and endurance to carry out such a brutal attack. Moreover, Arthur had never left the sanatorium during the relevant period. 2 weeks passed, just as the 2 cases in Springs were gradually stagnating due to lack of clues. A shocking family murder occurred in Monmouth, 700 or 800 miles away from Springs. On the morning of Sunday, September 30th, the congregation of the local First Presbyterian Church found the church doors still closed. Usually, William, the janitor, would come to open the church early in the morning. So, several members of the congregation decided to go to his house together to check on the situation. When they arrived at William's house, they found that all the windows were covered, which made them feel very strange. Feeling uneasy, they gently knocked on the door, only to find that it was unlocked. So they pushed the door open and walked inside. The mirrors and telephone in the house were covered with clothes, and then they walked into the bedroom, where they found the remains of William, his wife, and daughter. After investigating the scene, the police confirmed that William's family had all been killed by blunt force trauma to the head, with injuries concentrated on the head. They immediately launched a search, and a bloodhound tracked the attacker's scent to a pond near the railroad tracks, where they found the murder weapon, a blood-stained gas pipe. A small flashlight, engraved with the name Colorado Springs, was also found near the railway tracks. However, even today, there are still some difficulties in communication between different law enforcement jurisdictions, not to mention in those days. The Monmouth police did not conduct an in-depth investigation into the place name, nor did they realize that 2 similar cases had also occurred in Springs. Since the William family was white and lived in a community of people of color in the area, the police focused their investigation on 2 individuals who had had conflicts with William. After investigation and trial, one of the men was ultimately sentenced to 19 years in prison. 2 weeks after the William family murders, a woman living in Ellsworth, Kansas, began to worry about her neighbors, the Showman family. She hadn't been able to contact her good friend Pauline for several days. So, on the afternoon of October 16th, she decided to go and check on the situation herself. She walked up to their front door and gently knocked on the unlocked door. Since there was no response from inside the house, she pushed open the door and went in. After entering the house, she noticed that the windows, mirrors, and telephone were all tightly covered with clothes. However, everything in the house was neatly arranged, as if nothing was amiss. But when she walked into the bedroom, the sight before her plunged her into extreme fear and shock. It was a terrifying scene she would never forget. Showman, Pauline, and their 3 children were all found dead in bed, their heads crushed beyond recognition by a blunt object, blood soaking through the entire mattress. Initially, newspapers in 3 different locations reported on these family murders. As the reports went deeper, the media noticed that these cases had a lot of surprising similarities. Whether it was mirrors, windows, or telephones, all reflective items were covered up, the victims' heads were covered with sheets, and they were all brutally killed with blunt objects. Based on these similarities, people began to link these cases together and speculated that they might be the work of a single roaming killer with an insatiable thirst for blood. They referred to the attacker as Billy the Axeman, but because the name was so common and ordinary, there were several people named Billy on almost every street, which caused deep fear and anxiety among the public. Gradually, large, aggressive guard dogs became popular and expensive, and gun sales skyrocketed. Many people would place a loaded handgun by their bedside before going to sleep. However, after 4 family murders, the story of Billy the Axeman seems to have come to a halt. Perhaps it was because, during this period, police did indeed apprehend the serial killer. For instance, following the Showman family murder case, the police arrested 2 suspects. One was Pauline's sister's ex-husband, who had previously threatened the family. The other was named John, who was staying at a local hotel after the murder and left behind a bundle of blood-stained clothes. During prolonged police interrogation, John claimed that the bundle of clothes was something he found near the railway tracks when he got off the train. Perhaps he was simply trying to ease the public's tense nerves so that he could seize the opportunity to strike again. During the lull in the attacks, new incidents quickly dominated the newspaper headlines. For example, in April 1912, the sinking of the Titanic. Over time, the fear caused by the unidentified serial killer gradually subsided. But soon after, in Paula, Kansas, a century-old lakeside town, another shocking family murder case happened. On June 5, 1912, some women began to worry about their neighbors, the Hudsons, who had moved to the small town only a few months earlier. They hadn't seen the couple for 2 days, and because the couple's marriage was in serious trouble, Anna had been unfaithful. They feared that an angry Hudson might kill Anna and flee town. So these women forced their way into the Hudson's house, only to find 2 figures lying on the bed, covered by sheets. Faced with this horrific scene, they did not have the courage to lift the bedsheet. It was not until the helpers they had called arrived at the scene that the deaths of the Hudsons were confirmed. In addition, on the same evening, the Longmire family, who lived only a few minutes away from the Hudsons, also suffered an attack. A man removed the screen from the back window, leaned it against the wall, and entered the house. This method of breaking in was identical to that used by Billy the Axeman. Fortunately, Mrs. Longmire, who was highly strung, was awakened by some strange noises and shouted loudly to alert the rest of the family. But this action startled the attacker, causing him to flee the house in a hurry. This was the closest people ever came to the truth. A week later, perhaps the final case in the series of family murders in the Midwest occurred. The location is in Villisca, Iowa, just over 100 miles from Paola. On June 9, 1912, the Moore family, Moore, Sarah, and their 4 children, Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul, had attended Children's Day service at the Presbyterian Church in town. At around 9 p.m., 2 other girls, Lena and Ina, who were Catherine's friends, also returned to Moore's home to spend the night. Around 10:30 p.m., the lights in the Moore household went out, and everyone inside fell asleep. Later, the police investigation almost uncovered what happened next. Since the Moore family's back door was unlocked, the attacker hid in a barn near the house ahead of time. At midnight, after confirming that everyone in the house was asleep, he picked up the axe from the backyard and quietly entered the house through the unlocked back door. He first went to the kitchen, lit an oil lamp, removed the protective cover, and bent the wick downward to make the light dim. He then went upstairs. The Moores slept in bedrooms on the second floor, with the 2 adults in one bedroom and the 4 children in another. The attacker first entered Moore and Sarah's bedroom and struck them with an axe, rendering them unconscious or killing them outright. Next, he rushed into the children's bedroom and did the same thing to the 4 children. After that, he went downstairs, found Lena and Ina, and knocked them unconscious with the axe as well. At this point, all the victims may have been dead, but the attackers did not stop. He returned to the bedroom on the second floor and methodically and brutally attacked Moore with an axe until the walls, floor, and even the ceiling of the room were splattered with blood, brain matter, and fragments of skull. After committing the brutal action, he covered the bodies of the 8 victims with bed sheets and rummaged for some coarse cloth and clothing to cover the mirrors, windows, and telephone. Finally, he left the house, carefully locking the back door. The next morning, an elderly woman noticed that there was no movement in the Moore family's house. Moore's 4 children were always noisy and rowdy. Every morning, she could see them running back and forth at the door. However, on this particular morning, the entire house was unusually quiet and lifeless. So the old woman quickly notified Moore's brother, Ross, who was a pharmacist. She hoped Ross could come over to see what had happened. Around 8 o'clock, he hurried to the Moore family's house. He first knocked lightly on the door, then shouted Moore's name loudly, but there was no response from inside the house. Realizing something was wrong, Ross took out his keys and opened the door. He cautiously entered the house to check on the situation. However, not long after, Ross stumbled out of the house. He said, "Something terrible has happened here. It's too terrible." Even if the perpetrator left traces at the crime scene, in those days there was very little awareness of the importance of preserving crime scenes. After the Moore family murder case, over 100 people entered the Moore home, destroying almost all potential evidence. One merchant even took a piece of Moore's skull and displayed it in his shop. The 6 family murders took place in 5 locations: Springs, Monmouth, Ellsworth, Paula, and Valeska. These locations are all connected by railway lines, and almost all of the victims' houses are located near the tracks. Therefore, Billy the Axeman usually traveled between different locations by train and chose his victims at random. From the perspective of criminal psychology, the motives of serial killers usually involve sex or money. However, in the cases committed by Billy the Axeman, there were no signs of sexual assault or evidence of robbery. So, regarding his motive for the crimes, only 2 possibilities remain. The first is a pure urge to kill. The second is some kind of compulsive or fantasy-driven need. This speculation is based on the fact that after each crime, he would cover the mirrors, windows, and telephones inside the house and drape the victims' faces with cloth. 6 months after the Moore family murders, a man named Henry traveled to his grandmother's home in Columbia, Missouri. There, he found the remains of his mother and grandmother, both of whom had been killed by blows to the head with an axe while in bed. At that time, people once suspected that Billy the Axeman had launched the attack again. However, after an investigation by the police, Henry was ultimately confirmed to be the murderer. It turned out that Henry had arrived at his grandmother's house a day early, brutally murdered the 2 of them, and then checked into a local hotel under an alias. The next day, he pretended to be unaware of the situation and reported the incident to the police. Henry's motive for the crime was financial hardship. He attempted to kill his mother and grandmother in order to collect insurance money. Months ago, he happened to read a detailed report about the Moore family murder case. So he tried to frame the case as the work of Billy the Axeman in order to mislead the public and the police. Afterwards, a detective suggested that Henry was Billy the Axeman. However, this speculation does not seem to hold water, as Henry's motive for murder is completely inconsistent with Billy the Axeman's modus operandi. If Henry really was the serial killer, then he would have taken the victims' valuables when he killed them. However, in the Moore family murder case, their jewelry was not taken. Although Henry was cruel, his goal was always to steal money, not to kill for no reason. In addition, in Valeska, another suspect has been charged with being Billy the Axeman. His name was Kelly. He was a missionary who had served as a pastor at many Methodist churches in North Dakota, Minnesota, Kansas, and Iowa. On the day of the incident, he attended Children's Day service with the Moore family. 5 o'clock the next morning after the incident, he left Valeska alone by train. The reason he was linked to the murder case was that shortly afterwards an elderly couple claimed that they had heard Kelly mention the Moore family murder case on the train. However, at that time, the murder case had not yet been discovered, making this detail extremely suspicious. After being arrested by the police, Kelly initially confessed to the crime. In his statement, he said, "I killed the child upstairs first, then killed the child downstairs. I knew God wanted me to do this. The idea of complete slaughter came to my mind, so I picked up the axe and went into the house to kill them." However, when the trial began, he suddenly withdrew his previous confession and pointed out that he had confessed to the crime because he had been violently beaten by the police during the interrogation. In addition, it was discovered that the elderly couple's statements were incorrect, as they could not even identify the person they had spoken to at the time. A few years ago, an article not only unveiled a new suspect but also put forward a surprising theory. It suggested that Billy the Axeman's first crime might have taken place as early as 1898. The suspect was named Paul, a farm worker born in Germany. He was considered the prime suspect in the Newton family murder that occurred near West Brookfield in 1898. Through an in-depth analysis of the case details, the author believed that Paul's crime pattern was extremely similar to that of Billy the Axeman. Specifically, Billy the Axeman's crimes usually occurred on weekends. The victims were mostly killed in the middle of the night. The weapon used was an axe, and the crime scenes were often near railway lines. These characteristics highly matched the Newton family murder case. However, despite these surprising similarities, these pieces of evidence alone were still not sufficient to conclusively identify Paul as Billy the Axeman. More than a century has passed in the blink of an eye. The Moore's house still stands there. Today, it has become a tourist attraction where visitors can walk inside and even choose to spend the night. However, the true story seems to have been buried forever in the dust of history, beyond reach. Who was Billy the Axeman? Was he sentenced to life imprisonment for a particular case and spent the rest of his life in prison? Or did he quietly return to a normal life, get married, have children, and as time etched wrinkles on his face and turned his hair white, would he occasionally tell others about the secrets hidden in his heart? These questions may remain forever unanswered, but history always has its own peculiarities. Perhaps in one day, just like the case of Jack the Ripper, with the rapid development of modern technology, people may one day uncover the true identity of this attacker. But until then, his story will remain an unsettling enigma, quietly waiting to be solved. I killed a person. After I got home, I played with the kids and toys while watching the murder news on TV. Richard said these words expressionlessly, as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. Richard was a real monster. He was a cruel sadist, a serial killer who claims to have murdered more than 200 victims. But before his crimes were exposed, everyone thought he was a good husband and a loving father. Do you liken yourself to an assassin? An interviewer once asked Richard this question. Assassin? It sounds so exotic, Richard replied with a hint of amusement and a small smile. His face then turned serious, and he said, I was just a murderer. By now, you know what I liked most was the hunt, the challenge of what the thing was. The killing for me was secondary. I got no rise as such out of it, for the most part, but the figuring it out, the challenging, the stalking and doing it right successfully, that excited me a lot. The greater the odds against me, the more juice I got out of it. In 1930, Jersey City, New Jersey, a Polish man and an Irish woman formed a family. They had 4 children in total, and Richard was the second child. This serial killer's childhood was filled with pain and fear. His father was an alcoholic and abusive man with extremely unstable emotions, who frequently beat family members. His mother was a typical two-faced person. When faced with her husband, she was too timid to resist. When faced with Richard, this woman became extremely strict and often beat Richard with a broom. But for Richard, his father was a shadow he would never forget for the rest of his life. One day in 1941, Richard, almost 6 years old, witnessed his father, as if he had lost his mind, beating Richard's older brother, incessantly until the brother stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground. The young boy did not know what death this word meant. He only knew his brother had never returned. And his parents kept repeating to him his older brother had fallen down the stairs, which was an accident that no one had expected. Living in this family, Richard was deeply influenced by his parents. He accepted the violence he suffered and returned it to the whole world. At the age of 10, Richard tortured and dismembered nearby cats and stray dogs, fantasizing about killing his father. In addition to his parents, Richard was also the target of bullying by problem teenagers due to his short stature. In 1948, after suffering a new round of bullying, Richard, in a fit of rage, grabbed a wooden stake from the roadside and began smashing it repeatedly against the boy who had bullied him, named Chase. Minutes later, Richard came to his senses, but Chase was already lying in a pool of blood. To prevent the police from identifying the body, Richard, only 13 years old, calmly pulled out Chase's teeth, chopped off his fingers with an axe, and then threw his body off a bridge. The murder plunged Richard into darkness. He chose to drop out of school and began to sustain himself through theft. Soon after, Richard established connections with the Gambino crime family. That's because Richard owed money to a member of this family named Roy. Since Richard did not repay the money on time, Roy sent people to beat him up. And then, Richard's physique and his tolerance for pain left a deep impression on Roy. At this point, Richard was no longer a frail young boy, but a fierce and burly man. He stood at 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed nearly 300 pounds. Later, Richard paid off his money, and Roy considered Richard his partner in crime, putting him to work selling illegal pornographic materials, robbing and beating up those who had not repaid their money. Over time, Richard's ferocity, physique, and speed in handling difficult situations caught Roy's attention. Roy wanted Richard to help the crime family do more, but Richard didn't kill anyone. He could turn into a police informant in any time. So Roy took Richard to a street, randomly selected a passerby walking his dog, ordered Richard to take him out. Without questioning the order, Richard took the gun, walked up behind the passerby, shot him in the back of the head. After that, Richard not only became Roy's favorite executioner, but also a professional contract killer, working for crime families in New York City and New Jersey. Jersey City is located in the northeastern part of New Jersey, just a few minutes' drive from Manhattan, the heart of New York City. Since 1954, Richard began regularly traveling from Jersey City to New York City, constantly prowling the west side of Manhattan in search of victims. Richard usually works for criminal families, but he has one rule: he can kill men without hesitation, but he will not kill women or children. Later, Richard recalled, once, when he was about to kill a man, the man gave up resisting and knelt down to pray to God. Because Richard's mother was Catholic, so he told the man, "You have 30 minutes to pray to God and see if he will come and save your life." But God never showed up and he never changed the circumstances, and that was that. It wasn't too nice. That's one thing. I shouldn't have done that one. I shouldn't have done it that way. It was one of the only times Richard ever expressed remorse for his actions. Richard's modus operandi was extremely varied. Shootings, stabbings, strangulations, poisonings, beatings, or various other weapons. It was said that his favorite was a nasal spray bottle filled with cyanide. Moreover, Richard would always ensure to remove the victim's fingers and teeth to prevent the police from identifying them. In 1961, an 18-year-old girl named Barbara graduated from high school and took a job as a secretary at a trucking company in New Jersey. At this time, 26-year-old Richard was already divorced. After meeting the charming Barbara, he began to pursue her relentlessly. On their first date, Richard brought Barbara flowers and gifts and invited her on a second date. Soon, the girl could see Richard waiting for her at the company entrance every evening after work and holding flowers in his hands. In September 1961, Richard and Barbara got married, but Barbara did not know. Richard had allegedly committed about 65 murders during this period. In 1970, they had already had 2 daughters and a son. In the eyes of neighbors, Richard was a rich businessman. Not only did he purchase a beautiful house with a swimming pool, but also sent all his children to expensive private schools. In everyone's eyes, Richard was more of a loving husband and caring father. He didn't drink excessively, didn't use drugs, didn't have relationships with other women, enjoyed spending quality time with his family, wrote poems for his daughter, and always took his family to Disneyland for fun. But these things only exist on the surface. Richard had hardly ever done any legitimate work. He simply earned enough money through crime to provide his family with a comfortable life. And in Barbara and the children's eyes, he was a typical two-faced person with two personalities. During the interview, Barbara said, "Everyone who had met Richard thought she was the luckiest person in the world, with weekly bouquets of flowers, new jewelry, and a $12,000 raccoon coat. But the truth was not so good." Although Richard always behaves well, he occasionally exhibits unpredictable angry outbursts. Before they were married, once, Barbara and Richard were sitting in the car. She told Richard she wanted to see other people. Hearing this, Richard flew into a rage. He stabbed her in the back with a hunting knife and told her she belonged only to him, threatened to kill her entire family, and then strangled her until she lost consciousness. In reality, Barbara married Richard not only because of his threats, and also because she believed she could change him. However, reality told her that Richard would not change. During their marriage, Richard broke her nose 3 times, and on one occasion, he even tried to run her over with his car. Richard also emotionally abused the children. For example, when his daughter came home late, Richard killed her dog in front of her. Although Richard never physically abused the children, it was not because he did not want to, but because Barbara threatened Richard that if he physically abused the children, she would kill him. For decades, Richard maintained the facade of a family man by completely compartmentalizing his life. He never disclosed any information about his personal life, family, or address to the criminals he worked with, nor did he engage in any social activities outside of work. However, as he grew older, Richard made a fatal mistake. He ran a burglary group, which was the key to his eventual arrest. In 1984, an informant told the police that one of the burglary group who frequently committed burglaries in northern New Jersey was named Richard. After investigation, the police discovered that Richard not only led a burglary group, but was also linked to 5 unsolved murder cases: George, Paul, Smith, Daniel, and Maskey, and 2 of whom were Richard's accomplices. Although Richard claimed to have committed over 200 murders in his lifetime, he was only convicted of these 5 murders. The first victim, 42-year-old George. On January 30th, 1980, Richard lured George into a transaction under the pretext of selling pornographic tapes. During the transaction, Richard murdered George. On February 5th, Richard found a 55-gallon steel drum. He severed the tendons in George's legs and forced George's body into the drum. To avoid suspicion, he discarded it near a chemical plant. The second victim, 51-year-old Paul. On April 29, 1982, Paul, a pharmacist, entered a store in Paterson, New Jersey. On the surface, it was an ordinary storefront, but hidden behind it was a room filled with various stolen goods for sale. Paul's goal was to purchase a stolen drug used to treat peptic ulcers, which he planned to resell through his own pharmacy to make a huge profit. Since Richard led a burglary group, Paul and Richard made an agreement. Paul was last seen on his way to meet Richard, carrying $25,000 in cash. Later, Richard confessed to killing Paul. He claimed that he lured Paul into a rented garage and attempted to shoot him with a gun, but because the gun jammed, he beat Paul to death with a crowbar. He then stuffed Paul's body into a 55-gallon steel drum and dumped it near a motel. The third victim, 37-year-old Smith, was one of Richard's accomplices. Due to frequent burglaries, Richard's group attracted the attention of the police. In December 1982, one of the group members, House, was arrested by the police. Police also issued 2 arrest warrants for the other 2 members, Smith and Daniel. In order to hide their tracks, Richard took Smith and Daniel to a motel, but Smith disobeyed Richard's orders and left the motel without permission to visit his daughter. This thing caused Richard to worry that Smith would become a police informant. After discussing it, Richard and several other members decided to kill Smith. Richard liked to kill people with poison. He mixed cyanide into a hamburger and fed it to Smith. However, worried that Smith would struggle when he realized he was about to die, so Daniel took a rope and strangled Smith to death. The fourth victim, Daniel, was one of Richard's accomplices. After killed Smith, Richard arranged for Daniel to move into an apartment in Bergenfield that belonged to his daughter's then-fiancé, Patterson. Between February and May 1983, Daniel was murdered by Richard, and the cause of his death remains unknown. Richard even asked Patterson to help him dispose of the body. He made up a story for Patterson, saying that someone had broken into the apartment over the weekend and killed Daniel. He added that to avoid trouble with the police, they should dispose of the body and forget about the whole thing. The fifth victim, 50-year-old Masquet. On September 25, 1983, Masquet's body was found in a town park in New York State, with a distinct bullet hole in the back of his head. The police investigation revealed that on July 1, 1981, Masquet had planned to meet Richard for a deal to purchase a large quantity of blank videotapes. That day, he drove a truck carrying $95,000 in cash to meet Richard. However, Masquet never appeared again after that day. During the autopsy, the coroner discovered that Masquet's body contained ice crystals. Moreover, Masquet's wife and son claimed that Masquet was still wearing the same clothes he had on when he disappeared. These details confirm that Richard had killed Masquet and frozen his body for over 2 years. As a result, Richard earned the notorious nickname, the Iceman. In order to arrest Richard and find evidence to convict him, the police formed a joint task force with other departments. In 1985, the police arrested Richard's old friend Phil, a member of a crime family. In order to avoid arrest, Phil chose to cooperate with the police and did his best to help Dominic, an undercover police officer, establish a close relationship with Richard. Later, Dominic disguised himself as a criminal and, through Phil's connections, purchased a handgun and silencer from Richard. During the transaction, Dominic also made a request. He wanted to hire Richard to murder a wealthy Jewish cocaine dealer. Richard asked Dominic if he could provide some pure cyanide, as he preferred poison because it wouldn't make the situation worse. Richard boasted that he had killed someone by smearing cyanide on a hamburger and planned to kill a few rats, which were Richard's other 2 accomplices. On December 17, 1986, Richard found Dominic and obtained the cyanide used for the murder, but Richard still had doubts about this client. So, after obtaining the cyanide, Richard first smeared it on a hamburger and lured a stray dog to eat it. When he found that the cyanide did not kill the stray dog, Richard chose to go home and decided not to carry out the murder plan. However, the police discovered that the plan had been exposed. They set up roadblocks and successfully arrested Richard. During the arrest, Barbara repeatedly interfered with the police's arrest operation. So, because there was a gun in Richard's car, the police charged Barbara with gun possession as punishment. Later, prosecutors charged Richard with 5 counts of murder, 6 counts of weapons violations, attempted murder, robbery, and attempted robbery. At the press conference, the New Jersey Attorney General described Richard's motive for murder as profit, pointing out that Richard had conducted business transactions with others, and ultimately, they disappeared. The money ended up in Richard's hands. During the trial, Richard's 2 accomplices, House and Deppner, whom he had intended to kill, as well as Dominic, provided evidence that was unfavorable to Richard. In March 1988, the jury found Richard guilty of murdering Smith and Daniel, but since his actions were not deemed to have directly caused the victims' deaths, Richard was sentenced to a minimum of 60 years in prison. After the trial, Richard confessed to killing Masquet and George, and was sentenced to 2 additional life sentences. Moreover, Richard also confessed to killing Paul, but the police decided not to prosecute because their case was weak, and an additional life sentence would not have any impact on Richard's sentence. In October 2005, after spending nearly 8 years in prison, Richard was diagnosed with Kawasaki disease. This rare condition primarily affects the blood vessels and can lead to serious heart problems. Then, Richard was transferred to a secure ward at St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton to receive treatment. Richard had explicitly requested that doctors perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation in the event of cardiac arrest. However, his ex-wife Barbara signed a do not resuscitate order. The week before Richard died, the hospital contacted Barbara to ask if she would revoke the directive, but she refused. On March 5, 2006, Richard died of cardiac arrest. In 2008, Barbara said in a media interview that Richard's obsession with her was almost insane, and even his last words before he died were an expression of his love for her. Barbara said that he kept telling me he loved me, and I just replied, me too, but in fact I never loved him and never told him I loved him. When asked what she thought after Richard passed away, she said, "I regret not telling him what a bastard he was, how much I hated him, and I wish the last words he heard were, "How deeply I hated him." On February 14th, 2009, Thomas passed away due to natural causes at the age of 65. It does not sound strange. Birth, aging, illness, and death, no one can be exempt from them. However, this person's identity made this incident particularly different. He was a convicted murderer who had spent 22 years on death row at San Quentin State Prison. Over the years, it has completely changed a man named Joseph. Joseph was the father of a 12-year-old girl who was brutally murdered by Thomas in 1981. The pain of losing his daughter almost shattered Joseph, but he did not choose to give up. Instead, he saw his daughter as a reason to live. He wanted to see the murderer punished as he deserved. 2 years later, Joseph witnessed Thomas, the murderer of his daughter, being sentenced to death. For Joseph, it was a moment of justice and relief from suffering, a day he would remember forever. However, various problems within the judicial system once again provoked Joseph's anger. First, there was a malfunction in the prison's execution chamber. In 3 years, the prison did not execute any prisoners sentenced to death, including Thomas. After the carpenters finished repairing the execution chamber, the court began to debate whether the lethal injection procedure was constitutional. Later, Thomas continued to file appeals, while Joseph could only sit helplessly in the gallery, watching Thomas exploit loopholes in the legal process to continue delaying the execution of his death sentence. Joseph said angrily, "I attended all the trials, but that guy is still safe and sound in the death row cell, enjoying 3 meals a day, TV and DVD." In 2008, Joseph was interviewed. At that time, it had been exactly 27 years since his daughter was murdered. When faced with questions from the media, especially those concerning Thomas, Joseph did not show any signs of anger, because his emotions had long shifted from the initial anger to deep disappointment and frustration. During the interview, Joseph held his daughter's photo and choked out, "If my daughter were still alive, she would be 40 this year. She could have experienced birthdays, graduations, college, dating, marriage, having children, but I will never see any of that. I will never experience the joy of having grandchildren because she has become an album, forever frozen at the age of 12. Upon learning of Thomas's death, Joseph, who was already 65 years old, said, "Thank God, he will be burned in hell with Satan for a lifetime. I hope he died miserably. I hope he didn't die in his sleep. I really wish that were the case." In 1944, Thomas was born in Bethesda, Maryland. He was abandoned by his parents at a young age and lived in a local foster care institution. Although the environment there was barely sufficient to sustain his survival, Thomas always felt a sense of loneliness from being abandoned, as well as the trauma of abuse and neglect. 5 years later, a government official from Washington, D.C., visited Thomas's foster care agency with his pregnant wife. Since they had no financial burdens and wanted to expand their family, they considered adopting a child. During the evaluation process, the couple was deeply impressed by Thomas, as he not only performed exceptionally well and was intelligent, but also far exceeded his peers in physical stature. Despite the couple's affluent background, they never treated him differently or ignored his feelings, ensuring he had a happy childhood. However, in the late 1950s, the family faced a major setback when the foster father, who was the family's main breadwinner, passed away for unknown reasons. Faced with the loss of her partner and significant financial pressure, Thomas's foster mother had no choice but to move with the 2 boys to Manning Avenue in Bethesda. After returning there, Thomas's mental state changed. It was not because of his difficult family circumstances, as Thomas had lived in foster care since childhood, but because he had lost an important source of emotional support. As a boy abandoned by his parents, the death of his foster father made Thomas feel extremely insecure and abandoned once again. And these factors led to the gradual collapse of his psychological defenses. Later, Thomas, who had entered puberty, experienced extreme emotional instability due to physical changes and psychological stress. So he began randomly attacking local children with a black bullwhip and intimidating them. Although the children reported Thomas' behavior to their parents, the kind-hearted neighbors sympathized with Thomas' foster mother, who had to care for 2 children alone, so they did not intervene to stop Thomas. However, it was precisely because of this indulgence that Thomas's inner boldness grew. He began using shotguns and bows, highly lethal weapons, and his actions no longer confined themselves to intimidation, but escalated into outright attacks. In 1962, one evening, a girl's backyard was transformed into a temporary Girl Scout campsite. The girls were playing around the tents. A teenager named Barbara stood by one side of the tent, sharing her toys with her friends. However, Thomas approached them silently, holding a knife in his hand. He grabbed Barbara from behind and covered her mouth with his palm, preventing her from making a sound. He first cut off her ponytail and then slit open the tent and fled. But a girl recognized Thomas' identity. Shortly thereafter, based on Barbara's mother's report, the police immediately located Thomas and arrested him. Later, Thomas was sent to Springfield State Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation to determine whether he was competent to stand trial. However, puzzlingly, the charges against Thomas were dropped for unknown reasons. 2 years later, on January 22, 1963, Thomas conspired with two friends to rob a bowling alley manager named Richard. During the robbery, one of the friends wanted to strike Richard on the head with a bowling ball, causing him to fall into a coma. Although the bowling ball ultimately only struck his shoulder, Richard collapsed in pain on the ground. The three then fled the scene with a bag they mistakenly believed contained receipts, but the bag only contained a pair of bowling shoes. Initially, the robbery case remained at a standstill for a long time, until September of the same year, when one of Thomas' friends was arrested by the police for an unrelated crime, which led to the discovery of Thomas and another friend's robbery, and then they were sent to a reformatory. In 1968, Thomas was transferred to Midway House in Baltimore, where Thomas met a man named Martin, who was the key to the police's arrest of Thomas later. Once, Martin claimed that Thomas was a kind and gentle man, nicknamed Teddy Bear, and was intelligent, but he had a strong sexual anger problem toward women. January 16, 1970, was an ordinary day for 14-year-old Sherry. She dressed as usual and set off for the apartment near the Montgomery Shopping Center. Her friend was babysitting there, and she wanted to visit and help her. Although spending time with friends is always wonderful, this time, the two girls got into an argument over something as trivial as who should use the phone. And in the end, Sherry left for home alone, feeling unhappy. The Cabin John Creek Regional Park, usually a playground for children, but became the final destination of Sherry's life on that day. As Sherry walked alone in the empty park, Thomas appeared behind her without warning. His eyes showed no mercy, only cold malice. Before Sherry could scream for help, he forcibly took her away. What happened next was extremely brutal. Thomas was like a demon. He stabbed Sherry in the head with an ice pick, a total of 7 times. Even with her head covered in blood, but he did not stop. He first slit her throat and then fired a handgun at her, and in the end, he left her body on the highway. Later that day, a passing motorist found Sherry's body on the highway with the ice pick still lodged in her head. Due to the extremely poor weather conditions on the day of the incident, heavy fog and rain posed significant challenges to the investigation. In order to get clues, the police made a plan. They put Sherry's clothes on the mannequin and put it on a local TV show. On TV, the mannequin dressed in Sherry's clothes stood there quietly, waiting for someone to recognize her and provide even the slightest information about the killer. The public was also engulfed in endless speculation. Some believed that Sherry might have chosen to hitchhike due to the fog and heavy rain, and the owner of that hitchhiked vehicle was the killer. 12 days later, a shocking tragedy shattered the tranquility of Bethesda. The body of Catherine, a 33-year-old schoolteacher, was discovered lying on her side in the back seat of a neighbor's car. Her throat had been brutally slit, and her chest and legs were covered with 124 wounds. Her apartment was also drenched in blood, and a blood-stained knife was abandoned in one of the rooms. Just 1 day earlier, Catherine had been reported missing. She was supposed to have gone to her new workplace at Tacoma Park Middle School in the District of Columbia, but she never arrived there. According to the coroner's later revelation, Catherine likely met her untimely end while returning home after purchasing groceries. The killer attacked her from behind, striking her on the back of the head and rendering her unconscious. She was then dragged into her apartment kitchen, where the killer brutally slit her throat with a kitchen knife. The killer then stabbed her 6 times in the abdomen and 3 times in the chest, causing her to bleed to death. However, the killer's cruelty did not end there. He dragged her body into the bedroom and continued to brutally hack at it for at least half an hour. On February 2nd, 1970, in the early morning of Alexandria, Donna, an 18-year-old girl who was an employee of the FBI, lost her life forever on this day. That morning, Donna's body was found in her apartment. She was completely naked, covered in stab wounds, and blood stained the floor around her. Most shocking of all, a 3-inch sewing scissors was stuck in her wound. The entire room was in disarray, as if a fierce struggle had taken place. The news spread quickly, and people were discussing it on the streets, comparing it to similar cases that had recently occurred in Maryland, where the victims had also suffered brutal violence. On a chilly morning in November of the same year, a shocking news story sent shockwaves through the community. An unnamed suspect had been detained by police on suspicion of murdering Sherry and Catherine. Police claimed that fingerprints found at the scene linked the suspect closely to the crime scene. Although the suspect's name was not disclosed, according to sources familiar with the matter, the suspect was Thomas, and during a search of his home in Bethesda, police discovered various knives and firearms. Although Thomas was not formally charged with murder due to insufficient evidence, he was imprisoned until 1977, when the state passed a new regulation prohibiting the detention of prisoners with mental illnesses beyond their designated sentences, regardless of whether they were considered a potential threat. Under this, Thomas and 39 other men were released on July 1st. This decision caused extreme unease among prison staff, who were well aware of Thomas's dangerous nature. Thomas had repeatedly confided in them that he had a violent alter ego, which he referred to as a beast. He claimed that whenever he saw a woman, especially a brunette, this beast would be awakened, plunging him into an uncontrollable state of rage. After his release, he formed a relationship with a girl named Lisa. They moved to the sunny Huntington Beach in California. At first, Thomas tried to adapt to his new life, but his paranoid delusions once again took hold of him, causing him to feel constantly on edge at work. And an accidental workplace injury left Thomas with permanent scars on his hands, rendering him unable to work. The pressures of life quickly tore the family apart. His wife, Lisa, left him secretly without saying a word. Thomas, who had lost his wife and his job, gradually lost himself. He began to contact Martin frequently, pouring out his inner pain and confusion. During that period, Thomas took his dog, drove a camper van, moved into the forest. Later, according to Martin's recollection, Thomas stayed in the forest because he wanted to prevent his violent personality from reappearing. Later, due to Thomas' passion for the land, he unexpectedly obtained a job as a forest shooting range official at a gun club. Soon, a club employee named Richard discovered Thomas's unusual behavior. He often saw Thomas secretly taking photos of young girls and women, monitoring people who came camping, but Richard did not reveal this to anyone, and these actions were not illegal. On September 19, 1981, in the Cleveland National Forest, 12-year-old Vanessa and Kelly were walking together along a winding dirt road. Then, an old truck slowly pulled up and stopped less than 10 feet away from them. The person in the driver's seat leaned out and shouted for them to come over. But as they approached, the man pulled out a gun, aimed it at their heads, pulled the trigger, and struck them in the head. Fortunately, a passerby witnessed the entire incident. Although he was shaken, he quickly recovered, noted the car's license plate number, and immediately called the police and emergency services. Based on the witness's description and the license plate number, the police quickly identified the suspect, Thomas, who had suffered severe injuries to his hands. Meanwhile, the two girls were rushed to the hospital. Vanessa was taken to Mission Community Hospital in Mission Viejo, but her injuries were too severe, and despite the doctor's best efforts, she sadly passed away that afternoon. Kelly underwent cranial surgery at another hospital and was the only one to survive. Also, Vanessa and Kelly's classmates and friends were devastated. They decided to do what they could to help with the case, so they took action and raised a reward for anyone who could help catch the killer. In just a few days, they raised $300. Police across the country were also closely monitoring the case and doing everything they could to help find Thomas. In order to avoid the police, Thomas boarded a bus bound for College Park, Maryland. After several hours of bumpy travel, he dragged his weary body to a day's inn. He knew that he could not hide forever, so he picked up the phone and dialed two numbers, one for his former inmate and the other for Martin. He told them, "I'm at the Days Inn in College Park, Maryland, and I don't know what to do next." Just after Thomas revealed his whereabouts, a heavily armed state police surrounded his place in less than an hour. After being brought to the interrogation room, Thomas said, "I've been suffering from frequent headaches lately, and I also experience periodic fainting spells. I really can't remember what happened." He tried to use such excuses to exonerate himself, but Martin saw through his intentions. He was well aware of Thomas's intelligence and knew that he had long mastered those psychiatric terms. During his time in prison, Thomas had frequently used these terms to manipulate others, making them believe he was mentally unstable. Therefore, Martin said, "Thomas, I know what you're doing. You're skilled at using these terms to confuse others, but this time, you won't fool anyone." After Thomas confessed to the crime, his lawyers fought vigorously on his behalf, attempting to prevent Thomas from being extradited to California for trial, while also rejecting media requests for Thomas to be interviewed. However, these efforts ultimately proved unsuccessful. Thomas was still extradited to California and stood trial there. After the trial, Thomas was found guilty of murder and attempted murder. However, since the jury members could not reach a consensus on sentencing, the court decided to have a new jury conduct a second sentencing trial. In the second trial, Thomas made a shocking decision. He dismissed his public defender and refused to defend himself, which directly led to his death sentence. But, at the last moment before the verdict was handed down, Thomas suddenly requested to hire a new public defender. A defender named Michael was selected, and he persuaded the court to arrange a third sentencing trial. During the third trial, the prosecutor presented additional evidence in court regarding Thomas's disturbing behavior, revealing a chilling truth. During his marriage to Lisa, Thomas had engaged in a perverted sexual game. He would pretend to tie Lisa up, then slit her throat, watching her bleed, while Lisa desperately begged for mercy. These horrifying acts left everyone present feeling chilled to the bone, and Thomas was once again sentenced to death. In the end, the pickup truck that Thomas had driven was abandoned in a vehicle graveyard. There, among many other cars once used by serial killers, the most famous were those belonging to Randy and William. These vehicles lay there silently, each telling a chilling story of their owners, and Thomas's pickup truck had also become part of those cars. At first, the cases of Sherry and Catherine had reached a complete dead end, until 1985, when the police decided to reopen the investigation into Sherry's murder. They identified Thomas as a major suspect and sought any evidence that could link him to the case. As early as 1970, when the police conducted an initial search of Thomas's residence, they found a green military jacket with a small bloodstain on it. However, due to the lack of advanced testing technology at the time, the jacket did not attract much attention. So, the police retrieved the green military jacket from the evidence room and sent the bloodstains on the jacket for testing. After a lengthy wait, although the match was not considered perfect, the high degree of similarity was sufficient for the experienced police officers to conclude that Thomas was connected to the murder. In January 2012, the police officially closed the case, and Thomas was identified as the murderer of Sherry and Catherine. But Donna's case has never been clued. There was a tragic series of murders in Michigan. In this case, there were a total of 7 female victims. The youngest victim was only 13 years old, and the oldest was only 23. They were in the most hopeful and promising stage of their lives, yet they were murdered by a serial killer. This case took place in the Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti of Michigan. It began in 1967 and ended in 1969. Although the time was brief, but its cruelty was shocking. Before they were killed, all 7 victims were severely beaten, and the remains of several of them were even dismembered. The victim of the first murder was named Mary, an accounting student at Eastern Michigan University. In order to improve her skills, 19-year-old Mary began working part-time while studying. On the evening of July 9, 1967, because the weather was too hot, Mary told her roommate she needed to go out to get some fresh air. An hour later, Mary finished her walk around campus and slowly made her way back to the apartment. However, she didn't notice that a blue-gray Chevrolet was closely following her. As Mary passed one streetlight after another, the Chevrolet pulled up beside her. A young man leaned out of the car window and spoke, inviting Mary to go for a drive and later have a drink at his place. Mary didn't say anything, she just shook her head, declined the invitation, and continued walking toward the apartment. On September 27, 1846, a supernatural story spread through the town of Superior in Washtenaw County. It was known as the Dixboro Ghost and involved 2 murders. On August 7, 1967, the body of a woman was discovered in an abandoned farmhouse in this town. Without waiting for news story, the victim was identified as Mary through dental records. The attacker's methods were extremely brutal. Mary's chest and abdomen were stabbed dozens of times. Her fingers and feet were also severed. Based on witness testimony, the police think that Mary had been raped, but the severely decomposed state of the body erased all the evidence. 2 days later, Mary's body was taken to the funeral home. Soon, a handsome, dark-haired young man drove an old, blue-gray Chevrolet to the funeral home. He found the receptionist, said that he was a friend of Mary's, and wanted to take some photos of her as a memento before the funeral to give to Mary's parents. However, due to the relevant regulations, the receptionist refused his request. The man then tried to persuade the receptionist, saying, "You mean you can't fix her up enough so I could just get one picture of her?" But the receptionist noticed that the man didn't even have a camera, so she firmly refused his request again. As time moved to July 5, 1968, nearly a year had passed since Mary's murder. The police still hadn't found the attacker when another murder happened. Several construction workers found a female body by the roadside in the Ann Arbor, with a miniskirt wrapped around her neck. The victim of this murder was Skell, a 20-year-old art student who also attended Eastern Michigan University. She had been stabbed dozens of times and her throat was slashed, with injuries of varying degrees in other parts of her body. Initially, the police think that Skell had been dead for a long time because her upper body was in a state of decomposition. However, after the forensic experts arrived at the scene for inspection, although her head, shoulders, and chest had rotted, there were no signs of decomposition below her waist. Therefore, Skell's time of death was confirmed to be around July 1st. Moreover, there was no blood at the crime scene, which suggests that after the attacker sexually assaulted and killed the girl, he most likely buried Skell below the waist in the soil while left her upper part exposed to the air. Then, around July 4th, he moved her body to the roadside. On the evening of June 30th, Skell told her roommate, Susan, she was going to Ann Arbor to visit her boyfriend. Because it was late, she was a little afraid and hoped that Susan could accompany her to the bus station. Although they hurried there, they still missed the last bus. Since there was no other option, Susan began to persuade Skell to give up her plan to go to Ann Arbor. However, Skell insisted on visiting her boyfriend and told Susan that she planned to hitchhike. After minutes of waiting, a red and black Pontiac Bonneville pulled up beside the 2 girls. The driver got out of the car and asked, "Hey, you want a ride?" The man had worn a green Eastern Michigan University t-shirt, was about 6 feet tall, looked to be in his 20s, had short dark hair. In addition to the driver, there were 2 white men in the car. Susan felt afraid and quietly tried to dissuade Skell from getting into the car. Although she hesitated for a moment, Skell agreed to the driver's invitation, but she also promised Susan that she would call her once she arrived safely in Ann Arbor. But even after more than 2 hours, Susan still hadn't heard from Skell. So at 1:47 a.m. on July 1st, Susan reported Skell's disappearance to the police. The police connected the various clues and first prepared to interrogate Skell's boyfriend. However, the man was found to be absent without leave from the army. This also explained why this girl had chosen to hitchhike to Ann Arbor late at night to find her boyfriend. After 2 months of investigation, 2 witnesses revealed important information to the police. At around midnight on July 1st, they saw Skell and a young man walking along the roadside. Although they were unsure whether the man was the attacker, they knew that he was named John and was a 21-year-old student at Eastern Michigan University. When questioned by the police, John denied knowing Skell, insisted that on June 29th and 30th, he and his mother were in Detroit. He didn't return to Ypsilanti until the morning of July 1st, and then the police didn't verify the authenticity of this information, immediately ruled out John as a suspect. The victim in the 3rd murder was found in a cemetery in Van Buren Township, Wayne County. On March 20th, 1969, a 23-year-old student named Louise, who was studying at the University of Michigan, posted a handwritten note on a bulletin board on campus. It said her name, dorm room number, phone number, and her desire to hitchhike to Muskegon. The reason she wanted to go to Muskegon was that she wanted to share some good news with her family because soon she would get engaged to her boyfriend and was about to move to New York City. However, On the morning of March 21st, Louise's body was found, with a copy of the anti-war satirical novel Catch-22 lying beside her. The autopsy determined that Louise died around 3 a.m. on March 21st, with the cause of death being 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Although Louise was not sexually assaulted, her tights were deliberately pulled down, exposing her thighs and sanitary napkin, indicating the attacker's potential sexual motive. While people were still reeling from the shock of this murder, on March 25th, a surveyor found the body of a young woman on a wooded hill, only about 400 yards from where Skell's body had been found. The crime scene was almost too gruesome to look at. The girl had been severely beaten with a blunt object, her skull crushed. An investigator said sadly that it was the most severe injury he had seen in his 30 years as a police officer. Afterwards, the deceased was identified as 16-year-old Skelton, who went missing on March 22nd, while waiting for a friend to pick her up at the McKinney Union at Eastern Michigan University. Since Skelton was just a high school student and a drug user and dealer, people initially suspected that her murder was drug-related. But the manner of her death was strikingly similar to that of the previous victims, including a garter belt wrapped around her neck and her clothes and shoes neatly placed beside the body. As a result, Ann Arbor Police Chief formally linked this murder to the Michigan murders. In addition, police from several different jurisdictions involved in the kidnappings or disposal of the victims' remains formally consolidated the information they had in an effort to compare notes and identify a suspect. 20 investigators were also assigned specifically to investigate these 4 murders. And, apart from witness leads and forensic reports, the police hardly found any physical evidence. However, less than a month after Skelton's murder, a 5th victim was found on a desolate road in the Ypsilanti area. Although the girl was only 13 years old, the harm and torment she suffered were still terrible. She had multiple stab wounds to her chest, abdomen, and thighs. A 2-foot-long black electrical cord was wrapped around her neck, and a handkerchief had been stuffed into her mouth. The police checked local records of missing girls and found that the victim was named Dawn. The day before her body was found, Dawn was playing at her friend's house. Because the road home was rather remote, Dawn and a friend named Kid decided to walk home together. At around 7:30 p.m., Kid took a different road, while Dawn continued walking along the railroad tracks. When she reached an abandoned farmhouse, the girl encountered the attacker. The farmhouse was the first scene of the murderer's attack on Dawn, as the police found fresh bloodstains, Dawn's sweater, and a black wire of the same type inside. According to the procedure for complex cases, the police usually conduct multiple inspections of the crime scene. However, as a means of taunting the police, the attacker returned to the farmhouse a week after the crime and left a piece of cloth and a gold earring belonging to Skelton there. On May 13th, the farmhouse was burned down, and the attacker placed 5 lilac flowers evenly along the road leading to the farmhouse. Despite receiving hundreds of leads, the police investigation into the Dawn case was no closer to the truth than with the first case. 21-year-old Elizabeth was a graduate student at the University of Michigan. Someone saw her dancing with a man with long hair at a friend's party. After leaving the party, Elizabeth disappeared on her way back to her apartment. No one noticed whether the girl left the party with the man with long hair. The next day, 3 boys found Elizabeth's half-naked body in a field near another abandoned farmhouse. The autopsy revealed that the girl had been sexually assaulted, had a gunshot wound to her forehead, and had stab wounds of varying severity on other parts of her body. When claiming his daughter's body, Elizabeth's father was devastated. He said, "I don't want her body. I want her alive. I'm not here to claim her body, and I won't claim it. I raised her with all my efforts and sent her here to study. I don't want her to die." All 6 victims were dark-haired white women. Their remains were placed by the attacker in locations that were easy to find. Each victim had a piece of clothing tied around her neck, and all were in their menstrual period when they were killed. Initially, before Elizabeth was murdered, the police believed that one attacker was responsible for only 4 of the murders, and that Louise might have been killed by another attacker. With Elizabeth's death, the police reached the final conclusion that one attacker was responsible for all 6 murders. But the occurrence of the 6 murders was already unsettling. Learning that these cases were all committed by the same attacker, the whole community fell into an unprecedented panic, especially the female students living in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, as the serial killer might very well be lurking nearby, disguised as some friendly classmate. To cope with this suffocating threat, They spontaneously established a buddy system. They would not go anywhere alone unless accompanied by a trustworthy male friend or at least 3 female friends. The once common practice of hitchhiking was also abandoned, as no one could determine where the potential danger might be lurking. On July 23, 1969, Karen, a student at Eastern Michigan University, went out to buy a wig and was reported missing when she did not return to her dormitory on time. Worried that the worst might happen, the police worked day and night to find her, but to no avail. The wig shop owner was the last person to see this girl. She overheard Karen saying that she had done 2 foolish things in her life, buying a wig and accepting a ride on a motorcycle with a stranger. She then left the wig shop on a motorcycle with a young man, and from that point on, the 18-year-old girl disappeared completely. On July 26th, Karen's body was found. Like the other victims, this girl had been severely beaten and tortured. This time, the police learned their lesson, considering that the attacker might have returned to the scene frequently and moved the victim's body for sexual ritual purposes. They first blocked the news to prevent the media from exposing the information, then secretly removed Karen's body and left a mannequin at the scene. On the early morning of July 27th, it was pouring with rain. A police officer, enduring the heavy rain and the irritation of insects, quietly kept watch at the crime scene. The visibility on the rainy night was extremely poor, so much so that the officer didn't see a man approaching the mannequin. It wasn't until the man fled that the officer saw him and tried to pick up the radio, which had already been damaged by the rain, to report the sighting. But as early as July 25th, a patrol officer named Larry provided an important clue. At first, he just listened to the wig shop owner's description of the man who rode a motorcycle with the victim, but he realized that the person she described might be his friend, who had previously been named a suspect in Skell's murder case by the police, but was later cleared of suspicion. So Larry found John, pretending to make small talk. He inquired about John's whereabouts over the past 2 days, and John inadvertently revealed that on the day Karen disappeared, he had indeed been riding his motorcycle in that area. Later, Larry located John's ex-girlfriend and obtained 2 photographs of John. He then showed these photos to the wig shop owner and her employees. However, both women firmly insisted that the man in the photos was the one who had ridden away with the victim on the motorcycle. On the afternoon of July 27th, despite being constantly criticized by the media for letting the suspect escape, the police directly located the apartment that John shared with his roommate, Davis. During the communication, John insisted that he was being framed and that the witness identification was mistaken. Even though taking a polygraph test at the police station could prove his innocence, John still refused. The next evening, Davis saw John take out a pair of women's purple leather shoes and a wallet and put them into a box wrapped in a blanket. He then took the box and left the apartment. 30 minutes later, John returned to the apartment. Davis curiously asked whose things they were. John said he had just decided to throw away the box and its contents. On July 29th, David, John's uncle, and a state police officer ended his vacation and returned home with his family. Then, David's wife noticed many new paint marks on the basement floor, and several items were missing, including a bottle of ammonia, a box of laundry detergent, and a can of black spray paint. On the same day, the police also informed David that his nephew had become a suspect in the Michigan murders and that there was circumstantial evidence against John. For example, after digging into John's background, they found that John had a special connection with the victims of several murders. Mary and Skell were John's neighbors. Dawn was the neighbor of one of John's ex-girlfriends, and John often visited Skelton's apartment a few months before she was murdered. Moreover, they questioned John's colleagues and learned that John often described in detail to his female colleagues the injuries sustained by each victim in the Michigan murders, injuries that even the media did not know about. John said that David had provided him with these details, but upon hearing this, David pointed out that he had not revealed any information about the Michigan murders to his nephew. The next day, David scraped off the new paint in the basement and found the floor underneath covered in stains resembling human blood. So he immediately returned to the police station and reported his discovery. He stated that before he and his family went on vacation, he had let John stay in his house to look after his dog. The paint could only have been applied by John. That afternoon, the police searched the basement of David's house, where John was also there. Initially, when the forensic experts determined that the stains were not human blood, John burst into tears. He then calmly denied ever having seen Karen. However, later the forensic team did find blood in several other areas and discovered some hair and blood near the washing machine. When asked about the origin of the hair, David pointed out that his wife often cut the children's hair in the basement. What David didn't know was that Karen also had some strands of hair of the same length in her underwear. After sending the hair and blood to the laboratory, the hair found in Karen's underwear matched the hair found in the basement, and the blood also matched Karen's blood type. David's neighbors also provided clues, saying that they heard a woman screaming from David's house on the day Karen went missing. On August 1st, the police arrested John on suspicion of murdering Karen and thoroughly searched his apartment and vehicle. Upon inspection, they found blood and hair inside John's silver gray Oldsmobile Cutlass. A day later, police in California found the officers who had arrested John and informed them that John was also responsible for the death of a girl named Phillips. So, 2 police officers from Washtenaw County traveled to California to review information and confirm whether there was a connection between Phillips' murder and the murder John was suspected of committing in Michigan. As a result, they found that on June 29th, Phillips had told a close friend that she had met a student named John from Eastern Michigan University who drove a silver gray Oldsmobile Cutlass and was temporarily living with a friend in a camper trailer. Further investigation into John's whereabouts revealed that on June 21st, John and his former roommate Andrew drove to Monterey and rented a camper trailer. Phillips went missing on June 30th, and her body was found on July 13th. Similar to the victims in the Michigan murders, Phillips suffered similar stab wounds and had a piece of clothing tied around her neck. After comparing the case records, the police officially announced to the public that John was the murderer who killed Phillips. On August 19, 1970, the jury found John guilty of murdering Karen, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, even after hearing the verdict, John remained unmoved, despite his mother and sister leaving the courtroom in tears. Additionally, in response, John stood up from his chair and said, "I have 2 things to say. I believe they have done their best to give me a fair trial, and the jury has not taken their duties lightly. However, I believe the situation has been exaggerated, and I cannot receive a fair trial. What has happened in this courtroom is a mockery of justice, and I hope it will be corrected one day. Second, I have never met a girl named Karen. I have never spoken to her. I have never taken her to the wig shop. I have never taken her to my uncle's house, and I have never taken her life." John initially served his sentence at the Michigan State Prison and was transferred to the Marquette Branch Prison in 1977. In 1979, John attempted to escape from prison. He and 6 other inmates dug a tunnel more than 19 feet long and 2 feet wide beneath the prison. However, just 25 feet short of freedom, the guards caught them. In the mid-1960s, a horrifying serial killer case hit the UK. It cast a shadow of darkness and fear over a quiet countryside. In less than 3 years, several innocent little girls went missing and were brutally murdered. The case was really complicated, and police poured in a lot of resources and manpower to investigate these shocking crimes. On December 2nd, 1964, at 9 p.m., 9-year-old Julia Taylor met a strange man who called himself Uncle Len, claiming to be a friend of Julia's mother and offering to take her to her aunt's house to collect a Christmas present. The little girl got into the car without any guard. She was excitedly thinking about what Christmas presents her family would get her and talked about this topic with Uncle Len. But finally, this so-called uncle took Julia to a pile of mine waste. He strangled her, took off her clothes, beat her continuously, and then sexually assaulted the crying little girl. It was pouring with rain and the night was very dark. After about 50 minutes, a cyclist who loved night riding passed by. He faintly heard the crying of a little girl nearby. He stopped to check if it was just his imagination. As the crying grew louder, he found badly hurt, naked Julia in a ditch near the mine waste. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly took Julia to the road, flagged down a passing van, and asked the driver to take the bleeding, crying girl to the hospital. News of this shocking and angering incident spread quickly across the region. When the psychiatrist questioned Julia, she said that she remembered noticing the murderer's car pass her aunt's house. She sobbed and begged the murderer to take her home, and his voice then turned terrifying, as if he wanted to kill her. But Julia had forgotten what the murderer in his car looked like. The investigation wasn't going well until a witness came forward and said that the murderer's car was a big one with two-tone paint and a light near the end of the windshield. Still, despite great efforts to search, nothing turned up. On Wednesday, September 8, 1965, 6-year-old Margaret Reynolds, a cute little girl, had lunch with her sister and they set off for school. They parted at a crossroads as they went to different schools. When school was out, Margaret didn't return home. Her worried parents went to the school, only to find out she hadn't arrived that afternoon. They promptly reported her missing to the police. In the following weeks, the police questioned over 20,000 people in the surrounding area and searched all houses within 8 miles of where Margaret disappeared. The newspaper printed 200 posters with Margaret's photo, urging witnesses to contact the police. Over the next few months, the police got many reports. Some people said they had seen a white man in a car trying to lure little girls in the community. However, a new missing case drew everyone's attention. 3 months after Margaret vanished, on December 30th, 5-year-old Diana Joy Tift disappeared from a street near her home. She was last seen at 2 p.m. returning from her grandmother's house, carrying a pink plastic handbag, her Christmas gift. The police and local people formed a search team of about 2,000 people. By January 5th, they had searched over 6,000 houses, gardens, abandoned factories, warehouses, ponds, and reservoirs in the area, but found nothing. On January 12th, a poacher walked along a seldom-used farm track between 2 villages to hunt rabbits. When he reached a waterlogged ditch, he found the remains of Diana and Margaret that people had been searching for. After being sent to the forensic office, the autopsy showed Diana was sexually assaulted and then smothered to death with her hat by the murderer. Margaret's body was badly decomposed. Except for a shoe, her clothes were missing, and the cause of her death couldn't be confirmed. In fact, before finding the 2 children, the police had concluded that the kidnappings of the 2 girls were linked and also connected to Julia's abduction and attempted murder. So, at a press conference, they told the media, "We're hunting a dangerous child killer who might strike again. Please keep your children safe." Then, the investigators contacted police headquarters and got help from 2 experienced ones. They formed a task force to arrest the suspect, working 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. First, they focused on finding the murderer's vehicle, but after questioning thousands of cars in the area, no clues emerged. Also, the poacher who found the remains was ruled out as a suspect. Next, the investigators had to visit houses door to door to gather leads. Months passed. Though they didn't catch the murderer, they solved some cases involving the abduction, attempted abduction, and sexual assault of girls. In August 1966, 10-year-old Jane Taylor vanished while cycling. Investigators thought this case might also be linked to the Cannock Chase murders. Though the martyr's identity remained unknown, investigators were sure he would strike again. So, a chief superintendent made a plan demanding that on getting any child abduction report, officers should seal off roads in the area and nearby regions and set up roadblocks further away. At 2:30 p.m. on August 19, 1967, 7-year-old Christine Darby was abducted. She and her friends were playing near their homes when a man in a gray car pulled up and said he was lost. Even though the children gave him directions, he pretended not to understand and asked Christine to get in the car to guide him, promising to take her home after he reached his destination. Since Christine's family didn't own a car, she got in excitedly. Her friends watched as the gray car reversed and left in the opposite direction. A neighbor who saw what happened told Christine's mother right away. Realizing how serious the situation was, they ran to a phone booth to call the police. The police quickly launched their child rescue plan and blocked off roads near the area. When questioned by the police, the witness described the murderer as a white man in his 30s with a clean-shaven face, dark brown hair, wearing a white shirt, and driving a gray car. He also spoke with a local accent. Knowing this, the police realized they were hunting a local man and focused their search in the area. Over the next few days, the police handed out 24,000 posters with Christine's photo to the public and put them up in places like shops, bus stops, and on telephone poles around the area. Each poster read, "Christine Darby, were you in Cannock Chase last Saturday afternoon? If so, tell the police." Another witness came forward and told the police that shortly after 2:30 p.m. on August 19th, he saw a gray car heading toward Cannock Chase with a little girl in the passenger seat. On the morning of August 20th, police began searching for Christine's body. As the area was covered in forests, mines, and pits, helicopters couldn't be used. Hundreds of police had to search on foot. Hours later, they found a dirty child's short abandoned under a tree. 2 days later in the afternoon, a soldier discovered Christine's body in a plantation, covered by broken branches and ferns. Christine had suffered terribly. She had no clothes below her waist. Her arms were outstretched, her legs were apart, and her knees were raised. Blood stained the grass and pine needles beneath her, indicating she was sexually assaulted there. This spot was just 1 mile away from where Diana and Margaret were found the previous year. On the morning of August 23rd, investigators examined the tire marks at the crime scene. They found the car had come from open wasteland to the plantation. After murdering Christine, the car reversed out of the plantation, leaving marks almost identical to those made on entry. A tire company manager noted the driver was skilled and experienced. 2 local witnesses reported seeing a gray car near where the body was found. The driver was a white man with dark hair. One witness detailed the car as an Austin Cambridge A60. The police then tracked every gray Austin A55 and a 60 in the area nearby. Over months, they checked 23,000 vehicles. As many drivers were ruled out, the search expanded. The investigators had to interview 44,000 owners of these car models. With the help of 2 witnesses, the police created the first colored composite sketch of a suspect in UK criminal history for the manhunt. At the news conference, they said, "We're certain the man in this sketch murdered these children. His face might be familiar to some. Maybe you're his family and know he's guilty but are covering for him. Perhaps you can't believe this seemingly good man is a killer. But remember, if he's not caught, no child will be safe." In January 1968, investigators began door-to-door inquiries again, covering over 54,000 households. Men aged 21 to 50 in each household were asked to fill out a questionnaire stating their whereabouts and providing contacts to verify their alibis on the days of each kidnapping and murder. Some men were even questioned. Only a few had solid alibis. Others simply said their wives could vouch for them. Without evidence, the investigators couldn't force further questioning. On November 4, 1968, 10-year-old Margaret Alton provided information that led to the arrest of the murderer. She had nearly been kidnapped. A man on a wasteland asked her if she wanted to play with fireworks on his car. When she approached, she noticed newspapers covering the passenger seat, but no fireworks. Hesitant, she was grabbed by the man. Luckily, an 18-year-old girl from across the street drew the man's attention, allowing Alton to break free and run away. This girl witnessed the event, noted down the car's details, a green Ford Galaxy with a cream-colored roof, and the license plate number, which she reported to the police. With this information, investigators contacted local vehicle registration officials and found the car was registered to 39-year-old Raymond Leslie Morris, who lived in a high-rise apartment building. The next day, Morris was arrested by the police. He denied any connection to the case but admitted to previously owning a gray Austin A55. However, since the female eyewitness did not identify Morris, he was released. Yet, 2 investigators remained suspicious of Morris as he closely resembled the published color composite sketch and had owned an Austin A55. Upon reviewing records, they discovered that Morris had been questioned 4 times between 1964 and 1968 in connection with the murders, and had initially been considered a strong suspect. Each time, his wife provided him with an alibi, leading the investigators to note in their files that Morris strongly resembled the sketch and that he only had his wife's testimony as an alibi. On November 12th, investigators examined Morris's insurance records and found that he had owned a car of the same model as the murderers during the kidnappings of Julia and Margaret. Additionally, from Morris's employer, they obtained a gasoline receipt showing that on the day of Margaret's murder, Morris did not have an alibi. On November 15th, the police rearrested Morris for the murder of Christine. In response, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, is it my wife?" His wife was also detained for questioning. Initially, she insisted that her alibi for her husband was true, claiming he had returned home at around 2 p.m. on the day Christine was murdered. However, hours later, she admitted to giving her husband a false alibi and stated that on the day of Christine's murder, Morris did not return home until 5 p.m. He explained to her that he and his manager had worked late. Then he drove the manager home and bought some cakes for her parents. Faced with this information, Morris became flustered, repeatedly refused to answer questions, and also refused to participate in further lineups. In response, the police brought the witness to the station the next day, and he positively identified Morris as the murderer he had seen that day. The investigators then searched Morris's apartment and found a collection of homemade child pornography, many of which depicted the same 5-year-old girl who was identified as the niece of Morris's wife. On November 17th, Morris was formally charged with Christine's murder, along with 2 counts of indecent assault on his niece and one count related to the attempted kidnapping of Alton. On February 10, 1969, Morris went to trial. He pleaded not guilty to the kidnapping and murder charges but admitted to sexually assaulting his niece. The next day, two key prosecution witnesses testified, confirming that the man they saw on August 19, 1967, was defendant Morris. Despite efforts by Morris's lawyers to discredit them using composite images, they stood firm in their identification. On February 14th, a police officer testified that Morris had been hostile during a door-to-door inquiry shortly after Christine's murder and had shown indifference to the victim's mother's grief. Morris's wife testified for the prosecution, contradicting his alibi. She admitted to giving Morris a false alibi out of belief in his innocence. His mother-in-law and employer also testified, further undermining his alibi. Evidence showed Morris had enough time to commit the crime on the day Christine was murdered. In his defense, Morris denied knowing Christine and questioned his wife's testimony. He claimed police brutality after his arrest and that he wasn't allowed a lineup. Regarding the explicit photos of his niece, he said they were accidental and that he was disgusted by them. On February 18th, both sides presented closing arguments. The judge instructed the jury to evaluate each charge separately and avoid letting anger over the pornography influence their verdict. After less than 2 hours of deliberation, Morris was found guilty of attempting to kidnap Alton and the sexual assault and murder of Christine. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge said, "I do not intend to keep you here any longer, nor do I intend to make any comment on this dreadful murder. As you know, there is only one sentence: life imprisonment." Morris was not charged with the murders of Margaret, Diana, or the attempted murder of Julia, but investigators and the public believed he was responsible. There just wasn't enough evidence to prove it in court. Morris was born on August 13, 1929. His childhood is unknown. In 1951, he married his first wife, and they had 2 children, but the marriage ended due to his violence and controlling behavior. At 35, he married his second wife, who always provided him with an alibi. In 1966, he was arrested for taking indecent photos of 2 female students but wasn't convicted, which might explain why he didn't commit any murders that year. Morris died naturally on March 11, 2014, after spending 45 years in prison. He never admitted to his crimes or showed any remorse. A retired policewoman said, "I'm sure the families of his victims would be disgusted. Cannock Chase will never forget what he did." In the 1960s, a horrific crime in Manchester, UK, shocked the region. A woman who had been abused as a child and a man who enjoyed hurting animals, both extreme sadists, became the Moors murderers. They kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered 5 teenagers. Saddleworth Moor, once peaceful and picturesque, became a place of terror at the hands of this couple. To this day, despite extensive searches, the location of one victim's body remains unknown. On July 12, 1963, Hindley was driving a van in Manchester, with Brady following on a motorbike. At around 7:30 p.m., 16-year-old Pauline Red, on her way to a club to dance with friends, was approached by the van. Hindley offered her a lift and asked her to help her find an expensive glove on Saddleworth Moor. Seeing the woman driver, Pauline agreed. On arrival, a motorbike also arrived. Although initially frightened, Pauline was told the biker was there to help. Half an hour later, Brady returned alone with Pauline near death, her clothes torn and her throat almost cut. When Hindley asked if he had sexually assaulted Pauline, Brady replied, "I certainly did." Then they buried the body together. On January 2, 1938, Ian Brady was born in the Gorbals area of Glasgow. His mother, an unwed tea-room waitress, never revealed his father's identity, though it was rumored to be a newspaper reporter who died before Brady's birth. A few months later, Brady was given to a local couple for upbringing, yet his birth mother visited him throughout his childhood. At 9 years old, Brady moved with his adoptive parents to Loch Lomond, Scotland, one of the UK's largest freshwater lakes. There, he developed a love for the outdoors. However, Brady exhibited cruelty to animals from a young age. Despite his denials, reports claimed he bragged about killing his first cat at 10 years old, burning another cat and a dog alive, and decapitating a rabbit. When he was a teenager, Brady was tried twice for breaking and entering, leading to his expulsion from school. He then worked as a tea-boy in a shipyard. Brady once had a girlfriend, but when she attended a dance with another boy, he threatened her with a switchblade, resulting in new charges. Before turning 17, Brady was given probation, with the condition of living with his mother, who had moved to Manchester and married an Irish fruit merchant. Less than a year after moving to Manchester, Brady was arrested for stealing lead seals and attempting to smuggle them out of a market. Sentenced to 3 months in a reformatory for juvenile offenders, then he was released and returned to Manchester, taking up manual labor, which he despised. To better himself, Brady borrowed an instruction manual from the local library and studied in his room for months, surprising his parents as he had never been interested in learning. In 1959, at 21 years old, Brady applied for a stock clerk position at Millward's Merchandising, a chemical wholesale distribution company in Gorton. Colleagues described him as a quiet and punctual young man, albeit with a bad temper. But unbeknownst to them, Brady was a fervent Nazi sympathizer, deeply interested in and actively spreading Nazi ideology in the UK. He often read related books, including Mein Kampf, and taught himself German. Myra Hindley, born on July 23, 1942, in Crumpsall, Manchester, had a violent childhood. Her father, a former soldier, was an alcoholic who abused her and her mother. At 8 years old, after being bullied by a boy, she was forced by her father to seek revenge, embedding violence in her psyche. In June 1957, at 13 years old, Hindley was invited by her friend Michael Higgins, also 13 years old, to swim at a derelict reservoir. Though she agreed, but she went elsewhere with another friend. While Michael drowned there, this incident haunted her with guilt. Hindley's first job was as a junior clerk at an electrical engineering firm, where she was popular for fetching things and making tea for colleagues. Even when she lost her first week's wages, they pitched in to help her. At 17, she became engaged to a young man but called it off months later, deeming him immature and unable to provide the life she desired. In January 1961, at 18, Hindley joined Millward's Merchandising as a typist. She was instantly attracted to Ian Brady, noting details about him in her diary. They had their first conversation on July 27, 1961, and went to the cinema together on December 22nd. Brady read her books about Germany, and they often discussed German atrocities during lunch. Despite expressing concerns about Brady's character in letters, she was deeply infatuated, writing that he had convinced her there was no God and she believed whatever he said. Under his influence, she adopted an Aryan look, bleaching her hair blonde and wearing dark red lipstick, and dressed in boots, short skirts, and leather jackets. The couple frequented libraries, reading about philosophy, crime, and torture. In 1963, Brady and Hindley planned a bank robbery. Hindley got her driver's license and met the chairman of a rifle club, who showed her local shooting ranges and arranged for her to buy a rifle from a Manchester gun dealer. However, her poor shooting skills and temper made the robbery plan fail. Brady then became interested in photography, buying camera and darkroom equipment, and the couple took many explicit photos of each other. In July 1963, Brady read a novel about two wealthy young men who murder a 12-year-old to avoid the death penalty, which inspired him to commit the perfect murder. On July 12th, they killed Pauline, their first victim. On the evening of November 23, 1963, Brady and Hindley offered 12-year-old John Kilbride a ride in Ashton-under-Lyne, promising him sherry. Once in the car, they claimed to retrieve the sherry and later suggested a detour to Saddleworth Moor to find Hindley's lost glove. Upon arrival, Brady took John out, while Hindley waited in the car. Brady then sexually assaulted John, slit his throat with a 6-inch serrated knife, strangled him with a shoelace or rope, and buried his body in a shallow grave. On the evening of June 16, 1964, Hindley drove her mini pickup and asked 12-year-old Keith Bennett to help load boxes into the car, promising a ride home, and Brady was in the back seat. They went to a Saddleworth Moor parking spot, and Brady and Bennett got out to look for lost gloves. About 30 minutes later, Brady returned alone with a shovel he'd hidden earlier. He admitted to Hindley that he had sexually assaulted and strangled Bennett with a rope. On December 26, 1964, Brady and Hindley noticed 10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey alone in Ann Coates' playground. They approached her, dropped some items, and asked her to help load a parcel into the car, then taking her to Hindley's house. There, Downey was stripped, gagged, and forced to pose for photos before being sexually assaulted and strangled. And the attack was recorded on a tape with Brady and Hindley's voices heard over the victim's screams and pleas. The next morning, they drove Downey to Saddleworth Moor and buried her naked body in a shallow grave. On the evening of October 6, 1965, Hindley dropped Brady at Manchester Central Station while she waited in the car. Then Brady selected a victim, 17-year-old Edward Evans, an engineering apprentice, and Brady introduced Hindley to Evans as his sister, and they went to Hindley's house together, drinking a bottle of wine along the way. Once home, Brady sent Hindley to get her brother-in-law Smith. Despite her family's disapproval of her sister's marriage to Smith, Brady had been befriending Smith, which worried Hindley as she feared Smith might jeopardize their safety, but she still brought Smith back and had him wait outside for a signal. When the signal came, Smith entered and talked with Brady, asked Smith if he had brought a mini bottle, and asked him to wait in the kitchen. Smith then heard a high-pitched scream followed by continuous screams. Hindley shouted, "Dave, help him!" Smith ran into the living room and saw a young man lying on the sofa with Brady standing beside him, axe in hand, ready to strike. Then Smith heard the axe hit the left side of the man's head and saw Brady binding Evans with electric wire. Since Evans's body was too heavy for Brady to lift into the car alone, Brady wrapped it in plastic and placed it in the spare bedroom for later disposal. After Evans's murder, Smith agreed to return at dawn the next day with his daughter's pram to help move the body. He went home at around 3 a.m., but vomited due to what he had seen and told his wife everything. At 6:10 a.m., he called the police from a phone box in the estate with a screwdriver and bread knife for protection against himself. Then he was taken to Hyde Police Station by police car and recounted the previous night's events. Then the police went to Hindley's house. A policeman in a bread delivery uniform, hiding his face with his coat, asked Hindley at the back door if she had a husband or any men inside. She denied it, but after the policeman revealed his identity, she led him into the living room. Brady was writing a letter to his employer about his ankle injury. The policeman claimed to be investigating a violent incident from the night before involving firearms. Hindley denied knowledge of any violence and allowed the police to search the house. When asked for the key to the locked spare bedroom, she claimed it was left at her workplace, but under the policeman's insistence, Brady made her hand over the key. The police found Evans's body, and Brady was arrested for murder. He said, "I had a fight with Evans and things got out of hand." Although Hindley wasn't arrested, she asked to go to the police station with Brady, taking her dog. She refused to comment on Evans's death, claiming it was an accident, and was allowed to go home on condition she returned the next day. Over the following 4 days, Hindley visited her employer to ask for dismissal to claim unemployment benefits. Once she found an envelope belonging to Brady and burned it in the ashtray, claiming she didn't open it but suspected it contained plans for a bank robbery. Meanwhile, the police uncovered more evidence and were convinced of Hindley's active involvement in the murders of Evans and potentially other victims. On October 11th, she was arrested and detained, charged as an accomplice to Evans' murder. During a search of the house, police found an old exercise book named John Kilbride, leading them to suspect Brady and Hindley's involvement in other unsolved disappearances of children and teenagers. Brady told the police that he had a fight with Evans, insisted the murder was committed by him and Smith together, with Hindley only giving false testimony. Smith mentioned Brady's interest in the train station, but was unaware of the contents or location of the suitcases. On October 15th, the police found Brady's suitcases at Manchester Central Station. One contained 9 pornographic photos of a young girl, later identified as Downey, and a 16-minute tape recording of a girl named Leslie Ann Weston screaming, crying, and begging to go home. The police asked Downey's mother to view 2 photos for identification, which she confirmed as her daughter's, and also identified the voice on the tape as her daughter's. A neighbor revealed that Brady and Hindley had taken him to Saddleworth Moor multiple times, suggesting the remains might be buried nearby. The police immediately began a search and found an arm bone protruding from the peat on October 16th, initially thought to be John's but later confirmed as Downey's, with her body still recognizable and her mother identifying the clothes buried in the grave. In addition to crime scene photos, the suitcases contained pictures of Saddleworth Moor's scenery. Smith had told the police that Brady bragged about having photographic evidence of multiple murders. On October 21st, the police found John's severely decomposed body, identified by his mother through clothing. The same day, the imprisoned Brady and Hindley appeared at Hyde Magistrates Court charged with Downey's murder. The investigators also suspected Brady and Hindley of murdering other children and teenagers who had disappeared from Manchester and its surrounding areas in recent years. After John's body was found, the search continued for a while but was called off in November with the onset of winter. Various newspapers were keen to point out possible other victims of the Moors murderers, including Pauline and Bennett. During the trial, Brady admitted photographing Downey but claimed she was taken by 2 men. On December 2nd, he was charged with the murders of John, Downey, and Evans, while Hindley was charged with the murders of Downey and Evans and being an accomplice in John's murder. At the committal proceedings on December 6th, the prosecution's opening statement was made in a divided court rather than a public one, and the defense's similar request was denied. In December, 3 judges continued the proceedings for 11 days before sending the 2 defendants to Chester Assizes for trial. Many photos taken by Brady and Hindley at Saddleworth Moor featured her dog puppet, sometimes with a puppy. To help determine the photos' dates, detectives had a vet examine the dog to estimate its age, which required general anesthesia and led to the dog's death. Hindley was furious, accusing the police of murder, one of the rare times she showed emotion in front of them. On April 19, 1966, a 14-day trial began at Chester Crown Court. For the safety of Brady and Hindley, the court installed bulletproof glass and took other security measures. Journalists worldwide booked most hotel rooms in the city to cover the case, and spectators gathered outside the court daily, even after long travels. Initially, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Eventually, Brady admitted axing Evans but blamed others for the murder, while Hindley denied involvement and accused Brady. However, when the 16-minute tape recording was played in court, featuring the voices of Brady and Hindley, it contradicted Hindley's various defenses regarding Downey's death. On May 6th, after over 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Brady guilty of 3 murders and Hindley guilty of 2 murders and 1 count of harboring a criminal. The judge sentenced both to life imprisonment, emphasizing they should spend a very long time in prison. Throughout the trial, both persisted in lying. Hindley was described as a quiet, restrained, and cold-blooded person, while the judge deemed Brady incredibly evil and unlikely to reform. Brady was later moved to Ashworth Hospital for psychiatric care, but refused to cooperate with psychiatrists. He died there in 2017. Hindley's appeal after the trial failed. She maintained contact with Brady until 1971 and even developed a relationship with a prison officer, planning an escape that never succeeded. In 1985, her minimum sentence was extended to 30 years. She was transferred to a medium-security prison in 1994 but was repeatedly denied release upon appeal. Hindley passed away in 2002 due to bronchopneumonia. Bennett's body has never been located. In 2003, police launched a search operation for Bennett's body at Saddleworth Moor, utilizing advanced resources like reconnaissance satellites capable of detecting soil disturbance. Despite these efforts, the search for Bennett proved fruitless. On September 30th, 2022, police resumed the search in the bog after an amateur investigator reported finding a skull. However, on October 7th, they announced the end of the search, having found no traces of human remains. In the early 20th century, a widow in her 60s sat in the living room of her boarding house as usual. In her hand was a tattered prayer book, ready to pray for herself. This woman ran the boarding house alone. In the past, she had made a living by renting out rooms. Although her life was not affluent, she always tried her best to create a cozy home for her tenants. On that evening, a young man named Earl Leonard Nelson arrived at her door. He claimed to be a devout Christian looking for a quiet place to rest. His appearance was gentle and polite, which put the woman at ease. She welcomed him warmly, as she did with other tenants, showing him around the rooms and explaining the rules of the house in detail. Nelson behaved respectfully during the tour, and his demeanor convinced the woman that he would be an ideal tenant. However, she had no idea that this seemingly pious young man harbored dark impulses within, nor could she imagine that this night would be her last. As dusk fell and the entire boarding house fell silent, she sat alone in the living room, preparing to begin her evening prayers once again. She had no idea that her new tenant had a nickname, the Gorilla Killer, and that she was about to become another victim of his brutal murders. The tragedy began on May 12, 1897, when Nelson was born in San Francisco, California. If life were to improve after hitting rock bottom, then for Nelson, his entire life was one of misfortune. It is said that his father was a drunkard and his mother a sex worker. Within just 2 years of his birth, both of them died of syphilis. Nelson's grandparents, devout Pentecostals, then took on the responsibility of raising their daughter's child. However, their age and personalities were not well suited to caring for a young boy. They lived a strict Puritan lifestyle, constantly suppressing their own emotions and feelings. For Nelson, a natural troublemaker, this stern family atmosphere was sheer torment. As a result, Nelson exhibited self-loathing and other pathological behaviors from a young age. At the age of 7, he was expelled from school for misbehavior. His teachers complained that the boy constantly talked to invisible people and frequently referenced a large beast from the Bible, He also had a habit of peeking at female family members undressing, so Nelson was described by everyone as a psychotic child. Even his own grandmother thought so. She noted that Nelson would sometimes go to school in freshly cleaned clothes, only to return home in tattered garments, as if he had exchanged clothes with a homeless person. When Nelson was 10 years old, he was involved in an accident with a streetcar while riding his bicycle. Blood gushed from one of his temples, and after the doctor's best efforts, they believed he would not survive. Strangely, however, he awoke from a coma just a few days later. But the accident haunted him for the rest of his life. He suffered from frequent headaches and memory loss, and began to exhibit unstable behavior. As Nelson entered his teenage years and puberty, his curiosity about women grew stronger. He frequently visited the brothels and bars in San Francisco's Barbary Coast red light district and contracted a sexually transmitted disease. His mental illness also worsened. He often subjected his family members to bizarre physical acts, such as walking on his hands or attempting to lift heavy objects with his teeth. Nelson had suffered a head injury that led to a decrease in his intelligence and significant memory loss. In 1918, a Navy psychiatrist indicated that Nelson was living in a constitutional psychopathic state, which means he had congenital psychopathy. This implied that he had difficulties in cognition and behavioral control, making his criminal activities almost inevitable. At the age of 18, Nelson went to a rural area in Plumas County, where he broke into a cabin, thinking it was abandoned, and took it over. For this offense, he was sentenced to 2 years in San Quentin State Prison. Although he was paroled after a year, over the next 2 years, Nelson was frequently arrested for minor thefts and burglaries. At the end of 1917, Nelson enlisted in the military but deserted after 6 weeks. This became a pattern for him as he repeatedly joined different branches of the military under various names and then deserted. In 1918, at the age of 21, Nelson joined the U.S. Navy. During a military training session, his bizarre and unstable behavior led to his admission to Napa State Mental Hospital. After observation, one psychiatrist concluded that Nelson did not exhibit violence, homicidal tendencies, or destructiveness. Another psychiatrist noted that Nelson had hallucinations and other paranoid delusions. Nelson often claimed to see people that others could not see, hear music that others could not hear, and sometimes believed that someone was poisoning him. He also heard strange and terrifying voices urging him to commit suicide. The poor man, Nelson, stated that if he were imprisoned, he would surely take some sharp object and cut the veins in his wrists. This psychiatrist also mentioned that Nelson experienced severe headaches during their conversations and had fainted on multiple occasions. During his confinement, Nelson attempted to escape several times until the staff eventually stopped searching for him. In 1919, Nelson was officially discharged from the U.S. Navy, and his hospital records were closed with a note indicating that his condition had improved after treatment. After escaping, Nelson found a job as a janitor at St. Mary's Hospital. This job required no skills or qualifications. It was here that he met Mary Martin, a 60-year-old administrator. The two began dating and reportedly got married, but the marriage was short-lived. Nelson turned the woman's life into a living hell with his strange jealousy and anger, bizarre sexual demands, religious delusions, and increasingly violent behavior. This led to their separation after just 6 months of cohabitation. Later, Martin recalled various strange behaviors she had witnessed while living with Nelson, including his long absences from home and unusual bathing habits, such as pouring water over his toes. On May 19, 1921, Nelson posed as a plumber and entered a residence on Pacific Avenue in San Francisco, where he attempted to molest a 12-year-old girl. However, the girl was very clever. She screamed frantically, trying to alert her brother to call for help, which caused Nelson to flee in fear. He was arrested a few hours later while riding a handcart. At the subsequent hearing, Nelson was identified as a dangerous individual and was sent back to Napa State Mental Hospital. There, he attempted to escape twice before being discharged in 1925. In 1926, Nelson began his horrific spree of murders. His first known victim was Clara Newman, a 60-year-old wealthy landlady living in San Francisco. On February 20th, he posed as a new tenant named Roger Wilson and entered her boarding house at 2037 Pierce Street. Once inside, Nelson strangled her, raped her corpse, and hid her body in an empty room in the house. Just a month later, on March 2nd, his second victim emerged. In San Jose, near San Francisco, 63-year-old Laura Beal was strangled to death in her home. His criminal actions then became more frequent. On June 26th, he strangled 63-year-old Lillian Mary in San Francisco and raped her corpse. 2 weeks later, he continued his crimes in California. In Santa Barbara, 325 miles south of San Francisco, 53-year-old Ollie Russell was strangled with a rope in her boarding house. The autopsy confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted after death. The similarities in the modus operandi to the San Francisco murders led the police to suspect a connection between these cases. On August 16th, Mary Nisbet, a 52-year-old apartment building owner in Oakland, was found dead in the bathroom of an empty apartment by her husband. She had been strangled and raped. Initially, local law enforcement questioned whether Nisbet's husband was involved in her death, but he was soon cleared of suspicion. Later, witnesses told the police that they had seen a smiling stranger lurking outside her apartment building on the day of Nisbet's murder. Others who claimed to have seen Nelson at various boarding houses described him as a dark, stocky man with long arms and large hands. Because of this, newspapers began to call him the Dark Strangler and the Gorilla Killer. In the fall, Nelson moved to Portland, Oregon. On October 19th, he raped and murdered 35-year-old landlady Beata Withers, the first of several victims he would kill in Portland. Her body was discovered by her teenage son, hidden under clothes in a steamer trunk in her attic. The next day, 59-year-old Virginia Grant was murdered in a vacant property on East 22nd Street, with her body concealed behind a basement furnace in her home. On October 21st, landlady Mabel Fluke disappeared from her home in Portland. A few days later, her body was found in the attic, strangled with a scarf. After committing 3 murders in Portland, Nelson briefly returned to San Francisco and raped and murdered 56-year-old widow Willie Anna Edmonds on November 18th. Initially, the police were reluctant to attribute the crime to the Dark Strangler. However, a few days after the murder, a friend of Edmonds told the police that she had visited Edmonds' home on the day of the murder and found her in the living room talking to a strange man about a business deal involving the sale of her house. The woman's description of the unknown man matched that of the Gorilla Killer. On November 19th, a 28-year-old pregnant woman near Burlingame, California, was attacked while showing her house to a man posing as a potential buyer. She survived the assault and described the man as about 5 feet 8 inches tall, well-dressed, and articulate. The woman later told reporters that although she had not felt threatened initially, she recalled that the man had commented on the intricate details of the house, especially the ceilings. "I now realize that he was trying to get me to look up at the ceiling so he could slip behind me and grab my throat," she said. On November 29th, Nelson murdered and raped Blanche Myers at her home in Portland. During the investigation, police found a fingerprint on Myers' iron bedpost. Although fingerprint technology was still in its early stages at the time, this discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. The Portland murders also sparked a public frenzy, with the Oregonian reporting that the 3rd floor of the Portland Police Department had turned into a veritable madhouse, with officers receiving hundreds of calls and reports of suspicious individuals. A local woman claimed that a suspicious man had stayed at her boarding house for a few days after Thanksgiving under the name Adrian Harris. She said that on the day Myers was murdered, the man had told her and other residents that he was leaving to take a train to Vancouver and would not be back. She found this suspicious because he had already paid for several days' rent in advance. Before leaving, he had also given her and another boarder jewelry as a gift. The police later confirmed that the jewelry belonged to Florence Monks, a wealthy widow who had been murdered and raped in Seattle on November 23rd. To prevent further murders, law enforcement agencies in California and Oregon issued public safety announcements to citizens. In the San Francisco Bay Area, elderly women were advised to take precautions when renting out rooms and inviting strangers into their homes. Meanwhile, the Portland Police Department issued the following statement to the public: "Do not show your house or rooms for rent when you are alone. If necessary, ask the police to accompany you. Such crimes should be prevented. They could have been avoided if women had been more careful." I do not want to unduly alarm the people of Portland, but there is no denying that the situation is serious. In late November, Nelson left Portland and continued his killing spree, moving eastward and traveling by hitchhiking or sneaking onto trains. His criminal trail stretched from the West Coast to the Midwest and East Coast of the United States. On December 23rd, the body of 41-year-old Amira Berard was found in her home in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Her body was garlanded with a shirt. Initially, local police ruled her death as a suicide, as Berard had recently been discharged from a mental hospital. However, subsequent findings of signs of sexual assault led to the reversal of this decision, and the case was reclassified as a murder. On December 27, 23-year-old Bonnie Pace was strangled and raped in her home in Kansas City, Missouri. Her body was discovered by her husband in an upstairs room. Just one day later, on December 28th, 28-year-old Germania Harpen and her 8-month-old son were found murdered in their home in Kansas City. Both had been strangled, her son with a diaper, and Germania had been raped after death. They were discovered by her husband when he returned home from work that evening. On April 27, 1927, Nelson murdered and raped 53-year-old landlady Mary McConnell in Philadelphia. Several pieces of jewelry were also stolen from her residence. The next day, Nelson attempted to sell one of her gold watches to a pawnbroker, but was refused. On May 27th, Nelson arrived in Buffalo, New York, where he rented a room from 53-year-old Jenny Randolph under the name Charles Harrison. 3 days later, Jenny was found strangled and raped, her body stuffed under her bed. Jenny's brother had encountered Harrison, describing him as appearing about 33 years old, short and stout, with dark complexion and black hair combed back. Boarders at Jenny's house later positively identified Nelson as Charles Harrison. On June 1st in Detroit, Michigan, boarding house manager Fannie Mae and boarder Maureen Atorthy were found murdered in the boarding house under May's supervision. Their remains were discovered by the building's owner, Leonard Sink. May had been strangled with a wire cut from a table lamp. Police determined that the wire had been cut while the electricity was still running, as the knife used to cut it showed obvious signs of burning and a notched blade. On June 3rd, he murdered 27-year-old Mary Cecilia Sitzma in Chicago, Illinois. Sitzma was found by her husband on the floor of their home, strangled with an electrical cord. On June 8th, a series of shocking murders occurred in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. 14-year-old Lola Cowan mysteriously disappeared after leaving home to sell artificial flowers door to door. Just 2 days later, on June 10th, another local woman also vanished. That evening, her husband discovered her body while kneeling beside his son's bed for evening prayers. She had been raped, strangled, and showed signs of being struck with a claw hammer. Upon investigation, police found that several items were missing from her home, including a set of riding reins, her gold wedding ring, a family Bible, and a $10 bill. Additionally, a knife with burn marks and scratches was left at the scene, matching the knife used to cut the lamp wire in May's murder the previous week. This discovery led police to realize the connection between the cases. The next day, a local Winnipeg jeweler unknowingly purchased a gold ring for $3.50 Canadian dollars from a man who later turned out to be Nelson. The ring was confirmed to be the woman's wedding ring. Stolen clothes from her home were also found being sold at a second-hand store nearby. Both the jeweler and the clothing store owner positively identified the man who had sold the items as Nelson. A barber who owned a shop next to the second-hand store also provided a crucial lead to the police. He said that on the afternoon of June 10th, he had given a shave, haircut, and massage to a man who closely resembled Nelson. While cutting the man's hair, he noticed dried blood and scratches on his scalp. When he inquired about the source of these marks, the man became agitated and demanded that he not touch his hair. On June 12th, Winnipeg police conducted a city-wide search of rooming houses. While searching the boarding house at 133 Smith Street, where Nelson had recently resided, police discovered a decomposing body under the bed in Nelson's room. It was the missing Cowan, whose body had been dismembered in a manner reminiscent of Jack the Ripper's victims. Her clothes and personal items were also missing. After the discovery of Cowan's body, the Winnipeg City Council offered a reward of $1,500 Canadian dollars for information leading to the conviction of the perpetrator. This reward subsequently became a matter of controversy, with several individuals coming forward with information about Nelson's whereabouts, including a driver who claimed to have transported Nelson from Emerson to Winnipeg on the day Cowan disappeared. In June 1927, while investigating the Winnipeg murders, Canadian police suspected that Nelson might have fled to the United States. To locate him quickly, they sent detailed descriptions of him to police departments and post offices across the United States. During this period, reports surfaced of sightings of a man matching Nelson's description in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in Boissavin, Manitoba. On June 14th, a man identifying himself as Mike Mofsky was arrested by customs officers in the small town of Wauwunessa, on the border between Manitoba and Minnesota. This man's appearance closely matched Nelson's description, but he managed to escape the next day. Just 2 days later, on June 16th, in the border town of Cannock, Manitoba, only 12 miles from the North Dakota border, officers arrested a man named Vigil Wilson, who also fit Nelson's description. Reportedly, the man was so calm and cooperative during his arrest that officers even doubted they had the right person. Nelson was detained in a local jail, but he managed to escape that very night. However, fate was not on his side. He attempted to flee by train, but the next morning he was formally arrested again by an officer from the Crystal City Police Department on a railway line 47 miles east of Wauwanaessa. He was then taken to the Rupert Street Police Station in Winnipeg, where he was photographed, fingerprinted, measured, and prepared for identification. Nearly 4,000 spectators waited outside the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of the suspect. The photographs taken by the Winnipeg police were quickly sent to police departments across the United States, leading to positive identifications by witnesses in Illinois and California, who claimed that the man matched the same unidentified renter they had encountered. Despite Nelson's insistence that his name was Vigil Wilson, fingerprints forwarded from the San Francisco Police Department to Winnipeg confirmed that his identity matched the one from his previous arrests. Nelson's fingerprints also matched those found at multiple crime scenes, and his teeth matched the marks found on the victims. Initially, he confessed to the crimes, candidly telling reporters, "I only kill my ladies on Saturday nights." However, he later retracted his confession, claiming innocence. Shortly after his arrest, in an interview with the Manitoba Free Press, he said, "I am charged with 2 murders, but I am not the one who committed them." When asked about the individuals in the United States and Canada who positively identified him as the perpetrator, he simply replied, "They're all mistaken." Despite attempts by law enforcement agencies in both the United States and Canada to extract a confession, Nelson refused to admit to any of the murders he was suspected of or charged with. Nelson's trial began on November 1, 1927, at the Winnipeg courthouse. His former wife, Martin, testified against him, describing him as a man who was absolutely insane. In addition, over 60 witnesses from both Canada and the United States testified that they had seen Nelson at the crime scenes, or could link him to the stolen property from the victims' homes. During the trial, a prison guard noted that Nelson was particularly fascinated by a passage from the Book of Proverbs, which reads, "My son, give me thine heart, and let thine eyes observe my ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men." On November 5th, the closing arguments were completed, and after 40 minutes of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Nelson guilty of murder and sentenced him to death. Nelson maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but he was unable to counter the evidence presented by the police. However, his attorney never gave up on him. He submitted a 30-page document to the Minister of Justice, pleading for leniency for Nelson on the grounds of his mental derangement and congenital psychopathy. Nelson's personal history had also been unfairly presented to the jury by the media, meaning that the jurors were not impartial. They might have been predisposed to believe Nelson was guilty. These documents included 20 affidavits from people who had known Nelson all their lives, swearing that they could fully understand Nelson's character and state of mind. They unreservedly and without exaggeration believed that Nelson had been mentally unsound for a long period of time. Despite the numerous affidavits, the appeal was denied, and Nelson's execution was not stayed. At 7:30 a.m. on January 13, 1928, at Vaughan Street Jail in Winnipeg, Nelson was hanged. His last words were, "I forgive those who have wronged me."